Painkiller already, episode 530. Our guest, Filthy Robot. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Smart Mouth and Squarespace. A couple of familiar names. We'll talk more about them later. So, Filthy, I'm interested. Are you still... Last time, after I think we finished the show, we kept talking, as we often do, and you were like, have you guys seen this shit? I don't remember if it was after the show or at the very end. And then you turned around and you showed like one of those soulless office fronts where it's like the long, the window that has like wire as if someone's going to punch through it and needs to be protected. And it made me so sad. Are you still in that situation or have you escaped?
No, I've escaped. Thankfully, I'm back home. I have fiber now at home. So
congrats.
Yeah, actually, weirdly, just kind of coincidentally, I signed up for Starlink months ago, and I got an email like 2 days ago being like, Starlink is coming to your area. Are you interested? And I'm kind of like, now I'm torn because I spent like 6 months getting home from the fucking office. I finally have a business fiber connection here that works and has great support for it. And now I'm like, do I check out Starlink now and go back?
Help me out. Is Starlink the Elon Musk like magical internet? Cool.
Yeah, magical internet.
Why would you
change?
Straight
into your head. Yeah, I know. Why would I change? But I kind of want to check it out. Don't you want to check it out?
Is it better than fiber?
I kind of might get it as well.
It's satellite or something, right?
Yeah, but imagine
it's
like
Elon Musk satellites.
Oh, so it's satellite that won't be delivered.
This ain't that back of your yard little fucking dish shit. This is fucking Elon Musk. This is the richest man in the world sending you internet from above. This is
but how fast
alien.
is it?
Presumably, I can use it to travel to Mars directly. Wow. I'm assuming.
Dude, I am not even tempted.
Faster than a Doge.
Is that the dog?
Yeah.
Okay. Dude,
it's a crypto dog.
I don't mean to dog on Elon Musk. I am very proud of him also being a human. I was going to call him American. I think he is, but he's in South Africa. Yeah, but is he American now? I don't even know. I don't know. But he lives in California or Texas or something. He's ours. I'm taking him.
And that would be an awesome thing for America to do. Give out citizenship unrequested to successful people and retroactively claim accomplishments in like the Hall of America.
I fucking love it. You know Tesla was American. He's never even been. Shut up.
Queen Elizabeth, one of the most beloved American citizens.
Right, now you're a mere citizen.
I love that he's out there doing shit. Like even PayPal, which is kind of just like a cheesy online bank, in some ways, greased the slides of e-commerce and brought us into the digital age.
PayPal's huge.
The card.
He was on Rogan again.
Right?
I was just actually listening to him before this.
I listened to some highlights. And so like I like him, but I'm also very hip to the idea that he just says shit. He just says shit to secure the next round of financing and gather a little more excitement. And you can't take...
Can we really say that? Can we not take a little bit look at some of the accomplishments of these companies and the things they're aiming to do?
How many times has he been to Mars? And how many Cybertrucks are on the road?
How's the Tesla as a car? Generally considered a fairly impressive feat of engineering, I
see a lot of them now.
Dude, I like the Tesla. I could nitpick, but I like what he's doing with Tesla. I love what he's doing with Tesla, right? Like Tesla, more than perhaps every other car company combined, is moving cars into the electric age, right? That's cool. I like it. I think people, I don't know. You have to have one to know how good it really is. But so it's cool. I'm glad he's doing that. And that is perhaps his most notable accomplishment. Some people would look at SpaceX landing rockets. I guess like cheaper rockets is great, but it hasn't led to much. I don't know.
It's the reusable part of it that people like so much, right? Where it's like
that's what cheaper is. Yeah.
Usually you use a lot and you just
something just gets thrown into the short-term thinking though. Like the idea of not you, Taylor. So I mean Woody. Sorry to cut you off entirely.
Didn't mean to insult you, Taylor. Back to Woody.
Sorry.
I was gonna say I think it's cool on Teslas how isn't the storage part in the front trunk?
Yeah, they call it a frunk.
Yeah, I like that.
I do too.
But anyway, back to the argument.
I feel like we're not even arguing. We're just stressing different parts of the equation. Tesla is great, but
I use that line on my wife all the time. We're not arguing, baby. We're just stressing different sides of the equation. It always goes down well, Woody. So that's a good start. Keep going.
I mean, he reduced like launching things into space by like over 30%. Like it's 2/3 the cost of what it was before.
Hundreds of dollars.
That's the least exciting part of space travel.
Why he's doing this, right? The idea because if you get to be interplanetary, you get to survive extinction level events that would wipe out your one fucking planet. You don't think that's a worthwhile goal to be advancing? Sure, you could yell it as market hype, sure, but it's a fucking great goal, and I don't see anyone else doing anything like that for this.
Well, other people are talking about it doing even less, but
Sure.
the idea that we're like surviving an extinction level event by populating Mars, I think is a silly, silly thought. Even Earth as a post-nuclear fallout place, Earth as a climate change problem is still closer to what humans need than Mars is fresh.
No. It depends on the type of event we're talking about. If we're talking about something like Tunguska, where it was like a city killer.
That's not even a thing.
That's not even a thing.
I would have heard of it.
A very rare extinction about the return of dinosaurs.
That's the rock that hit Siberia.
It's a more personal extinction.
And flattened an enormous area, and it was like like a city killer size asteroid or whatever it was that hit. But if you're talking about something like what took out the dinosaurs, what's it called? I can't remember the name of the.
Do we know a million or 100% that it was asteroids?
Yeah, 100%. We know where the asteroid hit.
I just didn't know if it was like
water
we
or land?
speculate this, but it could have been
It was both.
disease.
You can see the outline of the impact crater. Oh, I wish I could remember the name. I just watched a documentary about it.
But we know that's what killed them all because we like find them in that layer of sediment. Like they all died at the same time.
Because, all right, so as you look into the fossil record, it's like dinosaurs, and then there's this thin layer of like heavy metals or whatever that came from the asteroid impact, and no more dinosaurs ever.
Based on my understanding of science, which is like bad grade high school, I think Mars
don't discount the Star Wars that you watch these days.
Touche. Yeah. The day that comet hits Earth or asteroid, they're the same thing, probably.
Nah, well,
it is still closer to human habitable than Mars is right now.
Sure, but Woody, tell me and you think about it this way, right? We have to start taking steps down that road to ever get to a point where Mars, for example, would be the second home that would survive that, right? Or the second settled spot. We got to do that. We got to make those steps. You're right. Right now, sure, Mars is not a particularly habitable place. It's no way near something that we could survive on right now. But that's the importance of doing something like this, of starting this, because we don't have any protection for right now if that happens.
We should be starting with the moon. Like we should be building stuff at the moon first, getting our sea legs, and then move on to Mars. That's what I think. Should make a side moon project because he can do that way faster.
So the way I look at it, I do like the idea of just going to Mars and putting a man's footprints on the planet. I love that idea. I would, as down on the United States as I am these days, I would like it to be an American boot.
Based on the Woody plan, they'll be American the second they step off the spaceship.
Is this the next Patreon goal you guys are telling me about?
Shut up, Filthy.
So I love to see
Mao. Ling Mao is now an American citizen.
I'd love to see that. But I think what's more important to look at is like all of the technologies that will come along from the effort to get there. Like with the initial space race and the moon landings and stuff, we got everything from like Velcro to all sorts of freeze-dried foods to like Teflon, like lots and lots of technologies were developed for that, and then they trickled down into the consumer space and just really pumped up our economy for decades to come. You know, a big part of like American technocracy was based on the space race, and it still is to some extent. And I think another
virtual reality porn, 6 months.
I don't know about VR
in your cabin.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I think that like the effort to get to Mars, especially if Elon could get more federal funding, lately, I say turn on the fucking money faucet for the guy. Like, let's see what he can do. The thing that really got me on his side was watching that little documentary about him when he was like trying to get the reusable rockets to work, and they finally got him to work, and he's like openly weeping, like watching his rocket land, because it was I don't remember the numbers, but it was like he had failed over and over, and like every time he was failing, it was costing him like $20 or $40 million. And I mean, he had a lot of money, but you can't lose $20 or $40 million every 2 months indefinitely. You can
now, but at the time he probably couldn't. Yeah.
At the time he couldn't quite manage that, and it was like, all right, we can do this maybe 1 or 2 more times after this. Let's hope this fucking works. And it worked. And he's just like openly crying, just so happy. Like, it's clearly like not just a business venture for the guy. It's a passion project.
What's the documentary called?
I don't know. If you searched Elon Musk documentary, you'd find it.
Earth is better because Elon Musk is on it, by and large, right? You can nitpick, but on the whole, Earth is better because Elon Musk is here. And maybe the hype and disingenuous salesmanship is just the only way to do this. You know, the only way to fucking sell Tesla 3s and secure another round of financing in today's world is to pitch an imaginary Cybertruck and not deliver. Maybe.
They could still deliver.
They could. And when's it due? And how about that semi? Wasn't the semi from
Matt Farah,
he's been shipping those semis.
Like that, it will look nothing like what was initially proposed.
He
said it'll look goofy as shit and stupid, and it won't live up to the hype.
Look. Here's my thoughts on what Matt Farah said. I think that Matt doesn't like electric cars. I think that he'll tell you, oh yeah, they're great. They have a purpose. There's a niche for them. And what he's really thinking is like, I want fucking raw horsepower. I want to hear the rat-tat-tat of a fucking high compression engine. I want to hear rev. I want to red line things. He likes gasoline power. He likes internal combustion. And I do too. Like, there's a lot to be said about that. There's a smell. There's a feel. There's a lot about internal combustion that's just, I don't know. I connect.
If I were into cars, I would imagine I'd like those more too.
Like
the rumble.
When you would like rev up my race car and you'd hear that pop 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 pop, and you're like, oh my god, this thing's burning 110 octane. It's fucking 500 horsepower. It's doing a quarter mile in 9 seconds or whatever the fuck. This thing is sick. You don't really feel that in a Tesla, right? It's just like this is a spaceship. This thing is just gonna go.
You feel it in a different way. Joe Rogan seems to think his is preposterous. You know, he's like, I forget how he phrases it, but he's like, you see all these cars, and Joe Rogan's a car guy. So he's like, this is a Porsche 911 Carrera or some, a good 911. I don't know him that well.
Sure,
this is a McLaren, and he's like, the fastest of all of them is that dad car over there, the Tesla, the one that looks like a Honda Civic. It's the quickest of them all.
It is.
And he just the way that it pulls you in the back of the seat is preposterous in Joe Rogan language. But it sounds cool. It sounds cool, and if it's reliable and like it was. I'm sorry, who's the deep voice guy who tells wonderful stories? Also a car guy, VinWiki, right?
VinWiki, you're talking about?
Yeah.
He describes it as an appliance car. Right? For him, it has no heart. It doesn't have a beating soul. I don't know why the soul beats and the heart doesn't, but like it's just an appliance.
This is nostalgia.
Sure, but
But this is
there's a place for an appliance.
I
don't like my kitchen mixer to have a heart and a soul. I want
I have
it to
a
just work.
gasoline fridge.
But you're not invested in your kitchen mixer. You talk to like my wife or my wife's mother who has like every kitchen accessory you could ever want, and she's got like the perfect tool for the perfect situation of cooking kind of deal, and that's her passion, and she's got everything you could ever have with that. It's the same deal here. You got a car guy who loves cars telling him that you're going to take away his cars and give him the next generation of this, and he says, well, I like my old cars better. No shit. Like I don't know, like what are we seeing if we look at this objective? We step away from like the nostalgia of the gasoline engine. We look at performance, we look at intelligence, we look at environmental impact, we look at, what do you want to look at that you would be like, we'll mark this one off as a win? Like, it just seems insane to me to be like, nostalgia should carry this backwards.
I mean, like,
I don't know who you're disagreeing with.
It's not gonna. These people, maybe you don't know the people we're referencing. They're like all the content they make is about cars. And so, of course, their preferences are going to be like, well, yeah, I grew up with XYZ. I prefer this. I don't think they would be like, fuck Tesla for trying to change what we're doing. You take that electric car. We don't take kindly to efficient vehicles around here. How about I tail it right back where you're from, sailor? Like, no, they wouldn't say that. But we skip past the space thing. I feel like everybody's always talking about Mars, which is important. But like, we went to the moon, and we didn't do anything with it. The moon is big enough and close enough that if we wanted to run like dry runs, all right, how are we going to build this dome? How are we going to grow stuff? How are we going to do X, Y, Z? Are we going to transport the right kind of, it's a good thing we did it here first to kind of play test it, the scenario before we delivered all this to Mars. Why don't we do something like that? Nobody's fucking with the moon anymore.
I think it's because, so a lot of the practice stuff they can do, as far as like living in domes and stuff, they do out in the desert. And
no, that's so stupid.
No, it's incredibly effective and
go to the moon.
one thousandth of the cost. But it's more about the psychological
so stupid,
stuff.
I think he means not nearly as cool. And
Yeah,
with
exactly.
that, you have no counter.
But the thing about going to the moon is like, what are you? You're not going to be sustainable on the moon because there's no liquid water at all, right? There's none, and there's no.
We'll just ship it up.
Well,
we'll make a very long tube, right?
a space straw. That's called a space straw.
Hear me out. I've tried to teach you guys several times that poop and dirt are the same thing. So all you need to do is send up people and food, and they will make dirt. If you get a big enough colony, eventually the whole moon is covered with a couple inches of dirt, and you can grow farms.
Come from?
You would have to ship it up there.
Kyle, water just comes from the
space.
sky. Silly.
Okay, well, there's no atmosphere on the moon. So Mars has frozen water though, and they think lots and lots of frozen water.
No atmosphere on Mars.
What's that?
There's no atmosphere on Mars, is there?
There's very little atmosphere on Mars because it doesn't have quite the iron core, and therefore it doesn't have the magnetic field. And solar winds blew it away 2 billion years ago or something.
All right. Well, regrettably, your explanation about the desert does make a lot of sense, but they're not understanding how to garden. Like if they're like every step is a jump. Like they're not getting the full experience of living on the moon, and nobody is psyched to see that. Nobody would watch the simulation TV show of it and want to donate any money. They could make a reality show. Fuck it, send Matt Damon, the real one, up there with all his potatoes and everything. He can try it on the moon first.
I don't want to risk
Matt Damon up there.
Matt Damon's a national treasure. Send
Matt
that guy
Damon's been
from
on the
Breaking
downturn
Bad.
for a
Send that guy
long
from Breaking
time.
Bad who's just like him, so you don't risk him.
Oh, Meth Damon. No, yes. Meth Damon does not look like himself these days. You don't want to send him. I don't think they make a spacesuit for that gentleman anymore.
Even less of a loss.
Just send him into the vacuum of space for all I care. Like that guy's not gonna. His entertainment value has dropped below the threshold which I allow.
There was a Breaking Bad sequel. I don't know what to call it. A post Breaking Bad.
The movie.
Yeah, the movie. But I think the movie was a prequel, if I recall correctly. And it was confusing to me because Meth Damon looked 30 years older, yet was playing the prequel version of himself as a guy who didn't age well.
Do you remember the character Badger? The guy that had that really weird voice? We've got a guy in the Discord sounds just like him. We call him Badger.
I like it.
Oh, poor
sounds
Jesse
just
Plemons.
like him.
If you search Meth Damon, he comes right up.
Of course he does.
Jesse Plemons. What was it on?
No, look. I'd love to see
search
them.
Meth Damon, Google auto completes it for you and shows you his name. It doesn't just come up as a hit.
Oh man,
I'd love to see them do that. And look, here's the other thing that's really cool to me.
Damon, the same thing.
I would like to see boots on the moon. I would like to see some sort of maybe not a colony per se, but more like what they were actually doing in The Martian, where they were they went and stayed for 6 weeks or 2 months or something like that and did lots of science and they came back. I think that would be a really cool first step. But to me, the end goal with all of this is asteroid mining. There's so many resources in the asteroid field. It seems like if we could ever make it affordable to go up and come back and make the payload that you would bring back profitable, that would just be this insane business model. Where I remember watching a YouTube video about some asteroid, and they listed its value in dollars, and it might have been in the quadrillions. It was so absurdly expensive. Now something like that, I would imagine, would just ruin our economy.
Yeah, what would happen?
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that. But maybe don't mind that one.
Instead of mining the asteroid, couldn't you just put jets on it and push it towards Earth and then mine it when it gets here?
No. Well, no. Let's bring it. Yeah, we could bring it a little closer.
That's some of the ideas.
We're gonna land it right in the
water.
property. I don't see a flaw with this.
Does that sound? I mean, if you could put something like that in our orbit, that would be cool.
Ooh, actually, that would be cool. But
if you could just put a little more real estate up there, really fuck up the currents.
The oceans.
Yeah, the whales would love
the
that.
poor confused sharks.
Well, a lot of waves coming in today. Woo!
be before the double moon.
So that would be interesting, but I don't think that we are anywhere. I think we're much closer to going to Mars and living there than we are to figuring out how to move an asteroid any significant amount.
Yeah. Well, Edward, how long would it take to get to Mars?
But aren't they gonna be steps of the same thing? Because isn't one of the benefits of Mars is then you start having a base that's 6 months further into the system, and you have another base of materials, another base of fuel, so you can do things like stage from there. So aren't you going to?
Yeah.
Well, yes, thanks. But the science fiction that we're we're extrapolating into the future of what we could be doing as a species is somewhat based on the potential realities of that. And if we're talking asteroid mining, that having a Mars base or having a presence on Mars is going to make that easier, right?
Sure, but you would have to have a real presence on Mars. It couldn't be that shoestring shit where it's like, let's hope nobody pops the bubble or we all die in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's all the honor system to not ruin everything. You go to bed hoping nobody's a sleepwalker and they poke their nose through into the outside and you're sucked away. Or however space works.
That sounds right.
Yeah,
that sounds about right.
Yeah,
or maybe it would immediately all the air would go and it would seal you like when you vacuum seal old food you're gonna throw in the freezer. Might do that.
Maybe.
That sounds right.
Yeah,
I watch it.
right.
I'm fascinated with this stuff. It might be my favorite subject right now. I watch so much. Like there's a couple of really good YouTube videos that with astrophysicists and authors, and they'll have other authors come on and do these like 2-hour long podcast discussions about what would happen if aliens came to our solar system, what their motivations might be, like what the move would be. Like, do we contact them? Do we fucking duck and cover? Like what do we say? What might they do? How might they react? Like, what if they come and start harvesting our sun? Stuff like that.
Like, if they show up here, they can do it. There's no defense we have. If they could get here, we're fucked.
How do you know that though, right? Because so one thing that I think is interesting about like imagining how life would have evolved on another planet is we already have this like, we're like, oh yeah, this is how things work. Everything it's the survival of the fittest. Everything just fights and kills. And like our ancestors fought and killed each other, and the strongest one survived, and they made more super strong ones, and they fought and killed the others. And well, yeah, my ancestors were French. We fought the British for generations and generations, hundreds and hundreds of years, and we fought and killed each other, and there was a stalemate. Yeah, and we imagined that everybody was like that. Everybody's warlike. Like, what if they're just completely pacifist? What if they evolved from some sort of a creature that was just like, yeah, we can all get along here. Like, there's plenty for everybody. And they show up and they have no concept of militarism. They've got faster than light travel, but they're just a bunch of pussies. And they show up and they don't even understand lies, right? And we're just swindling them out of their like advanced technology.
This is the absolute best scenario. If a bunch of rich idiots show up and we get to fool them, but like a really dominant species isn't going to evolve if they're just I don't need that
concept of don't understand lies is one of the central themes of Three Body Problem. The alien race that we're fighting communicates via like, I don't know, we'll call it reading each other's thoughts, right? It's telepathy. Some sort of radio telepathy type thing. I don't think they call it that. But in any case, since we're so connected and I know what you're thinking, there's no concept of lying, which means that in terms of like military strategy, they're a little naive and unable to deal with some of the ways that we handle war.
I think of us
at that earlier today, and like that Indian woman who has sounds like she has a vocal cord problem. There was some some scientist being like, well, the Martians, their transfibulator is cross-fluxing with the capacitor. And I, in my head, as I'm pacing around my basement, not even watching, I'm like, I just say stop it with your techno jargon. And she goes, get your techno jargon out of here. And I'm like, oh my God. And I checked 3 seasons in, it stops being a sci-fi show. And so I expect the dialogue to maybe get a little better after that, because there is some silliness.
Who says it stops being a sci-fi show?
What? No, it'll keep being a sci-fi show. I was meaning
I thought that's what you just said.
I heard
No.
it too. 3 seasons in, it stops being a sci-fi show, so I
Oh,
expect
Sci-Fi
it.
Network.
Oh,
then it goes,
there you go.
Oh,
Stop being
okay.
Sci-Fi, starts being Amazon Prime. My bad.
Amazon. You got those Bezos bucks, right? And not
Yeah.
only have the Bezos bucks, you've also got like Bezos censorship, which is almost none. We don't get titties, and I'm upset with that because zero gravity titties are my fantasy, right?
You know, the least realistic part. I'm like in the middle of season 2. The least realistic part about this show is that everybody is not Chinese.
Yeah, they're all a mismatch. Like that's what I really like about the Belters. Like they've got their own language. Boss
I like
man.
the mishmash, and I like how it's like all the different groups like that previously in like ages gone by would have been in each other's throats, but now they're all allied by this different paradigm. But it is funny being like, oh, the year 2400. Yeah, China's in like century 3 of having one by then. Like they're
really putting a lot of faith in China. I feel like you can't call who's going to be the winner 300 years from now. Would you have been able to call that 300 years ago?
Yeah, very smart.
Oh, well. That's not what your Twitch chat said.
So what was going on in 1721? I would imagine the global power would have been 1721. I would imagine the global power would have been what? The England,
English and French, right?
France and England.
What?
Maybe I'm Western focused.
Yeah, we're being Western focused, but what was the
Ottoman Empire or something?
What was that trading company that was like the biggest business?
Oh, the East India Trading Company.
The East India Trading Company was that around the time period of that? Like those guys would have been super powerful.
Yeah.
In any case, what I'm saying, I'm agreeing with Woody that like it's not over till the fat lady sings. I don't know. You know, China is definitely running away with it right now, but we'll see. You know, in any case, but don't bring modern day geopolitics into our fun, futuristic sci-fi talk. I don't need that depression.
I didn't think people were going to take my joke serious.
I took it very seriously. Do you know
every word.
Do you know how many coal plants they're making right now, Taylor?
I do like it's something about the Expanse I like the way they just kill people isn't very brutal. I mean, it's scary to get sent out into space, but it's like the simplicity of it is even worse than being like tortured. Yeah. Like I was like there was some scene where this like Chinese guy who's like a belter is trying to get into a airlock room, and then some goofy ass skinny guy is like, "Hey, don't go in there, bud." And then he closes the door, and then he's like, "Goodbye, wife," or whatever, sister. I wasn't paying attention to the relation there. And then sucked out, dead. Very spooky. Like knowing that you have like how long? A minute, 2 minutes to live. Just like
I don't think we know exactly.
But they would know because they do it to a lot of people.
They would know. There's a really cool scene. I don't think this is a spoiler. In the newest season, which just ended, there's a really cool scene where a character pretends to space themselves. They pretends to commit suicide, but like, and as they're just about to like lose consciousness, they shoot themselves up with some sort of like, I don't know, blood oxygenating agent.
Air straight into the bloodstream. Yeah.
They inject themselves with this like hypo spray thing, and their goal is to go like wearing fucking street clothes and jumping from one spaceship to the other and like going in the airlock. And it's a really cool fucking scene. And when that character like makes it and gets in the other ship, they're super fucked up. They're just moaning in pain and just like they're literally going like just like they got like frostbite on their cheeks and stuff. Like they're super fucked.
Yeah.
But it's a cool fucking scene. It's one of the coolest like I don't know, space scenes I've ever seen. Like you could have a million fucking spaceships twirling around shooting blue and green shit at each other like the Star Wars movies, and I'm just like yawn. But you've got like one badass character who's like, fuck this shit. I've got a mission to do. And they like climb out an airlock and jump between spaceships, and I'm just like, oh, this is so fucking cool.
Who's your
this is the
favorite
best
character in the show?
Man, I really like the white guy who's like real like built, who's on the spaceship, who's always like
he seems to just really like fighting people, sometimes for no reason at all.
Oh, he's got reasons. Amos grew up as a child prostitute being used by men. He's got a real.
That hasn't been revealed yet.
Yeah, he's got a real chip on his shoulder. But I think we might.
How's that gonna come to life?
I think we might know why Amos has been pumping iron all these years. He doesn't want that shit going down again. But I think he is actually bisexual. So
He
yeah,
hasn't
years.
fucked at all yet.
Years of child. Yeah, he only hooks up with women that I've seen. That's the one of the few sex scenes that I've seen, and it's just like we get like this much butt crack, like more than like broadcast TV butt crack, but like less than like not enough butt crack. Right?
Does he have a nice ass?
There is some sex in the early
Not
part of the
his
Expanse, right?
Oh,
It's not his ass crack. The lady's on top of him. In any case, yeah, I like the Expanse a lot. The newest season was pretty good. I think they've got the only part of like what they're doing that is beyond our technology is their like space drive, the thing that's making their ships go so fast. And that seems like maybe achievable, in the next 200 or 300 years. But everything else, it's like, yeah, airlocks and spacesuits and like wrist computers and
all the disease and injury stuff we don't have, where it's like, we just received a deadly dose of radiation and we need a heart rate monitor for 40 minutes and like that.
That's the thing. Yeah, you're absolutely right
Yeah,
about
the auto
that.
dock is definitely fiction, right? Like the most.
Yeah,
important type of
they've
fiction.
got the ability to like remove radiation sickness somehow, which you would absolutely need if you were going to be
His arm
spacefaring.
chopped off, and he's like sitting eating lunch, and he's like, "Doc, you gotta hook me up with the new arm." And it's like, "How are you so casual? Are you like just mad you're not gonna get it today? Like it's coming next week?"
Yeah, he wants that Luke Skywalker fucking artificial hand. That's-
Whatever lowers the graphics budgets for the show. I wanted to look like
looking forward to
it's
next
my
season.
regular hand.
I hate this portion of the plot.
Exactly like my regular hand.
The graphics thing that I like on it is like they're explaining like the Coriolis or Coriolis, whatever effect, where it's like, well, because it's an oblong, object rotating around an off-center point, if you drop something, it's going to go in a little spiral. And it's like they're walking through a corridor where there's tons of water just pouring down on them in straight lines. And she picks up dust and like drops it and it does a little whirly-do. She's like, we're getting closer. And you just look around. It's like all the water's coming straight down. It's like clearly the people were like, all right, we have enough budget for the one example, but everything else is coming straight down. Don't you finagle with this. No, we got enough for one counterclockwise dust swirl. So overall, this show's great so far. It's engaging. It's keeping me interested.
Are you watching it while working out? Is that when you?
Yeah, I'm watching it while I'm working. I mean, today I put it on while I was working on some stuff, and I realized like I watched a whole episode while paying no attention at all, and I was like, I need to save this. So I just went back and just paused it and turned it off. So I'm trying to pay a decent amount of attention.
I watched a show today with a neat premise. I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle saw it. Do you guys know Brightburn? This show,
No, I
this
haven't heard
TV
of it.
show. It's a movie actually. So here it is. It's Superman essentially, right? So you've got this farming couple, lovely, wonderful, good-hearted people who make an honest living working the land and growing their crops. And then a meteor-like spaceship comes and plows into the earth. They have been trying to have children, but didn't. And sure enough, mom discovers her beautiful baby boy. And they raise this child like it was their own with nothing but kindness and goodness. And it's basically Superman. But sometime around puberty, the boy is bad. And he starts like fucking things up. And he wants to like scare or rape a girl that's his age. She's like also 12 years old, sneaking into her room at night and doing creepy shit. He breaks her hand by just smashing it with his own super strength right in school, like in gym class. He just crushes her hand and it's like deformed and wrecked. He fucks her up. And I won't go too much farther. You can get that much almost out of the trailer. But it's what would happen if Superman came to Earth, but no heart of gold.
Maybe he was a shitty kid.
So we've discussed this before when it came out. I was a big fan of it. But the real mystery is how they didn't get sued, because they're literally copying the Superman mythos right down to the wire. Small town Kansas family, boy falls from the sky. They're infertile, so they take him in. It's Roy from The Office, Pam's douchebag first boyfriend, the fiance. He's the dad. The mother is an actress that I've seen around a lot. She usually does comedic stuff. I think I've seen her in some of those like Seth Rogen movies and stuff like that. Some of those comedies. She's a good actress.
One Taylor likes with the big boobs? Or am I mixing up girls? No, okay.
Yeah, yeah. She doesn't have big boobs. And you're thinking of the girl that I like with the big boobs.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
How did that narrow it down? Like just one?
She's a comedian with giant boobs. What's her name?
Are we talking about the redhead or the brunette?
Brunette.
Comedian with giant
no,
boobs,
she's a blonde, isn't she?
Roseanne.
No, she had a Netflix special. She did ayahuasca in one of the episodes.
Oh, that's not her. That's
Who are we talking about?
It's Chelsea Handler. He's thinking of Chelsea Handler.
It's not her though. Okay.
It's not. Definitely not Chelsea Handler. It's an actually funny person. So, yeah, it's a good fucking movie. It is very scary in parts to me. I thought it was because I don't know. There's something about like if you've got an adult villain, you're like, he's got motives and goals and well thought out evil plan. He'll stop at nothing, but he's got steps to his plan. But when you've got a child who is like the evildoer, it's like, oh my God, kids have all sorts of crazy thoughts. He could just go off on a tangent and like the smallest slight could like send him, and it does. You know, these violent, awful things he does. He takes on a whole new persona. He does lots of murder. His powers are those of Superman.
It sounds like the Twilight Zone episode where that kid, where it's like, imagine a world where a little boy can be a cunt to his family and you can't do anything about it. Well, now you're in that world and everyone's smoking. Look at this boy. Like that's basically what it is. Just a shitty kid who has ultimate power. But I can see how they wouldn't sue because, like, okay, the origin story is the exact same. But like Superman as a kid, I don't know anything about Superman, but he didn't have a shitty phase. He was always good. And I assume this kid in Brightburn doesn't have a redemption arc. It's about defeating this super shitty kid, not like convincing him to come to become Superman.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. This is evil Superman.
That is ridiculously similar, though. Like that's absurd.
Kyle said he has the same powers, which is true, but like I'm watching him use his laser eyes, and I'm like, these are like the same special. So they're also red laser eyes, okay? You know, like
the same color. Well, actually, red is the color of evil. So
they even have the same shit with like his spaceship that he lands in is like a very important plot piece because they hide it in the barn. You know,
just like Superman.
Wow, he's taking his new superhero form, Sinister.
Big S on his chest.
Yes, I'm Sinister, and I'm going to meet up with my girlfriend Lois Penny Lane.
This is Lois Payne. She's super slutty.
She's like
dumb,
even bigger tits and a whore.
Yeah,
he's evil too.
It's a good popcorn movie. It's I think maybe 90 minutes long, 95 minutes long. It's not some big long ass thing that you're gonna you really sympathize with the parents. I personally was like neck and neck with the dad with decision processes. I was just like, me and this guy are on the same wavelength. That wife of his though, she needs a talking to, and they better drive way off to do the talking because Junior's got super hearing.
Did he have
was
super
the wife
hearing?
being an enabler? Was the wife enabling his behavior?
The wife was an enabler. She was an apologist. Is what she was. She was he's going through a phase and this and that.
What happens after he kills his father eventually?
I mean, I don't want to spoil the movie too much, but
I mean, like, I'm obviously he kills his father, right?
I don't want to spoil the movie and confirm or deny whether or not he kills anyone in his family, but he does kill other people, and he goes on several rampages, and it's genuinely frightening is a strong word. You know, I'm a grown man. It's rare that I'm actually in my home and frightened. Jump scares always get me, but I don't think of that as horror. I think of that as like a cheap surprise. Like I was watching Red Letter Media the other day, my favorite YouTube channel of all time. And they were talking about jump scares and how they're just these cheap bullshit nonsense. And they showed like a really quiet clip for a few minutes, and I'm just staring at it like they were like shitting on The Conjuring or something like that, and then all of a sudden they pop up the face of Bagul from Insidious and like play that sound that's just like, and I'm it's 4 a.m. here. I'm sitting up in bed and I screamed out loud. It scared me so. I was like literally fucking. I was just, and my heart's racing, and I'm like, this is the most afraid I've been in a year. And
I was in prison.
I haven't been this like surprised, frightened, shocked, whatever you want to call it, since I was threatened with rape in prison, right? Like this is scary as fuck. I don't know if scary is the right word, but I was surprised by it. It was really scary.
Yeah,
they are
shocking.
Effective on me. This has a few little jump scares, but it's more about the mood and the visuals because the kid wears a mask that he makes.
He's not good
And
at
obviously,
sewing.
you can't tell the kid to take the mask off because he's Superman. Or no, he's not Superman.
He only wears the mask when he's out doing evil. And you'll just sort of like a character will be
Whose
like,
flying boy is that?
a character will be like washing dishes, and like over their shoulder you'll see like him hovering, wearing this like it looks a bit like Darth Maul or something. It's like red and black and all jagged, and it's genuinely creepy. Good movie. I can't remember the director, but it's someone we all know. I don't want to say Zack Snyder, or maybe it was produced by the guy who ruined Star Trek. I don't remember exactly who made it, but it's a good movie. It's low budget, but you can't tell. Like modern special effects, when used sparingly, are both
You're
really
thinking of
affordable.
James Gunn, I think the producer.
James Gunn, that's the guy. That's the guy. Yeah. So yeah, I would highly recommend that movie.
That's interesting. I'll give that a watch.
Yeah. It's an hour. So I'm hoping for a sequel because I get invested when they build a universe. Kyle says no. Interesting.
Won't happen.
Oh, that's what you're saying. So I kind of want to know what happens next. I kind of want to know, like, all right. Oh, and I want the same actor. So the actor that played this guy was like 12, right? So next time, 17 years old, kind of awkward, some pimples, an imperfect person. Let's see what he's up to, right? Like, let's
just
see.
Rape. Just murder, rape all the time. Just killing people with his super cock and blowing loads through the top of their skulls.
Oh yeah, I mean,
All right, put it on Pornhub.
You remember how the vampires in True Blood would fuck till it was just a blur?
Yes.
And like you had all
fast.
they would call the women fang bangers and like as a derogatory term, and it's like, dude, if there was some sort of magical being with a vagina that sucked my cock like a shop vac, I'd be a fang banger too. Like look at how they're fucking. It's just, first of all, like most, it's very rare there's an unattractive vampire. It does happen, and they there's an episode. There's an yes, there's an episode that's one of my favorite episodes where there's a guy who's like he's a fat older guy, and he's been made a vampire, and he confesses to like one of the other characters. He's like, I thought this would be all just sex and power, and nobody wants an old fat ugly vampire. It's just like,
can you not lose weight once you're a vampire?
You are stuck as you. Like, you're not gonna age.
You got to go on a real good cut before you.
You got to cut. Apparently, you don't have to lift because you'll be strong, but you got to cut.
What if you want to look strong?
Yeah.
Like, see,
that's more important.
It is more important. Like I would be like, yes, will you please make me a vampire? I will work for you for the next 100 years, pay free. I need 8 to 10 weeks to cut and pump a little iron, and I'll be right back. Okay, I really want to get a little more tricep definition, and then I'm right back here, and you bite me, and we're good. I'll bartend.
Kyle, it has been 10 weeks. Where the hell are you? Listen, Vlad. 3 more weeks tops. I know. But I'm starting to get those lines on the side. You know what I'm talking about. You know, yeah.
It's
I'm
kind of a
gutter,
4-pack right now, but 6 is 2 weeks away.
This is forever.
I'm only forcing you to do this now because I'm jealous. I didn't think of this. I'm incredibly ugly. It's like, but that doesn't have facial deformity.
Have you seen True Blood, Taylor?
No.
It is very, very good with diminishing returns as you watch. Like season 1, fucking top tier HBO show. Season 2, fucking strong HBO show. Season 3, mid-tier HBO show. And as you, by the end, like maybe season 5, 6, whatever the last season, whew,
Awful.
this is one of those bad HBO shows, huh?
I can't tell where the power is towards the end. I'm like, wait a minute, do fairies beat up vampires? I'm really torn. And now suddenly humans are tougher than why?
How do you turn into a fairy?
Well, you're either born a fairy or you're not, Taylor.
Oh.
Yeah. Jesus, Taylor, come on.
There are no trans fairies.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. So if a fairy bites you, it's just rude.
I identify as a fairy.
Are there any boy fairies
We all know.
in the show? I don't remember.
Yeah, there's boy. Yeah. Because Suki goes to
How would they
to
make
the down.
more fairies?
Suki goes to the down underland where like everybody's beautiful and dancing because it's an illusion. Spoiler alert! Because they're really fucking ghoulish looking fucks and living on some like rock volcano universe. But everybody's beautiful and there's men and women like scantily clad, like playing in like the Garden of Eden type scenario. Yeah,
Okay.
good show. It's a good show. Diminishing quality every year though.
Well, now if I ever start that and I'm not absolutely enthralled with season 1,
You'll love season 1 because they're great at world building. Like right off the bat, they throw you in like head deep, right? Like the first scene is a couple going to a liquor store and the guy who's selling the liquor looks like the darkest movie vampire you've ever seen, like spiked collar and black eyeliner and long black hair and like trench coat, pale as fuck. And they're like, hey, do you have any of that True Blood? And you're like, what's True Blood? He's like, yeah, we sell it, but it's only for the children of the night. And they're like, oh. He's like, I'm just fucking with you. I'm not a vamp. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we got some. You want to look at it? And I'm like, yeah. And they buy it or whatever, and they leave with a 6-pack of blood. Mm-hmm. And then like a regular dressed like redneck good old boy walks up and like pops fangs like pop down. He's like, if you ever pretend to be one of us again, I'll fucking kill you. I'll drain you dry. And the guy's like, and you realize that the vampires in this world look like anybody and everybody. They're not fucking cosplaying.
So this is like, so vampires are accepted in this. It's just a part of
the phrase is coming out of the coffin. So what happened was this Japanese company invented an artificial blood, and they invented it for obviously blood transfusions in the medical field. But the vampires had this whole underground secret society that had been established for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years. And they get together and have a vote because they have like a hierarchy. And they're like, we should come out to the public. Now we have a means to sustain ourselves that doesn't require us to be their predator. We can come out and be open about this and we'll flourish because of it. And so they do. And so you're thrown in, I don't know, maybe a year after that has happened. So everybody's just like, I think 5 or 6 seasons.
I think I watched a little bit of the end of that with my wife because she was watching through those or something, and they were fucking horrendous.
7 was too many.
Yeah, that's about right. It was too many. If they had wrapped up in 5, it would have gone down.
But I've never seen the beginning one, so it sounds like maybe they were a little bit better.
Yeah, but by the end, it's gone like full on like everything that you can imagine exists. There are werewolves and were-panthers, and there are fairies, and there are witches, and there are demigods. And all sorts of nonsense, and
also,
like
the
minotaurs.
Can I jump in?
There's a minotaur.
Nice.
I really liked Jurassic Park 1. I thought it was an amazing movie. This is the first one from the 90s. I thought the second one was also good-ish. I wanted to believe that. The third one they described as a non-stop roller coaster, where the characters just ran from their lives from one catastrophe to the next, always dodging death mostly by the skin of their teeth. That's what True Blood Season 7 turns into. They are always infiltrating some government thing, getting shot with special bullets that hurt them, Tarzan swinging or something into safety, and back home there's another trap lying in wait for them, and it's just like, enough.
Alexander Skarsgard might be he's top 3 most attractive men on the planet.
Dude, like, I just looked him up. I was like, they keep calling me gay, though. I don't want to bring this topic up.
Dude, so my tier list for attractive men. So number one most attractive man in the world is I'm spacing on his name. It's the guy from Drive.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different guy actually.
Yeah, Ryan Gosling. I'll just
Ryan better, Woody. You're like, I don't need to know his
think.
name. I'm just happy to look at those abs.
I'll be the arbiter of who's the cutest.
So Ryan Gosling is most attractive man in the world. You watch that movie Drive when he's kind of like an autistic stunt car driver who will stop at nothing to like protect the woman he loves, and you're like, I'll suck it a little.
Have you ever seen the 4chan, the green text, where this guy's like, I watched the movie Drive 4 years ago and pretended to be like him. Got a girlfriend from it, but I've had to keep pretending to be like the guy from Drive for 4 years.
Yeah, he just chews on toothpicks and says 5 words a day.
She scrolled by a movie on Netflix once when we were sitting there. It was Drive. She said, "You want to see this?" I said, "Nah, babe, not my jam." And we watched something else instead.
All right. I'll call you Chat. Chat, leave a comment. Tell me which one of these guys you think is better looking. Ryan, who's on the screen right now. Here, I'll send you guys a picture for you. Or Alexander, who's on the screen right now. Which one of these guys?
Show me which Alexander Skarsgard picture you sent, because I want you to give him his just dues.
I think you'll be happy, but
I would rank
doing my best.
Alexander Skarsgard over whoever this guy is.
Yeah, 100%. Not only is Alexander 6'4", and your guy is like 5'9", 5'10", but like Alexander Skarsgard has those like prime Viking genetics. His name is Skarsgård for a reason.
And he's got very blue eyes. This guy you linked, Woody, like he's got very dead eyes.
All right, I do see the eye thing. So Ryan Quanton in the show takes his shirt off and fucks vampires all the time. And he has one of the fittest, like, cut day bodies, at least in my memory. In these pictures, it looks a little diminished, but I remember him always just being over the top in shape.
Yeah, he's ripped up. He's like 9%, 8% body fat percentage all the time. Like really good ab definition. Like he's an ex-athlete. And that's his character's arc. But like star QB.
Alexander Skarsgård, if I have his name right, is good in Tarzan, but he was kind of just like normal fit person. Skinny fat is insulting him. That's not accurate.
Yeah, he's got six pack and like defined pecs, and but he's 6'4", so like packing on mass for him is probably a non-starter without the drugs he used for Tarzan.
Yeah, I would rank Skarsgård up there. Maybe number 1 or maybe number 2 to what's the Drive guy's name again?
Gosling.
Oh, Ryan Gosling. Yeah, not a fit guy, like not an out of shape guy by any means, but like not a, what am I looking for? Not a ripped up like built guy or anything like that. Just a really attractive guy, I think.
Okay.
Dreamy.
Oh, he is dreamy.
Skarsgård has a couple of brothers. They're all actors.
That family makes me wish I was gay.
You ever see the movie? You probably did. It, the new remake of It, the clown Stephen King movie.
Not me.
Alexander Skarsgård's brother plays the clown.
Ah, couldn't have guessed that. It's not an attractive.
Most attractive clown ever.
No. Well, his brothers are like seasons of True Blood. They diminish in quality as you go. It's just like
Is it like the Baldwins?
Oh no, it's like
Meth Skarsgård.
Meth Skarsgård.
It's like Ron Howard's brother, Clint Howard.
The ugly guy from Spaceballs.
Yeah, so you got Ron Howard. Okay, that's it. That's an attractive-ish man. You know, he played Opie from the Andy Griffith Show. He's an average-looking guy, probably above average. I think he's a handsome man. His daughter is very attractive. And then you got Clint Howard, his brother, and it's like, oh my God! If there were ever, he is ghoulish. He is one of the least attractive men in all of Hollywood, and those are the roles he plays. Like he is the guy from The Waterboy.
He's mind-blowingly ugly.
He's that guy from The Waterboy where he has that like one like little line where he's like, most of us weren't born handsome or popular or with a fully functional brain. And you were our hero, Bobby Boucher.
But it's like, and as if he's not ugly enough, they give him like Austin Powers teeth to plug in. Also,
they're super fucked.
they gave him bad teeth because he has bad teeth.
They gave him real bad teeth.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in that movie they went so over the top. Maybe they did that over the top thing to be like, no, we gotta uglify you. We don't want to make you feel bad. Like, yeah, now you're ugly enough. Like,
yeah, he was also that's him in Star Trek as a kid. Yeah, on the left.
It was Clint Howard then and now. He was.
Dude, that second picture looks like he just tripped out of a time machine from like.
Yeah, he's like an alien kid in that's an episode of Star Trek.
Yeah, I don't. Oh man, and the writing's on the wall in the beginning.
Oh
Right?
yeah. There was never going to be a good time of his life. He's in this movie called The Ice Cream Man, I think, where he's like a pedophile ice cream truck driver that murders.
Yeah, I've seen it. That's the kind of shitty horror movie that I like. So like he's going around, and yeah, you're right. He's he leans heavier into the murdering of children than the raping of them. He's just mad. He's mad at the world that he feels like the world is passing ice cream by, and so he just he continues. He like murders kids and mixes them into special batches of ice cream and serves it to other kids. But it's so over the top that it's like one kid like straight up ate an eyeball that was on top of his ice cream. It was a terrible movie.
Yeah,
I wonder if it's like that's like a someone that they want to cast, or like I feel like you could do that with like pretty cheap special effects, like just like some makeup artist kind of stuff to get like a really ugly individual. Or do you think that is something like they're actually casting for?
Oh, they cast for it. Yeah. When they're like, oh, we need an ugly guy, they're like, Clint Howard would do this really well because he's a good actor, and
Steve Buscemi, another one.
But you have to imagine then that on the flip side of that, probably there's a lot more attractive people trying to get into being in the movies than there are ugly people. Do you think he's like coming in at like this like super sweet spot where like he's wanted and sought after, but there's not a lot of people competing with him for that?
Think about that. The supply and demand dynamic is all topsy-turvy with ugly people.
Yeah,
that's how Lawrence Fishburne gets so much work. Well, he's a good actor, but also like that eye thing, it makes me think like, yeah, that's the kind of guy that would just be that. Yeah, his teeth and his fucking is the eye thing where he's all fucked up, and he's like,
he doesn't have an eye thing. That you're thinking of.
Who am I thinking of? Who's fucked up eye?
You're a racist. All right, all black people don't look alike. You're thinking of
who's the fucked up eye guy?
He's
I'll look it up.
Look up eye guy.
Well, then who the hell is Lawrence Fishburne?
You're thinking of Forrest Whitaker.
Yeah, he is thinking of Forrest Whitaker.
Forrest Whitaker does not play Morpheus.
No. Oh, okay. Well, I would have known that. I thought that his name was Lawrence Fishburne, though. Not great with actor names, but Lawrence
Especially
Fishburne
if they're
does
the
have
same
the
color.
teeth thing. Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne does have the teeth thing. That's true. But the other guy, that fucked up eye, what I'm saying is when he plays like a cop, a beat cop, that adds to it, where it's like, that's the kind of job, or he's a parole officer, or he's a assassin. It's like, he probably got fucked up once or twice. That explains it. Like, not traditionally attractive guy, but he fits into it.
Yeah,
Whereas,
right?
Like,
not all cops look like Denzel Washington.
Yeah. Like Denzel Washington's a very good-looking man, and so he makes more sense as like a higher-ranking, like strategic, kind of like in an Inside Man.
CIA agent, perhaps.
Yeah, like a CIA agent or a detective kind of role. But
Can we go on to this Gorilla Glue woman?
yes, my God,
We can do Gorilla Glue Woman.
can't
Okay.
believe that
Before we leave entertainment, though,
All right.
Gina Carano, who is from Star Wars, the Mandalorian series, who who we're always making fun of because she's way too fat for her role. She has been fired. She has been completely cut from the roster. So back in November, so before November of last year, there were plans to give her own Disney Star Wars series. She would be the lead. I think it was going to be called like Rangers of the Republic or something like that. Like she was getting her own spinoff. Then she's tweeted about the election being rigged, and she had some anti-mask rhetoric on her Twitter. And the people at Disney, not very conservative, didn't like that very much. They got a lot of complaints from Twitter. Fans too, to be fair. And so they were like, hey, let her know we will not be announcing Rangers of the New Republic in December, shareholders meeting. That is nixed. That is over. Tell her to watch her step. Can't be having this. So then just the other day, very recently, she tweeted that something along the lines of being a Republican or a conservative today is just like being a Jew during the Holocaust.
So true. The exact same thing.
She was immediately fired.
So are they gonna like bring her back for a death scene?
No, she's gone. She is gone. Her management company has let her go. Disney has cut her
So
completely.
are they going to have to do something like, I don't really watch the show, so I don't care, but are they going to have to be like, oh, and also an explosion in the Venus Nebula?
That's the joke,
character?
right? And that's
Kyle,
what
you heard
everyone's
about the end of the Expanse with Alex too.
the end of the Expanse with Alex.
Not ringing a bell for this topic?
Is Alex the guy with the southern accent from Mars?
Yeah, he's a pilot.
I
That's
didn't
his
know why
character
that.
name.
I didn't know why that
Yeah,
happened. I
he
don't
got
want to
canceled.
spoil it for everybody.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
don't spoil it because I am enjoying the show.
I just did spoil it though. You can't tell me after I've said it.
I don't care.
Well, you
Okay.
should just know
It's
better.
fine. Yeah,
She's gone, and the joke on like the Mandalorian TV subreddit is like all of the ways to be like, oh, and Gina Carano died too. Dun 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 dun, dun, like play the music or whatever. I think they should just recast her and not say a word. And I tell you who I want to play her.
Make it a guy.
Rhonda?
I thought of Rhonda. She's my second choice, honestly. She's not a good actress, and I would like a good actress.
Who's number one?
My first pick's a little too old. You're probably not going to like it. Lucy Lawless.
Oh, she was great in
Oh.
Spartacus.
Yeah, but Spartacus was 10 years ago.
That's true.
She did Evil Dead like 3 years ago. She looks okay, and like
Okay.
she looks okay. She's like 50.
She looks a lot older than the woman she's replacing.
She looks a lot old, but man, like prime Lucy Lawless would be perfect. Like if you had Xena Warrior Princess to just slide into that role, and like as she's shooting her blaster, she lets out one of those la 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 la. I'd be sold. I'd be fucking sold.
I mean, she's a way better actress than the other lady,
Yeah,
the Carano.
yeah, I agree
Okay.
completely.
Do you guys want to poke that for a second? Because I sometimes get this stuff. You guys have me on a fair amount here, and sometimes we're just shooting the shit like this, and this is kind of like current events and stuff that I kind of half pay attention to. But there's some interesting things about that. Do you want to talk about like your thoughts on kind of should she have been canceled for that? Should she be able to have a career independent of her Twitter presence, or should she have just shut the fuck up and not tweeted?
Can
if
I
she
go on
believes
this?
this shit as an American, shouldn't she be like, if she believed, for example, and all the insanity that entails right now, if she actually believed this shit that she's posting, should she be shutting up about it? I mean, it's kind of funny to laugh at her get canceled out of this, but at some level, do you have any thoughts about the Twitter stuff going on? Like the
I'll
Twitter
go first, or
censorship?
Woody can.
Kyle, you go. I'll wait.
All right. So the way I feel about it, I don't believe in cancel culture at all. I don't like it, and I've seen good arguments from the left, especially about like, hey, if you do something, this is the free market that you guys are always talking about. People don't like it. They don't want to buy it. You're no longer a worthy asset. You're gone. Okay, fair enough. But to me, I see it more from the free speech side of things. I think you should be able to say whatever you want. I think that free speech is synonymous with hate speech. I think that you should be able to say the most hateful, awful things imaginable publicly and see no real ramifications in your career unless it's pertinent, right? Like if you're running an orphanage or something and you're like, yeah, black babies are just, we don't even want them here. Don't get me started with how those black babies complain all the time. Like you're like, what? We don't want you looking after any babies anymore, you bigot.
He runs an orphanage, but only when the black babies cry does he call it complaining.
Yeah.
All the babies are crying and the black ones are complaining again.
Yeah. So I see that, but like when you've got a scenario like this where you have an actress who plays a fucking sci-fi like badass somewhere on a mystical planet, a mystical universe, I think she should be able to be an ignorant bigot on the internet. Now, if you want to take her Twitter away from her, if Twitter says, hey, we don't allow hate speech here. All right, well, you're a private company. You don't have to allow hate speech. The Republicans went out and made it so that like bakers don't have to bake gay cakes a decade ago. So Twitter doesn't have to allow bigots on their website. I get that. I understand it. It's fine. It's a shame there's not a counterpart to Twitter who's like, we allow bigots. Like I don't know why there isn't
Just got taken down.
Yeah, it's back up now. But
Is Parler back up? Is that what we're
Parler's
talking
been back up. Yeah, but it's it's certainly not at an even
Not
playing
like
field with Twitter.
Twitter, yeah,
I had never heard of Parler before, to give an example. My dad knows about Twitter.
Can I do a side note on
Yeah.
Parler? The reason Trump's not on Parler is he wanted equity in the business to start posting on Parler, and they couldn't
Makes a lot
reach
of
a
sense.
deal. It does make a lot of sense, although he was doing it as president, and it seems a little shady, emoluments clause-y, problematic in that
That is
regard.
shady, yes.
But anyway, I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole. I thought it was interesting.
So
Yeah,
in this specific example, though, I think that we side more with like, yeah, get rid of her, because we didn't like her as an actress, and we didn't care for how she was portraying the character. Because
You think she should have been fired because she was doing a shitty job portraying the character?
I think she should have been fired because she was fat. I think she should have been fired because
That's a fair thing to say about an
If I
actor,
had
like,
gone first, you'd have heard a lot of that. That was really my.
That's a fair
And maybe
thing
you don't
about
know
actors.
this. Was it Disney putting this on? Maybe someone at the Disney board's like, we want to fire that fat bitch, but we can't. And now we're just waiting for that moment.
I like
You know,
your
and like
take
now
on
we
it.
can do it under the entire like umbrella protection of, you know, this person is inexcusably using their Twitter platform to influence the young minds of the viewers of this show, and we as a company don't stand for that from fat bitches. You know, like I don't know.
That's a great.
that could be like
one guy, and she's fucking fat. Ted, shut the
exactly
about
right.
that. What did
Not
she say
now,
on
Tim,
Twitter?
not
Fucking
now.
care. Fire her. Yeah. But yeah, you should absolutely be able to fire actors and actresses for losing too much weight or gaining too much weight. Like if whoever the new Batman is shows up and he decides, nah, I'm actually not gonna do that lifting program. You're gone. You're gone.
he did.
Oh my god.
That happened.
What? He did that?
Wait, who?
Yes,
they
he
fire him?
refused. He refused. No, they didn't fire him. They're
Which
just gonna put a
one?
muscle suit on him. It's the super handsome guy.
Ben Affleck?
No, the new Batman.
Oh, there's a newer one.
Okay, well, this
Yeah.
is fucking absurd. The new Batman said he wouldn't lift weight. Why would Batman
Robert
not lift weight?
Pattinson. Robert Pattinson.
What
So
was his
Robert
excuse?
Pattinson's is the newest Batman. Obviously, there's delays and production delays because of COVID, but he refused to do any sort of like lifting program and to like get big or anything like that.
What,
Which
did they just go, okay, I guess you have a
yeah,
different
they
take
went,
on
okay, yeah, you're a great actor. You were just in The Lighthouse. You got the acting chops. You're super handsome. You're kind of hot right now.
He was great in The Lighthouse. I like that movie a lot.
And-
Is he
Incredible.
from Twilight?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, I've never saw.
Don't
him.
hold that against him though. Like
I
he did
literally
Twilight.
never saw him. All I know is it's a love story or something.
He has spent every year after Twilight proving that he is an amazing actor. He's got a chip. You want to talk about having a chip on your shoulder?
I guess he might have to.
This guy is like, I'll do every fucking indie film. I don't care if you can't pay me. Perfect. That's
I'll knock it out
exactly
of
the
the
kind of artistic shit I'm looking for. You know what? I'll help you pay for the movie. We're getting this made, and it's going to be artistic, and I'm gonna fucking kill it.
He's good.
I'm
How
gonna
you like him? Because you have
Yeah.
Kyle
Oh, yeah.
really likes great actors, right? I don't know. He's just into films that are really well executed by the actors, and I think sometimes what was the Star Wars one? There's two. Space Force, I think. Space Force has a bald actor who you like a lot. Help me with his name.
I don't know.
John
what Space
Malkovich,
Force
I think.
is. Oh yeah, John Malkovich. Yeah.
I think Kyle, in my opinion, overrates Space Force because he put such an emphasis on acting chops, and John
do.
Malkovich is there.
Because
Yeah.
I think Malkovich is kind of killing it across from Michael from The Office, who's Steve Carell.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway, it was just eye opening for me. I'm like, wait, is this another guy who's on Kyle's list? Max Patterson, is that his name?
No, it's Robert Pattinson. The most recent thing that I watched of his that was just insane was The Lighthouse. It's him and Willem Dafoe in a fucking lighthouse.
It's a crazy movie. Wild movie.
Like that.
Really?
And it's set in
Wait, Kyle, something happened to your mic.
Oh,
Now you're totally
He's gone.
quiet.
totally gone.
All right, I'm gonna take my turn on the cancel culture thing.
Yeah.
I I don't think free speech means freedom from all consequences, and sometimes I feel like the right does that too much. They say, like, you know what? Like, I don't know why Patreon dropped me. They act like everyone who puts swastikas in their artwork is racist, and it's like, dude, Of course, like that. You can't do that. You can't put swastikas in your stuff. You can't, like it. It's a problem, and they're always on my free speech. I just like to bully people who are confused about their sexuality. That's part of my heritage. So why would you give me a hard time about something that I feel that I love to do? And it's like, you're just an asshole. You're just an asshole who who thinks the Constitution has 2 items on it. No repercussions from anything you say, and my guns, right? Like that's your Constitution, and knock it off. And context matters too. And maybe I'm self-serving with this, but I feel like if a comedian goes up there and tells a joke about rape, that is different to me than someone who goes on Twitter and pronounces opinions about rape. Like
I don't think you want to like draw that line though, because then you're putting the responsibility for drawing it on like a really powerful tech company, and you'd like. That's a big part of this. Like all of our communication happens online now. And so like when you give huge amounts of power to control speech online to like a handful of companies, that's pretty scary. That's
not what I was trying to do with context though. Like make it not Twitter then, right? Like if you go on CNN and give an interview and say something, it's a different context than if you're on a stand-up comedy stage saying a joke about it. I think people need to,
that's true.
Look at the context and find a different thing. Kyle?
Is my mic fixed?
Yes. You're coming in loud.
Yeah, it just randomly said USB device not recognized. Yeah, I compare the things you say on a stand-up comedy stage to the things you might say when you're portraying an actor or a character in a movie or a TV show. We have no issue with like, I don't know, Edward Norton.
How many N-bombs were in Django?
Sure. Yeah. Nobody's giving Leonardo DiCaprio any guff about any of the things he said or did in Django. No one cares that everyone hates Edward Norton, but it's not because of anything he did in American History X. It's because he's an actual douchebag.
Yeah.
Good actor, I think.
Great actor.
But apparently
that's how you know he's an incredible douchebag. When he's like an 8 out of 10 on my actors scale of talented actors. Can't get a job. He's that hated. Everybody's like, yeah, he's not worth the fucking like trouble.
What are all the stories about? Like, is there like one overarching story that caused?
I've never heard a specific story. I've always just heard very difficult, very rude, conceited piece of shit.
Well, that sucks because he does good work.
That's some incredible work. Yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite actors. But
yeah, Jesus, what's the last thing he was in? Not a fucking lot.
Put one out himself.
I mean, there's a reason he's not in the Marvel universe.
Something I didn't see it. Fucking remember what it's called.
Maybe he had to put one out himself because everyone's like
51. He aged when I wasn't looking.
Yeah, and if you look at his
does that.
His picture, he's starting to look 51.
Oh,
like his neck.
Oh,
he's got old man.
What are you talking about? He looks great. And then the caption is Norton in 2009. Oh,
yes.
okay.
What's it up with that 2021? Yeah, he hasn't been in anything since 2019. Wow. Yeah, maybe he's just retired now.
I don't know, like for the cancel culture stuff for a second there, just because we kind of like started half touching on some of the stuff with like the comedians, right? Like there were comedians getting canceled for this, right? Or comedians worried that they're getting canceled and getting attempted cancellations of comedians for jokes, which starts to get fucking crazy. Because like maybe you can go down that line. Maybe you can go down the line of there's consequences if you're employed at a company and the company has these ideals and you're spouting off shit on your personal media and that personal social media is reflecting on the company goes, fuck that liability, right? Like we'll get rid of them.
The best example I can think of someone like sort of getting not quite canceled, but losing career stuff because of their like actual values and beliefs and how they portray them in their art, if you want to call that, is Tim Allen, right? Tim Allen had that sitcom, the new sitcom called like American Family or American Dad or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And it was like a conservative family. Like his character is a conservative guy. It's a conservative family. Mm-hmm. And it was doing really well. Like so they can't make the argument that you weren't really cutting it in the ratings. No, it was like number 1 or number 2 and it's like slot.
Same thing happened with Roseanne. That was killing it.
Well, that's because of what she said on Twitter.
Yeah, I was just saying they canceled Roseanne. I was just using another example of a show that was killing it before it got canceled.
Yeah,
No.
Tim Allen. Yeah, that, and I could go either way on that. That maybe Roseanne can't say those things about black people on Twitter and still keep her show. Fair enough, maybe. I guess I don't like it, but I see both sides. But with Tim Allen, I don't think he said anything publicly. He was just like, his show was a conservative show with a conservative like white family. It was doing well, and it got canceled, and it's a real head scratcher. And he came out and he was just like, yeah, it's because of like they didn't like the family that I was portraying. They didn't like they didn't like me like making a show like this. That's why I got canceled.
I like that show when I was a kid.
And nothing else ever came out of it. You know, you never know when something gets canceled or when someone gets canceled from a show. With Charlie Sheen, for example, he didn't say anything publicly really that got him fired from his show. It was what he said privately to the executive. Do you remember that?
I do not. What was that?
I believe he called one of the executives
It was a Jewish thing, right? The K
he called him a
Jewish
kike.
word. Yeah.
He called him a kike.
I never heard about this.
And he may have hit him. And so that's when they brought in Ashton Kutcher to replace him on the show. And then he went on his whole like Tiger Blood, like media tour and just was exploding. He was the biggest thing on social media, the biggest like thing in the world, really. It was like
then it turned out like he had HIV or AIDS or something.
We found out he had the HIV, yeah, and all of those like gorgeous women he's had sex with all through the years are all just like, oh no,
a lot of uncomfortable calls to make.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I've been losing a lot of weight ever since this new diet of fucking Charlie Sheen bareback is working wonders.
Yeah, people hate what I fact check. I don't know how to do this, but I everything Kyle said was right. They were leading in the TV ratings on what they called a relatively quiet Thursday night. So it wasn't like he was like world beating or anything, but I mean, if not first place, what place do you want from him exactly, right?
Yeah,
like,
he's winning his slot.
Yeah, so
can't win a slot you're not in.
And I can't find anything that says he was canceled for his conservative views, but it feels like it. I don't know why else they canceled the slot winner for that show.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And it was Fox that canceled him, which I know that Fox News and Fox the Network aren't the same thing, but are they different. They not have the same parents? Are they totally unrelated?
Well, they're both owned by News Corp, right?
I would say they're both owned.
I don't know.
Is Fox Searchlight and all that also owned by News Corp though? Like, is the movie arm of that little Fox? I don't think it's called Fox Searchlight anymore. I think maybe they rebranded to just Searchlight Films or something.
Whatever the entertainment side of it is.
It's hard to keep track of these of like corporate structures these days. There's been so many mergers and so many pieces pulled out and sold away.
If you look at it, it's like just like 5 little owners, and then just
it appears that Fox Corporation owns them both. Fox Corporation, Fox Media Group, and then they own both. If I Googled this right. So anyway, I guess the conservative leanings don't go above Fox News. They start at Fox News.
Do you want to talk about your glue woman?
Yes.
So lay the story out for this absolute idiot.
Yeah, please.
You don't want to watch the video?
For Taylor's sake.
You think we can, or do you think she's like cashing in copyright on it by now?
Shit, I never know.
Dude, we get busted for like every video we watch. Like, remember the time the Jive drove through the forest fire? Like,
what if we? I was thinking this. I've seen channels do this where they, I don't know what the technique's called. It's where they make it like transparent.
Yeah, I should.
And they like reverse the image or something. Like
one thing I do sometimes is I shake it. Like while we're watching the video, the thing's fucking shaking around.
Wiggle it, Woody, wiggle it.
Still getting copyright struck. People just having seizures.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I could lay it out if you don't want to watch the video. I completely understand if you don't.
Yeah, go ahead, lay it out.
So this black lady makes this like, I don't know, like Instagram live video, something like that, and she's like, so I ran out of my. She's got some sort of black people hair treatment that like keeps your hair in place, and she's got one of those hairstyles where like
the viewers
it's like pulled tight. it's like pulled tight and sort of brushed to the side, kind of like what I've got going on. But then, long ponytail of what I assume is some poor Indian woman's hair who had to sell it for food. And
Probably.
she's like, I ran out of my like stick it spray, that keeps my hair like in place and everything. So I thought maybe some Gorilla Glue would be the trick. Now, for those of you out there who are maybe not American or maybe not like familiar with hardware, Gorilla Glue it's not super glue. It's more akin to like a bottle of liquid tree sap. It's really good to like glue two pieces of wood together. It would be okay for like model building, I suppose. Like if you're doing carpentry, I bet it would work well. It is very strong. It hardens like as hard as a rock. Like if you could like put this stuff in a mold that looked like a blade, you could have a functional knife made out of like hardened Gorilla Glue.
Yeah. As a ex-carpenter type guy, glues in my mind break down to basically two kinds. They either harden like glass or they harden like rubber, roughly. And this one hardens like glass.
Glass.
Yeah.
Like it's brittle. It hardens so hard.
And there are warnings up and down this bottle saying like, call a fucking doctor if you get this on your hand. You get it in your eyes, don't get it in the other one or you're fucked. Like covered in warnings. Like there is no.
I want Taylor to write all warning labels going forward.
There is absolutely no.
Thank God you have two eyes. If you don't have two eyes, don't touch this product.
Yeah. But there's no world in which you can see this and perceive it as like anything but glue. It says spray adhesive in the picture she's holding up.
Yeah, and so she like puts that in her hair and like does her like brush to the back type thing.
Looked pretty good to me. I mean, I'm not an expert in especially black women hair.
It looks awful.
Yeah, really? To me, it looked like it. I keep using this phrase, but it looked like she hit the bullseye she was targeting, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's not much of a target she's shooting at. I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to say anything that could be perceived the wrong way. That's not the hairstyle.
Certainly using the idea that you were playing a character on PKA when you brought that up earlier. That was not the case. I thought
I'm always playing a character here. Yeah, but even my character knows where to step aside. I don't like the hairstyle that she's going for. It looks. I don't know. It looks like a man's hairstyle. Like I don't know. I like if the lady's got like more volume going on. And
I can't tell what she is going for because her hair is glued down. It's so shiny. There is no distance between all of her hair and her scalp.
So in the video, she's
is
like
she balding here?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like certain people have
like a receding hairline.
Yeah, it's bad. It's like she's got like a huge bald spot like up here. Anyway, she's like, yeah, so I thought maybe this Gorilla Glue stuff would do the trick. It would hold my hair in place. Y'all, I have washed my hair a dozen times. And she goes, and her hair goes slap, 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 like you're hitting a bald head. Like it's just like flap, flap, flap of like flesh hitting flesh.
Like ceramic.
And she's like, my hair don't move, y'all. My hair don't move. And it's like, yeah, no shit. You put carpentry glue on your head. And like, I'm telling you, if I can't think of a more powerful glue, like I don't know of one. Like it's so fucking tough and strong. Tough is the word. Like they also make a brand of duct tape. The Gorilla company makes duct tape. Their duct tape is so hardy that you can't tear it very easily like normal duct tape. I like whenever I'm doing like projects with it, I would keep like a straight razor on my side that like a little flip razor and just quickly like cut it. Because we were using lots of it. I can't remember the project.
I used it to hold pieces of my gym floor together. That's what's on all the seams.
That is never coming off.
It's not
never.
That Gorilla tape is gonna,
I have mopped it a few times. It's perfect. It's not. The mop had no impact on the tape.
If you decided that you want to rearrange your gym floor, I'm sorry, the decision's made. You cannot.
You made that decision the first time. Now I'm good with it.
Let me take over from here because there's an unpopular opinion on Reddit that would make a good read. The Gorilla Glue girl deserves nobody's fucking sympathy. Imagine buying a bottle of Gorilla Glue. You go through the checkout, pay the money, and make the bottle your property and take it home. You aren't sure what you'll do with it yet, but, probably somewhere down the line, that will break and there'll be a time when you triumphantly whip out the Gorilla Glue. One day you run out of hairspray. That is unfortunate, since your hair is unruly and requires some serious hold just to stay in place. You think about alternatives, but there aren't any that come to mind. Then you think back to the Gorilla Glue. Putting Gorilla Glue on your hair is absolutely fucking stupid. The woman picked up a bottle that literally says for the toughest jobs on planet Earth and bonds virtually everything. Yeah. That is made for stone and metal and other things. She put it in her fucking hair. She says it's not her choice. It's not her choice, but it so clearly was. She wasn't forced to put it on. She made a conscious decision to apply Gorilla Glue to her hair. That quote shows so much immaturity. She just can't seem to accept that she fucked up and this is her fault. People are offering free treatment for her. I'm an advocate for free universal health care, but doctors should spend their time and resources battling COVID and cancer, not some childish TikTok girl who can't read that Gorilla Glue is moisture-proof and permanent. I cannot find the words to explain just how annoyed I am that she's getting this much attention for being unfathomably stupid. She deserves nobody's sympathy, and if she wants it to be fixed, she should cut her hair off and let it regrow. I'm usually a sympathetic person, but I feel nothing but embarrassment and frustration when people try to use their own poor judgment and awful decision-making skills to put themselves in a position where people will give them attention for a few weeks. Especially...
Medically, do we know if she... Oh, so you're not done? Sorry.
There's not too much more. Especially when there's a lack of self-awareness gaping along enough to beg for money and treatment that she should just grow up and deal with it herself. The worst part is that she'll end up with the following from this. By the way, she has like 16 grand on GoFundMe, if I'm right.
Jesus.
People will see
somebody's doing the surgery for free, so she's netting money.
People will see the Gorilla Glue girl and think, yeah, I'm going to keep watching her TikToks. We shouldn't reward idiots like her. It only encourages more idiocy in the future. What a fucking cretin. And there's a bunch of edits, but I'll skip over.
The thing is, though, like, I agree with him to some extent.
21K.
But I don't know how you get that off without medical assistance. And, like it could get real gross without some medical assistance. Like, maybe she gets, like, infected ingrown hairs under there or something, and like some sort of serious skin infection, and it becomes an ulcer underneath this cap of glue and hair. And like,
that's what I wanted to ask.
Am I wrong?
What is the pushback on this person? So she is essentially asked for help with this, and what is the rest of that story? Okay, she's done this.
Here's where she is now.
She has this.
She has a plastic surgeon fixing her hair for her, and she has $21,000 in GoFundMe money and a TikTok following.
So I think the pushback is more people going like, I don't even know if you call it pushback. I think it would just be people commentating. They're not trying to take anything away from her. They're just going, hey, this dumbass. First of all, start with a little bit. Like, don't go full on with half a bottle of Gorilla Glue. If she would have used a tiny bit, she would have figured it out. But like, I think people are saying, why is this dumbass getting... like celebrities and TV shows are pulling her on, and obviously they're pulling her on because it's a very unique show to under the guise of empathy talk to what amounts to be a retarded person who puts glue in their hair. But people are just going, this person does not deserve money. This
is just the next generation of jackass, right? Someone's stumbled upon being an idiot.
Ooh.
Right? This is like, you would see like Johnny Knoxville do this, or you'd see Steve-O do something like this, right? You look at that and you go, that is so fucking dumb.
Well, you know what they did? What they did in Jackass? The classic bit where they put Preston the fat guy on the table in Bam Margera's parents' house, and he's laying with his shirt off, and then they cover him in super glue, and then they lay Wee Man in the 69 position on top of him, and then they let him set, and then someone comes in with a taser and pretends they're going to cattle prod him, and Wee Man starts going, hell no, dude, hell, and pushing himself off, and Preston's going, Wee Man, stop! Wee Man, no! It is so fucking funny. That's classic. That's high IQ hilarity.
Wait, all right. You lost me at high IQ.
All the way on that one. High IQ, yeah.
No, so that one is probably a better, more extreme bit, but this one has a realism aspect to it that I appreciate. I like that she didn't plan this, as far as I know.
Yeah, as far as we can tell. Who knows? It could be some, I'm going to do something stupid and get on the news. But
I don't understand what the damage is, right? And again, this might be just me not understanding her hair, but I feel like if I put Gorilla Glue in my hair, I would let it grow a 16th and then just come in there and undercut it with the clippers.
If it can even grow, so strong that shit's going to go probably through your hair. Is that going to like spawn to your scalp?
The clipper can't get to it. So like what I think has happened here is she has like a shell of like hair
and that's
covered
bonded to like
with glue,
the scalp,
tight to her scalp. Like a clipper will just glide right over this.
Yeah. Or it'll cut her if they try and
like
push.
this needs to be sanded off. Right?
Ooh.
Honestly, what I would use is acetone. I would use acetone and like cloth and like rub it a lot. And then after that, I think like maybe like a barber with a razor, like a straight razor, very carefully like carving it off. But sandpaper would be part of the mix. Like just know you're gonna end up bald. Like there's no getting your hair back. It's gone.
A magic eraser or like probably like 30 magic erasers would help a lot.
It needs to be sanded off. Like get some like
Angle
1000 grit. No, not an angle grinder.
Flat wheel. I'm not crazy.
Sparks.
A little too far. I see skull.
You get some wet, dry 1000
you
grit
don't see
sandpaper,
brain.
and you just slowly sand all of it off. And eventually, you're going to get like enough of the glue off that the hair is going to be all like stringy and like sticking out. And then you can like maybe shave that off. But like the hair's gone. Like it's never coming back.
Wait,
I mean,
it's growing back.
What you have has to go. Is what I should say.
Like if you get that stuff on your hands, you're supposed to wash it off right away. Like I would imagine just sitting there and being like, oh, I'll let nature take its course. Like maybe it'll give you a chemical burn on your scalp, or I don't know. I can't imagine that being comfortable.
So what's fucking wrong with this? This is
oh, just because it's stupid.
It's comical, which is sure, but like we've seen stupid shit that society's gotten interested in before. We've seen people become successful out of being stupid. What's the problem with this? Can't we agree with the sentiment of like this woman must be absolutely batshit insane to think this was a good idea? But she still needs help after this. We and like maybe she
the unpopular opinion was that she doesn't deserve sympathy or empathy.
Yeah, that she doesn't deserve $25,000 and going on CNN daytime TV or ABC
donation
with Kelly. Oh, it is.
The $25,000 is people saying, convinced themselves, seen this and said, I want to be part of the solution to this, or I want to help this woman out. What's the fucking argument? That's on her?
Well, the
Isn't
argument
that on us as the viewer of that? I don't look at that and say, shit, I want to donate money there.
I think you're taking it too deep. The argument is just that it's stupid and people are going, Missy Elliott and a bunch of celebrities are promoting an account to give money to some dumb bitch who put Gorilla Glue in her hair. Wow, what a dummy. Can you believe the world we live in where you can make, tens of thousands of dollars and get free plastic surgery just by posting a video of yourself being stupid and putting glue in your hair on the internet? Wow. I don't think anybody's like
half of our entertainment
we need to ruin her. We need to put more glue in her hair.
Which is entertainment, that, right? Like doing the extreme things the other people wouldn't do. Right?
Put more glue in her hair.
More glue.
We're gonna fight fire with fire.
Oh, it's actually
no fire
I have
near her. She probably dies.
Have you ever heard of crazy glue? It'll just take that right out. So you're gonna want a good coating of crazy glue and let that sit. Okay. Do you have access to glitter?
If you ever get crazy glue on your hands, sandpaper takes it off like magic.
Sandpaper is the trick, and sandpaper and acetone. Yeah. It's I want to.
Do you lose skin when you do that, or does it stick to the paper enough that it comes off your skin like a better bond?
Little this, little that.
So Kyle says you lose skin. I felt like not really. Like so you rub it, and then there's like this sensory feedback loop when you're sanding your own finger, where you know exactly when you're hitting skin and when you're hitting glass, and you just do the glass parts until it's 95% gone, and then you're okay.
So before we jump to the next thing, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by our good friends over at Squarespace. From personal blogs and e-commerce destinations to marketing tools and analytics that'll help your business succeed, Squarespace is the all-in-one platform where you can build and establish a beautiful online presence and run your business with ease. Don't have a domain yet? No problem, because in addition to configuring third-party domains, customers can also purchase domains directly through Squarespace. Over 200 TLDs are currently available for purchase, and each domain with Squarespace comes with a beautiful parking page and free WHOIS privacy. There's nothing to install, patch, or upgrade ever. You won't need any plugins to get going. You can hit the ground running with your new website by utilizing Squarespace's award-winning templates. Everyone should have their own corner of the internet, and with that, you'll want to flesh out your online community. Now you can do just that with ease, since Squarespace sites are fully integrated with commenting systems that support fully threaded comments, replies, and likes. Squarespace is trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. They're used by a wide range of creatives and people, musicians, designers, artists, restaurants, and more. In addition to some of the largest e-commerce sites you'll find conducting business online today. So don't wait any longer. Get started today. Head over to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/PKA to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/PKA to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. So when you guys make your little corner of the internet, tweet it at Woody. Show him what you've done with your corner of the internet, and he'll be so proud, and he'll show us. Put pictures of your dick on your corner of the internet. Put it like that. Put it in that like bad.
And find
MySpace
Heather somehow.
tiled images like the MySpace background where just a million of your dicks tiled. No purpose to the website. All it does is play "Hurt" by Johnny Cash, one song, or something like that. But so try that out. Get yourself some Squarespace. This episode is also brought to you by Smart Mouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think about all the times you were the smelly one and the other person was thinking about getting away. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with a gross mouth and not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why Smart Mouth was invented. Smart Mouth's clinically proven two-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from returning all day long. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day and you'll never have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. Go to smartmouth.com/PKA right now for a free coupon. You can find Smart Mouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that's smartmouth.com/PKA for your free coupon. So check out Smart Mouth.
They make the good stuff.
That URL. They make the good stuff. And so does Squarespace. They make those good sites, not any of those dangerous sites where you can buy prostitutes on the dark web. Good sites where you can learn about the Bible.
I think I know who I want to replace Gina Carano.
Mm-hmm.
So my first choice, who turned into my second, the first person I popped into was Charlize Theron. She played the chick in Mad Max with the shaved head, but she's 45. And that's a little old for me. What's her name? Help me.
Well, it's not Charles.
It's Charlize.
Charlize.
I was like, wow, is he seriously taking my joke of replace it with a guy and they put some guy named Charles Theron in there? And I was like,
that's preposterous.
That's preposterous.
Did I mispronounce preposterous?
Yeah.
How do you say it?
No, you got it right the second time. It was just the first time it was preposterous. It was funny. But,
anyway, she turns out to be 45. I don't really like my female actress action stars to be 45. So what about Daisy Ridley, the Star Wars chick?
No.
She's unemployed right now. She's a female action star. She's not.
I hope
too
she
old.
goes back to playing dead bodies on CSI like she should be.
Is she a terrible
I think
actress?
you should get her on the show.
Is she
I don't want her on the show.
We chose you instead, Filthy.
I'd much rather have you than
Dubious
Daisy
business
Ridley.
decision.
Is Daisy Ridley Luke
Why do we hate?
Skywalker's daughter?
I don't know.
I don't fucking care.
No, isn't she from like the Paladine bloodline or something?
I refuse to
She's
finish.
actually a Sith Lord or something. But
Yeah, I quit.
well, shucks, who would you pick? Who's your female action star? Do you have one?
Lucy Lawless, what he said, and
Lucy
Oh,
Lawless is my
Lucy
pick, but she's old.
She has
You know,
that like square heart-shaped face that looks similar to Carano's or Corrado, whatever her name is, his face.
Carano. Yeah.
So she could, if they do a little anti-aging on the neck area, and she's a really, really good actress, so she'd probably do good.
Yeah, I like her a lot. Maybe Ronda Rousey, you dye her hair black, but I don't think she's a fucking good actress at all. And like if she's bad, man, it would suck to have an annoying character on like a show I like. And like, oh, here we go. It's a fucking Ronda episode.
So
Yeah.
Maggie Q is the Asian chick from Designated Survivor.
No.
Female action star. No? Okay. You don't like her.
No. I'm pretty sure she's the one from, Designated Survivor. Yeah, she's the one who was always beating up men single-handedly with her little spaghetti arms.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Please, Gina Carano's a war hero, and she can't run half a mile in that show.
Yeah, but at least she can bench press 120 pounds.
Probably can bench press 100.
Oh, she can absolutely. I bet,
If
I
she
bet
couldn't
Gina
bench
Carano
press
benches 150
120
at least.
pounds, she couldn't get out of bed. That woman.
Look, I don't want some string bean little bitch who like can't do the. She's supposed to be some sort of like high end like storm drop trooper or whatever the fuck, right? She's supposed to. I want a big beefy woman who's fit.
Too expensive, but shit. Scarlett Johansson. How close did I come with that? Johansson.
You're most of the way there.
If you could afford her, she'd be cool. I like her as an action star, even though she's more model than fighter.
Yeah, I want some. I'd like somebody big.
Paige
Like,
Van
She's
Zandt.
pretty great as a character.
No, fuck her. I want someone who can act too. Like
Happy
you got to
with
be
that.
big and act. Like it's. I get it. It's hard. They had nailed it with Gina Carano. She just needed to watch her weight and not go after the Jews. To be fair, I don't think what she said was meant to be inherently anti-Semitic.
I agree. Yeah, she's like, we're persecuted like the Jews were in Germany. Fucking settle down, bitch. Like,
Yeah, it's like that scene in The Sopranos where the Cuban guy is like, they're all hanging out at like Herman's horse stables. Herman is Tony's like Jewish friend, like super wealthy guy, and their Cuban friend is talking about Fidel Castro, I think, and he's like, some of the stuff they did, it was no better than Hitler, man. It was just the same. And he's like, if you have that kind of anti-Semitism in you, frankly, I don't want you at my home. But just as bad as Hitler? What are you thinking? He's like, what are you saying to me, my man? Like has a complete meltdown, and it's like, well, come on. He wasn't trying to like make light the Holocaust. He was trying to tell you how evil he thought Castro was. You know, and things just got twisted up there. And I feel like that's what Gina Carano was doing too, because she seems like a conservative, and I bet she's like Christian conservative, right wing, Israel does no wrong kind of conservative. I bet she is 100% team Semitism. I don't think she has an anti-Semitic bone in her body. She's her big boned body. But
I don't know about her Christian beliefs. I haven't seen that, but it could be right. I just think she's in a bubble that believes that like conservatives are being hunted and chased down, and the tech companies are picking on them through no fault of their own. The life's just not fair, and they're being teased and picked on. And
Yeah, but on some level, although I agree with that, the sentiment of that's
I do too.
seriously stupid fucking set of beliefs, right? On another level, it's kind of like, do I care? I want my actors to be good actors and well cast for the part. Do I care who they are as people?
I don't care who they are as people. I don't care if they're criminals. Look.
You mean if they were criminals?
No. If they are currently
You're
out there
fine with-
committing crimes.
I see. Okay.
Like Kevin Spacey, for example, right? Now, I didn't follow that case after he got fired from House of Cards, which is one of the
Haven't either.
greatest TV shows of all time. I know Woody found it to be diminished as the seasons went on. Season 1 is the best, but I think it's very similar to True Blood in that it was like, amazing, really good, great. All right, it's still one of the better shows. You know, it was kind of like that. It was like, it wasn't like, this is garbage now. It was like, man, this is still really fucking good compared to everything else. It just doesn't live up to what it was.
it was Netflix, which is
and it was Netflix. It was their flagpole, and I didn't follow the case, but
Was that a gay
it
joke?
seemed to me that he ended
the
up being like
flagship?
kind of innocent of like all the charges as far as the law was concerned. It's notice I threw that in at the end. You know, it was like, all right, all of his accusers have either recanted or mysteriously died, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I kind of like an argument Kyle alluded to earlier in the night, which is this is the free market you loved. You know, free speech doesn't mean free from repercussions. The people who watch this TV show have decided they don't want her on it. This is what you asked for. It's
Yeah, no,
It's just
I
the
don't
free
think-
market.
Meanwhile,
I don't think we
Disney
can argue
founded by a
any ability
huge
of their right to do
anti-Semite.
that, but we can judge that one way or the other, right? We can say, is that something that we would agree with? Is that something that should happen? Is this the way we want society to look? Is that something that we're interested in seeing more of or less of? And I think it's a very interesting kind of look at that for something I know almost nothing about again, but it's just kind of interesting poking.
yeah,
at.
it's
Yeah,
fun-
like I was saying, Disney founded by a huge anti-Semite. The Star Wars original 3 episodes have tons of anti-Semitism in them.
I didn't know that. Like what?
come on.
I fucking hate Star Wars, so I'm fine with this idea.
So much racism
Jabba the
is in
Hutt's
Star Wars.
obviously Jewish.
No, there are space Jews, and there are. Oh no, I'm thinking of Star Trek. Star Trek actually have space Jews, and the Ferengi. The Ferengi are literally space Jews. It's the most anti. They're like, well, we can't go full on board and give them big noses. Let's big ears. They'll hear the dog whistle. Big ears, greedy people, real greedy. They're always scheming. They're sneaky. And they're ugly too. Well, can we give them ugly noses?
This, by the way, is one of the way that misinformation passes. By the way, this is from my fucking master's work. Right, I was looking at this.
Really?
It's one of the things is some of the stuff you look at, you see this. You lose track of the source. So you remember the information, but you lose track of the fucking source. So like when I finish the show, I'm gonna have to go look that shit up because otherwise that's gonna be sitting around in my head. And like 2 years later, I'll repeat that to someone like an idiot, and I'll have like Kyle's character's joke out there, and I'll be like, yeah, they were space Jews, and I'll be like, and so I'm like, it's gonna be like.
So I'm an expert in about two things, all right? And one of them is Star Trek.
Guns and Star Trek.
The second one is fake Holocaust theories. I know about this about you, though. So you can't use that.
All right, well, that's called a joke. But this is not a joke. The Ferengi in Star Trek are literally space Jews. Like, just Google Ferengi, space Jew. And like, I guarantee, I've never done it before myself, but I guarantee you'll get like a whole like bunch of blog posts or like someone breaking it down. It's essentially they're from this race of people who are ultra capitalists. They have their religion is based around what's it called? It's the rules of acquisition. The rules of acquisition are like their 10 commandments, but there's like hundreds of them. There's like 250 of them, and it's every one of them is like a greedy thing. It's like never allow family to come between you and profit. That's one of the rules of acquisition. It's like rule of acquisition number 9 or something like that. And each of them is just like that. They're all about profiteering, merciless capitalism. If you get in trouble on their planet, you can literally buy. Part of the law is like, oh yeah, he murdered. That's gonna cost him a pretty penny. You know, you pay your way out of everything. The leader of the planet, the Grand Nagus, is like the wealthiest guy, and it's his job to lead by example with his opulence. You know, he needs gold toilets, and is it gold plated? Oh no, solid gold, and it's everything is like that. They are literally space Jews. It's a very anti-Semitic race of people, and it was meant to be. I'm talking about
Star Trek.
Well, originally I was talking about like that Disney is a bit ridiculous, going after anyone for anti-Semitism, being as they're founded by Walt Disney, a huge anti-Semite.
Well, they're allowed to turn the corner on that, though, right? That's 100 years ago.
What you misunderstand is this is one of the most powerful corporations on Earth. They don't have to be consistent.
I thought you were going a different direction with that. Okay. Yeah, told you, man.
The Ferengi.
There you go.
These guys are hideous.
Yeah, notice their big ears. Like what I was saying was like all right, we can't give them big fucking beak noses. We can't get.
You think that they went with the big ears? Because
I know they did.
No one will guess that we're talking.
I know they did. Filthy linked a Wikipedia article here, and there's a whole category on there about the comparisons with anti-Semitic stereotypes with the Ferengi in the show. They are like one of them.
The line in midway through that, and this is fucking Wikipedia, and I haven't clicked any of the fucking extra citations, so God alone knows where this is coming from, but it's Ira Bear, and just to read this, Ira Bear and Robert Howitt Wolf state on the Deep Space Nine DVD commentary that the Ferengi are meant to be 20th century humans. The Ferengi are us. That's the gag. The Ferengi are humans. They're more human than the humans on Star Trek because they're so screwed up and so dysfunctional. Could be.
Yeah, they were originally supposed to be. So the Next Generation fired off in the early 90s, and they had big shoes to fill because everybody was like, you can't make Star Trek without Kirk and Spock. What is this nonsense? Who's this bald French man? Like, get the fuck out of here with this. And so they were really scrambling. We're like, we got to make a good show here. Who's going to be our bad guy? You know, like Earth has made peace with the Klingons, and there's like an armistice with the Romulans. Who's going to be the bad guy? And they're like, we need a new race of people. And the Ferengi were going to be the big bad. They were going to be like, yeah. And if you watch the first episode, with the Ferengi. They're like, oh yeah, our computer banks say they're someone called the Ferengi. We haven't had dealings with them in 70 years or something like that. They're very mysterious. And they have this big like showdown where they go down to a planet and the Ferengi are like kicking the whole bridge crew's ass. They have they might have guns, but they all that's what I was going to say. Their weapon of choice, they had like this laser whip. It's like a whip that's like a lightsaber, and they're like whipping the whip on them all, and fucking Jonathan Frakes' character is getting whipped, and everybody's getting beat up, and they almost lose to the Ferengi. The fan reaction was, "The fuck was that? Who are these short little space Jews that you have picked to be our big bad?" Like, and so they like had to flip the script. So they're like, "All right,
there's a
Ferengi
big
don't work.
misunderstanding with the Ferengi. Turns out
Ferengi don't work. Now they're comic relief." And so they made them a joke thereafter. Forevermore, they were always the sneaky, conniving villain who would only get the edge over our characters by like putting some sort of sleep gas in the air support systems and like putting everyone to sleep. But then their goal would be to come in and steal things, like steal technology and like valuables and women. Like that would always be their like mode of operation. It would never be like warlike. They'd always run from a fight. They would never want a full-on confrontation. And we mentioned him earlier. Clint Howard, Ugly, played a Ferengi several times.
only because they didn't have to go through makeup.
No makeup at all. That's just how he looks. Ferengi are based on Clint Howard's actual face.
Every so often, the Ferengi would have
saving on that
wisdom that I thought was really cool. They teach about how money prevents war and stuff like that, and it was kind of interesting to see them come through.
In Deep Space Nine, there's a great episode that I think Woody is thinking of here, where like there's a real confrontation to be had between galactic superpowers. Not just like humans against Klingons. It's like the humans in the entire Alpha Quadrant and everyone from like the Gamma Quadrant. It's like 12 races against 4 races, and like it's trouble. It's like trillions could die. And the Ferengi guy jumps in and starts negotiating like it's a business deal, and like gets and like saves the day. Essentially, that is
saves the day with shrewd businessmanship.
With shrewd business.
Well,
stuff.
he's making a certain kind of sense. Like you guys are about to take a decision.
We just had a president that used that same kind of rationale.
Who does?
Our last president came in.
A
shrewd businessman going to solve all the problems.
How is history going to look on Trump? What are the
in terms of what?
What's in the? Shut up! Sorry, my phone. It's muted and it's talking.
He's an American
politician. You call your
politician.
phone filthy? I'm flattered.
What's in the first paragraph of his bio? Is it all about being double impeached, inciting a riot that took over the Capitol, and downplaying the COVID and causing extra 100,000 deaths? Or
I think it's no. I don't even think it's anything to do with what he did. Anything to do with our reactions to that. I think it's everything to do with the processing of information on a kind of societal level. I think the footnote in history about Trump is misinformation, not anything to do with Trump.
It's about lying.
Because I think it's about how does society deal with platforming misinformation and dealing with what is essentially supposed to be a democracy of informed voters making decisions about things with a world with information accessible like this. I think that's got to be the footnote from that. Because if we don't come past that, we don't have a future for that, right? If this devolves like that, sure, goodbye.
My viewers have heard me talk about this before, like 3 elections ago, maybe. YouTube was new, but it was young. So I was like, next election, it's going to be the coolest thing. Politicians can't lie anymore. That was the Woody prediction. That was how I saw it. I was like, what the Daily Show is doing is going to be democratized, and everyone's going to do it. You say one thing in front of one crowd and a different thing in front of a different crowd, and that will get on YouTube, and people will juxtapose the two against each other, and it will be impossible to lie. But what actually happened is people just take one and say, I choose this to be my truth. And it's made lying so much easier because it lets people pick their news. It's done in the short term.
It's a short-term problem. It's a short-term problem look, I'm not an optimist in any sense of the fucking word, right? But we got 2 solutions for that, right? The one is we deal with that because this is essentially, I don't want to be like melodramatic about it. It's not like a species threatening problem necessarily, but it's a huge problem going forward. If that type of information or misinformation doesn't get countered, right? If there isn't something in place to deny that, because it's always more work this is like the strategy of gish galloping, right? The idea of throwing a bunch of shitty arguments at someone, right? You wear them out of time. You wear them out the ability to do that. Like in your 5-second window of media, they don't have the ability to respond to that. Mm-hmm. We can't govern like that. That's not a sustainable forward-moving strategy for this. So if it devolves to that, we're fucked.
The problem isn't that people lie. The problem isn't that people gish gallop. The problem is that people like it when they're lie and gish gallop too. The problem is that people choose it. The truth is out there, and it's not hard to find. You can go to Facebook and debunk one post after another with 30 seconds worth of research. The issue,
but it's neither of those things. You're like half right, Woody, right? I think you can still hear
more
right?
than normal. Yeah,
you can still hear you. Yeah.
No. Like I'm not bashing you for anything. This is just literally you're half right on that, right? And that you're half right in the sense that those strategies are more effective in that time period, right? Right? Like they're more effective persuasive strategies, right? Like they reach people better. And you're right. People are happy to do their echo chamber, happy to just recite that shit. They're not doing any of that basic little bit of work that needs to be done to do that. Okay, well, this is like self-improvement. You know you're a lazy fuck. You don't build like a workout routine that allows you to be a lazy fuck if you want to try to do something about that.
But if that's
right? It's the same with our Americans.
If you guys are saying that's like a natural reaction of people to do that self-selection, though, then you can't really train it out of people.
Well, but it's not a matter of training it out of people. You build a system that accounts for the fact at the base level that people will be lazy about their information processing. That's part of how you build a system.
You want Twitter to censor people.
You don't decide each day if you're going to work out. You build your routine for that.
So you like, oh, go ahead, Kyle.
All right, so I agree with both of you, by the way. I think you're all right about this, and that's what we need more of.
I'm only half right. It's been established.
Truth.
If that.
You're going with both.
You brought the expert on, Woody. You got to get the expert view. That's how it works.
If you're going with both, I'm going to go with neither.
So, look, the real issue is that Woody hit on something where people want to hear what they want to hear. You don't want to hear that your side did something wrong. I know. I don't like hearing about like, oh yeah, the United States did this war crime or that war crime. I'm like, we probably needed to. It was probably required. What were the circumstances? They did it first, right?
I mean, every other time we had a good reason to, so I bet this time we did also.
There's this apologist sort of thing, and I'm just like, no, what are you, anti-American? Why are you talking about what actually happened? I don't want to hear that. I don't want the truth. I don't want the truth. You can feel like that at times, and right now you got the blue side and the red side, and that's a big part of the problem. When I hear Trump talking about, or when I hear people talking about Trump perhaps creating his own party, so I don't want Trump to start his own party, but I want someone to start their own party, because I think we do need a three-party system, because the third party would be so much bigger than the other two. And then if they had a news organization that was like, well, here's an issue we're completely wrong on, or here's why we're right, here's why they're wrong. So right now, what's happening is a debate over transgender high school athletes. What's actually happening is that the Democrats, Biden signed an executive order, and it says something in the nature of, transgender people will have all the same rights as everyone else. All right, just get over it. They have all the same rights. They always did. I'm just saying it, and it's understand that. Well, the conservatives are taking the line, and you can look at it. There's two ways to look at it. I don't know which one's quite right. They're saying, this is a great wedge issue for us if we frame it under the guise of what the Democrats are doing is killing women's sports. They want people whose sex is male. This is the correct way to phrase this. People whose sex is male, but their gender is female, to be able to play with athletes whose sex is female, regardless of their gender. And that will destroy female athletics at the high school, collegiate, and professional levels. And it absolutely will. And they are very wily, and it's a very smart move for them to sort of twist things a little bit and create that wedge issue, because it's a losing issue. Something like in the high 70s, low 80% of people polled in the United States people, not Republicans, not a Fox poll, not a CNN poll, 78 to 82% are like, yeah, people whose sex is male should not be competing with people whose sex is female at any level of athletics. We saw the like under 15 boys team beat like the national championship women's team a few years ago in soccer, like beat the shit out of them. It was like 6-1 or 6-2 or something like that. There's countless examples. You talk about lung capacity and heart size and bone density.
Some 15-year-olds are men.
Speed.
Small direction. Small caveat on that, Kyle, which is the direction, right? We don't like. We're okay with the, or at least I speak for myself, I guess, when I say this. We're okay with, or I'm okay with, women competing with biologically born women competing with biologically born men in that direction, if they have if they change gender, if they're gendered, they transition
absolutely
gender,
yes,
right? Like the idea is essentially we don't give people with biological baseline advantages equal access to the same category. Because
no, that's not
just
true.
setting up
people whose sex
overlapping
is female will have to play with people whose sex is female. People whose sex is male will have to play with people whose sex is male.
Overlapping curves, and then you're comparing the far extreme on the curves.
But Filthy, do I understand it? You were saying it sex female, you can play with either. Sex male, play with male. Is that what you want?
Well, the idea is if you want a handicap because you're engaged in some sport with people who have biological advantages above and beyond your advantages, and you want to play in that league, I'm okay with that.
I agree.
What actually. I don't want is the opposite.
Let me jump on with you. In weightlifting and bodybuilding, there are competitions where you're pretty much allowed to use steroids, and competitions where you're tested for it. You're not supposed to. If you're a natural athlete, which is the non-steroid term, I'm okay with you competing in both. And I think that's analogous to what you're saying.
Yep, exactly. Analogous. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, and certain sports, it just doesn't matter. I personally...
Chess.
I was going to use chess.
Any kind of racing sport.
The thing is, no. This is sort of a misogynistic, like fun little issue to like, girls. What's happening here? Because women, for the most part, struggle mightily in chess against men. That is the reason why there is men's and women's chess, billiards, darts, plenty of sports which don't require physical height, weight, strength advantages. Nobody ever said bone density mattered when you're taking someone's fucking rook. Okay.
Yeah, although to push back on that, there are intellectual
why
things.
Why do I think men do better? I think it's because.
Oh. Please just take the floor.
Sorry, you have a second. It's just there are things like when you look at the gender differences biologically for intellectual pursuits or intellectual things, right? Like women are better at facial recognition, right? Like a lot of the studies show this, right? So if you had a game based around facial recognition, you expect a difference based on gender or based on sex, I guess, depending on how you're looking at this, that would be different between that, right? Like, so you might find that there might be other domains where that's true, but we're not worried about that quite as much. But it's interesting because you might find that depending on what the types of games you look at that for. You might even in a side where you go, okay, everyone can play this because it's just chess, for example, or maybe you find some games similar to chess, like another intellectual pursuit that has some component of facial recognition built into it, and the men might just be worse at it.
I want to get Filthy's opinion on my hypothesis here. I think that by and large, this is in generalities, men are more inclined to get hyper-focused on things. Those things can lead them to become computer programmers, engineers, video game enthusiasts, woodworkers, or whatever. And women are more inclined to dabble in lots of different things. I think one is a master of one, and the other is a jack of all trades. Does that jive with your thought on men and women?
I've never heard that. I've never heard that one way or the other.
Definitely heard that.
Like the specificity of that. I have heard things like, I think this might actually be Jordan Peterson stuff talking about this. Might have heard it here talking about like preponderance of like men in like CEO kind of positions, and the idea being that there's some selection bias there, right? And this is the same stuff with like the Scandinavian countries with like when you minimize differences in society for what is allowed and what isn't allowed, what is pushed for and what isn't pushed for, what you actually see is you maximize biological differences by doing that. Because if you look, there's only so many things that are essentially driving a difference. So if you take one of those big factors, let's say it's 75% of the differences are driven by societal differences, and you move that societal difference from 75 to 0, all of the remaining difference is essentially accounted for by something else, in this case, potentially biology.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that's conclusive one way or the other, but you look at that and you say, well, okay, in a society that's essentially equal, or the most egalitarian society out there, you would expect the most egalitarian results in terms of the selection that people choose for their professions or their career paths. And you don't see that. You actually see it. You see a gender pattern. Now, why is that? I don't know that we know. And some
It's
of
multifaceted. There are
certainly,
many
but
factors.
Peterson puts out and says, this is because of gender differences, and that could
There are
possibly be
societal
true.
norms
That's definitely a
that-
potential outcome.
There are societal norms that a lot of human beings, believe it or not, still believe in and want to conform to. Traditional gender roles are very appealing to the majority of people.
Yeah.
That being said, no one should be forced to become a housewife just because you got a vagina. And no one should be like, why aren't you out there
But-
fucking hitting the bricks? Don't you want to be the CEO of the company, Dave?
This is
Like, no,
equality
not
of
really. I
outcome
kinda
versus
wanna be
equality of
creative.
opportunity, right? This is what we're discussing right here. And the the one that I think we want to aim for is equality of opportunity. Like, we don't have to see an equal number of 50-50 in every single, we don't have to see, for example, in every single business, a perfect representation of, if the society of America is 30% X demographic, 20% Y, 50% Z, we don't have to see every single board look like that.
Agreed.
Right? We
Yeah.
don't have to see that, but we do have to have the ability for anyone in that society to potentially obtain those positions if that was
course.
something that was interesting to them, and not be structurally held back from that.
Yeah, of
I
course.
mean, that's right.
I think everyone should be able to do what they want to do without infringing on anyone else's rights. Look, don't get me started on those
Suddenly,
afflicted
fucking
individuals,
Taylor's judging.
those fallen angels. As far as the chess thing goes, I think that look, I don't know a ton about this, but like there has to be something to the fact that our ancestors survived by being by for one, conforming to gender roles. Women were staying back at the village, right, and perhaps gathering things near the village.
Well, they were doing their core competency, right? No, seriously. What's more valuable? Are you going to use all the energy that you got from the food to send all the women hunting and the men gathering? No, that's a terrible.
That's what I'm getting at. So not only is it more effective,
Maybe, but
I think that over
as someone
time,
with a background in ecological psychology, right? Like, some of the stuff that you probe with these is that you have these like just so stories, right? You kind of retroactively say, well, we have this evolutionary adaptation. Well, what could that have been good for? And it's not a disprovable position, because there isn't, you can't go back and like test it. You can't set up situations for that, right? So you can, for example, do what you just said. Well, if men are stronger, and presumably it's if this is like survival of the fittest, and it's like only the top percentage are coming back with food, you can't waste that with the women going out and the men staying home. It's just not good enough. You can't test that.
But you absolutely can test it. You can look at the tribes of people that still exist and how they do things, right? Some of these indigenous tribes
this way.
Some of the indigenous tribes in remote parts of the world, that's exactly what's still going on. And it's not because they watched All in the Family and they were like,
can't necessarily
I got to get out there and hit the bricks. So my woman needs to
biologically
stay
that's
at
the
home.
only way it would have worked. You can't.
But it's the way
you can say traditionally we've done
and the
that.
way it did work.
Like you're saying you can't prove this, but now you're just needlessly deconstructing it, saying, well, you can't prove that. Okay, well then prove why did all of the hunter-gatherer bands that were successful enough to leave little monuments that we found, why did they all engage in the same behaviors? Because they clearly realized, hey, these tribes
but you can posit a different alternative for that.
Oh, it turns out women are a lot more valuable than men. A woman dying.
This is causation versus correlation. We can say these two things move together, and then we can say, but there could be another third factor
that's not
causing
even
that.
true. I'm saying verifiably, a tribe that puts women in dangerous situations with limited amounts of people to give birth is not going to sustain their population. If they need to be putting men in those difficult situations where they could potentially die, you don't send a band of women, which is your bottleneck of expanding your society. That's so obvious. Like, we don't need to.
I guess I'm responding to the first comment. The first comment was essentially along the lines of like, why would you send women hunting and men stay at home? And I'm not sure that wouldn't work. And it may or may not work. I don't know. But I'm saying that I'm not sure we have the evidence to rule that out as a possible way that could have happened.
then I would say
think we
the onus
do.
is on
I
you.
think there's
the onus
tons
is on you to show that those societies existed. Clearly, throughout history, any society
I'm not saying they
knows
existed. I'm
that-
saying I'm
that
not sure that the
female is
rationale
I think there's like cave
biologically
paintings
that's the best
depicting the
setup.
women back at home and the men throwing spears at mammoths
I
and
feel
shit.
like
I think when you look at I think when they
women are-
look at fossilized remains of humans, what they find is the men are always much more beaten up. They have many more healed injuries than the women. And it's not because the women were better at dodging attacks. It's because they were in fewer dangerous scenarios.
It's
They
the
were
way
kept
it
more-
almost
but-
has to be done in my mind because the way
let me just-
well, let me hold on. That's how it was done. All these societies did it that way, independent of
Bingo.
each other. You know, you could go to South America, you could go to South Africa, you could go to Asia, you could go to America, North America, and they all kind of assign the same kind of gender roles, which implies to me that certain genders are better at certain roles.
Yeah.
Except
I mean,
I'm talking out of my
and
ass
what
here
I
a
was
little bit.
getting
Like,
at,
I don't
the
have
whole-
like research to back this up, but like a part of this goes, if we have always done this, that doesn't necessarily mean it was the most effective way, especially when you look at how close to extermination our race has humans have been before, how small some of our social structures were.
you can't
at
prove
some
that if
points
we'd
in our
done it
time.
the way you're implying, it wouldn't have been gone.
No, I'm not.
True,
I'm
but
not
I-
implying shit.
we're-
I'm just literally saying the what you've said doesn't necessarily prove anything. I'm not
we're-
offering the
enough.
alternative that this other way existed. I'm just saying we have to be really careful of saying that because it was so, therefore it implies this.
The
because
thing
there's
is,
a
where
lot
your
of
argument
implications
falls
what you can
down
do
to
with
me is it would work much better if there were one example. But instead, every example lands the same way. There is no Wonder Woman colony where the women did all the hunting and they tried it. No, it literally 0% of the 0% of the time.
Yeah.
Okay,
do they do it that way.
but I can offer a counter argument, and not to the again. I don't have an. I'm not. My outcome is not to try to prove there was some like Amazonian like tribe or something like that. That's not my point. My point is more along the lines of some of the patterns of behavior that you have are societally generated and not biologically generated. So it's some of the things you do. Think right now, think your gender roles of a male and go, how many of those are because biologically I cannot do these other things, or how many of these things are society? So to act like there's no input from society seems a little naive to me.
So I actually agree with you, but only in certain places, right? Like, if there was a society, I'm going to make it up. Maybe in Russia, men don't sing very often, right? Maybe that's considered feminine.
Yeah, whatever, hypothetically,
You
go
know?
ahead.
And it's like, aha. But when we expand our horizons, we see that the reason there are no men Russian singers is a societal thing. It's not a genetic thing. It's not a gender thing. Because when you look elsewhere, shucks, men are the predominant singers, or maybe it's equal. But when you do something like hunting versus gathering, and they all land on the same, they all come up with the same answer key, I'm like,
It's definitely an evidence to something. It's definitely evidence to something.
It's the evidence that the
and
men
again,
could
when
carry
I'm talking
more,
like
that
when
they
we
could
talk
throw a
about
spear
transgender
farther,
athletes,
and that
part
if
of
a
what we're talking
buffalo
about is a
kicked them,
sense
they'd
that
have a better chance of surviving.
I mean, it's evidence of like
Maybe.
humans being self-aware enough to know.
I mean,
hey,
all right, so
Steve
that's not a
Tom-
maybe. So men can literally throw a spear harder. Wouldn't you agree on
Yeah.
the average?
Agree.
Men
Yeah,
can
yeah.
literally
No, this
have
is-
a higher
that's the
survivability
argument
because
for
of
some
bone
of the
density.
transgender stuff, right? Which is that essentially one biological set of whatever comes off on average when you look at the distribution curve better, right? So you could go, okay, well, in general, there's more difference between genders than there are, or within genders than there are between genders, or whatever you want to do with that, sure. But it's still two curves that overlap, except on the extreme, where one curve is ahead of the other fucking curve. When you look at athletes, it's literally the extreme portion of that curve. So yes, I absolutely agree that biology matters for something. But I'm also saying that a portion of the reasons that you do the things you do, and the portion of the reasons that societies have done the things they do, are also attributed to factors outside of biology. Biology is not determinism for everything that happens in that, right?
Aha. So I think I'm starting to understand where this ties into the previous conversation, right? Which is like, why are men better at chess? Societal could be it. It could be that men are rewarded in some way.
It could be like how women are better with facial recognition. It's known men are better with spatial reasoning, and so like it could be like visualizing the board or like predicting moves, something like that. Like that.
That's where I was heading the whole
Could be.
time. It's
Sure,
it's
could be.
to me, it's about the fact that these men who, through eons of time, we're not quite sure when that first like modern human like came about. I think the fossil records go back about 275,000 years. Like the oldest one where they're like, yeah, that's mostly us.
It looks
But
mostly
like
like
you go back to like Homo
on.
habilis. You know, Homo habilis was creating stone tools like 1 million years ago, and we don't know if he could speak or not. irrelevant. What I'm
Yeah.
getting at is that for a very, very long time, the men were hunting and gathering, and the men who could hunt and gather best, and who could do things like drive the mammoths off the cliff, to come up with an ambush scenario, to compete with other groups of humans in war. The ones who were most tactically minded survived. So tactically
But this is the
minded
problem.
men
This is where we hit the problem. Not anything, none of your conclusions, none of your arguments. It's the problem of how you're getting there. And the problem of how you're getting there is you're making just so stories. And you're saying, because you go, these things happened. I see a logical connection between them that says this. And this is the problem that Evo Psych
So you
gets
think the
pushed back
problem
on
is that
so
those
hard.
things may not have happened?
Because there could possibly be alternative explanations. And
I
the
don't
more you
think
find,
over
the more
grand scheme of
can
thing, there is a possible other
If you're
explanation.
calling his like just so arguments, then yours is a nuh-uh argument, because all you're saying is you can't prove this, or you can't make an educated assumption based on. We can absolutely look at how nations.
Taylor, strongman me for a second, right? Like steelman me for a second. Tell me what my argument is, because I don't think you're hearing me.
What do you mean? We've been having the discussion for like 20 minutes now.
Sure, steelman me for a second. Tell me what I'm saying.
Steel man.
I've never heard
yeah.
that.
Okay,
don't
so
know
there's
steelman.
the straw man is you give the person you're talking to the least credible version of the argument so you can poke holes in it. Steelman is you rephrase the other person's argument as best you can to give them the most solid idea of that. So you're basically showing I understand and move forward.
So your argument, and where I disagree, is I think that you're saying there's too much up in the air. Like I think like your whole thing is obviously there's some biological determinism there. Obviously, no one would deny that. But you're saying society's impacting that too, and we can't put an exact dot on, in this society right here, maybe it's a 50-50 split. In this society, oh my goodness, maybe it's a 70-30. We can't nail it down as to what it is.
So let me hit the problem that you're having, because you're not saying what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have to be really cautious making arguments going, okay, all this shit happened in the past in this way. Therefore, it means X, Y, or Z. We have to be really cautious doing that when we can't test these. There's no experimental method you can do with that, right?
That's true.
There absolutely is. There's
experiments
dog breeding. I mean, look at. There's racehorse breeding. There's a reason
So you could
there's
argue
all right,
there's a difference here. No, because you could argue the difference. Okay.
Let me just make this small point and get
Sure.
go. There's a reason why when a horse wins the fucking Kentucky Derby, all of a sudden his semen is incredibly valuable.
Tastes
And
better.
it's not a societal thing either. It has nothing to do with like what kind of society that horse came from. It's all about his genetics. It's like, hey, that's a fast horse. His children are much more likely to be champions than any other old random horse. And so I'm just saying that the hunter-gatherer tribes that survived, you can go back to the Plains Indians, for example, the ones that were best at their job were the ones who were most likely to pass on their genes. The ones who were not as good at their jobs were much less likely, not only because they might starve, but because the more successful
Let me give you like
tribes,
a textbook counterexample to this. You ready?
Yeah.
Right. We evolve these structures because they're the best structures we can have, right? We evolve these because this is looking at this, we look at this backwards and we go, this is the outcome that would be most beneficial for coming out of this. Look at the fucking human eye. The human eye is a joke, right? You could design that so much better. The way it works isn't optimal. It was just evolutionarily better than the alternative for this to some degree, right? So we look at this. So where I wanted to go with this, sorry, because I kind of got sidetracked on that thought for this, but where I want to go with this is, okay, you do something like memory for faces, right? You can test this now. You can go in, you can put people in experimental paradigms now, and you can test for that. You can experimentally say, okay, we double blind this, whatever else, we set these people up in these control groups. We make sure we're doing the experiment correctly. And we can say, all right, women are better at facial recognition than men, for example. Or you can do this experimentally. You can do this with, you go, okay, you test thousands of men and thousands of women. You look at their strength, their grip strength, their whatever, the distance they can throw a spear. It doesn't make any fucking difference, whatever you can do with this. You can test these experimentally. You cannot test these evolutionary hypotheses as easily backwards like that. So when you make these conclusions drawn from that as an evidence of, well, it worked, this seems to have happened this way historically, or there's more examples of it this way, you have to be really careful with those conclusions, because you can't conclude that with the same
so let's take it piece by piece.
of strength.
So let's take it piece by piece, because I still don't quite understand what you're trying to say. You would agree that a tribe of people who had more food would be more successful.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's a lot of
In
factors
general.
that would lead to a tribe getting more food.
Yeah, sure.
But-
I guess I'd have to like caveat that, like, you know, if tribes are failing because of lack of food, the tribe with more food solving that is more. Yeah, sure. I think in general I can give you that. Sure.
Yeah. And all I'm saying is the tools that would get more food would be a more successful hunter-gatherers.
Sure.
And
If you're solving for the problem of food, sure. That certainly could be that.
With the biggest thing is like,
Well,
But I don't think we. But
solving
the
for the
conclusion
problem
goes
of food is the
probably.
bedrock of society, by the way. It's at the point where you have enough food, where you have this division of labor, so that when you have enough food, you can have division of labor. When you can have 10% of your population feeding 110% of your population, then all of a sudden you can have artisans, you can have creatives, you can have a hierarchy of leadership, you can have religion, philosophy, art, all of those things. Without the bedrock of all society is literally a guy having guys who can throw good spears and having guys who can figure out agriculture.
and having women who are safe to procreate and increase the number. And so, like, if I can get in for a sec, my whole, I guess, what I take umbrage with of what you're saying is that you can absolutely look at massive patterns throughout human history and how societies are organized, how groups of people make decisions, societal roles, and you can make assumptions based on that. And so when you say, hey, oh, well, there's no experiment, we don't have a pure group that we can go to and do an A/B test, like, that's true, but we need, like, making assumptions and looking at patterns. Pattern recognition is kind of one of the things that makes us human. We can absolutely do that and
Sure,
infer
but you go with, it's about
to a degree of accuracy. You would say that looking at those things and inferring gives us a better than 50% chance of being right and predicting something, and because of that, it has predictive value. And so we can absolutely look at these things and discern, like, oh, this is kind of why this happened. Is it 100%? No. But to say that we can't make those statements at all because we got to be really risky, it's unless we can do it in a lab coat in the year 2021, like that you lose me there.
But what okay, maybe you say I lose you there, but I'm not sure I do, because what you just said is you just actually represented them as one as a slightly less sure thing than the other, which is the only point I brought up for this, right? Which is, you can say with the one, okay, we experimentally tested that and all, and 500, or I don't know what the fuck the number of societies are out there right now. In all major countries recently, we had a 20,000 population experiment with this, with 20,000 participants in this experiment across many different cultures, and this all tested the same for a difference in, for example, facial recognition in women. Across all cultures that we tested this in, at a significant difference, and you can make that as a test. Your degree of certainty in that result is higher than your degree of certainty when you go, okay, these things have happened in the past, but we can't experimentally test any of those.
Oh, no.
You can say, yeah, there's a pattern, but your degree of certainty is lower, which is the only point I brought up with this.
I think we might be talking past each other a bit. I was more, this whole time, been like fixated on the hunter-gatherer thing, and that we can look at the roles and draw really kind of pretty set in stone inferences about every society that's gained any kind of success we've ever seen crop up on this planet. Not so much obviously, if we're talking about something like facial recognition, yeah, like we can get a lot better gauge on that because we can do it just now.
And I guess my problem, and my pushback is not that we might look at these same things and actually come out the same results of this and say that seems to be that. My problem is the certainty which you attach that. I go, to me, I hear that and I think, yeah, probably that makes a lot of sense. That inherently seems to be true. But it might not be, because I can't go manipulate the fucking variables to test that. And we can't do that. So we have to be more careful with that information. That has to be attached to lower probability than the other information that we're coming out of this.
So
and to me, that's meaningful.
To stick on like the hunter-gatherer example, because as we started with, like, would you say, like, given what we've learned on that, like, because there's so much evidence across the world, it's like, okay, we do have a fundamental understanding kind of why males did this, females did this. Unless something groundbreaking comes up, this will be our underlying assumption as to why societies were organized this way the world over.
Well, again, this is the eye example, and I don't think I introduced this very well, right? Which is, we could say, well, sight is a really important element, right? It's going to allow us to identify friend from foe, threat from safety, food from garbage, or whatever the house happens to be. Mm-hmm. It would make sense. There's a lot of selection pressure on the eye. We're really going to get this nailed down, an efficient, functional thing. People with more efficient eyes are going to be better at this. Okay, except the eye is an evolutionary fuck up. is essentially does things less efficiently because it just happened to evolve that way and work enough that maybe it was better than competitors, or maybe it was okay enough that it does it, right? So the problem for me is I don't want to draw the single conclusion from this going, hey, these things are seeming to point evidence in this direction. We can't test them. We can't manipulate them. We can't prove them. We say this is what we've been seeing. And it certainly is evidence. If all societies do something compared to no societies do that, we go, that's probably more likely. But it's still at a lower level of probability than the one that we can experimentally manipulate and see, look, we poke this 5 fucking ways, we move these variables around, and it always comes out the same way. This is pretty damn certain. It's about as certain as science gets, right? And those are different. Those are different levels of how much weight we can attach those.
Sure.
So, yeah, okay, that's my point. So when I asked you to steel man me, that's the point I was trying to make. I don't disagree mostly with your conclusions. I think that seems reasonable, that seems probable, but I can't be as certain on those conclusions as I can about other conclusions.
No, I want to keep arguing about it.
I'm happy to keep arguing. I love arguing.
Yeah, it's fun. Man, I would have... Being a caveman would have sucked. Would there have been any good sides? Probably not, right? I was trying to think of like
cave bitches.
I mean, how far the furthest back I'd ever want to go and live there would be like Rome, because Rome was even better than like some of the Middle Ages nonsense. But you go further back from Rome before
way better.
Maybe ancient Greece. Maybe ancient Greece, the furthest back I'd be willing to go.
Taylor, I think you'd be a pretty alpha caveman, right? I think that the skill set you possess, which is pull day, would be
headbutts
and headbutts.
But he would have grown up without a mother. He would have killed her in childbirth.
Yeah.
True.
And then they would have sacrificed me to the gods.
I think that you do really well as a caveman, right? Like you would be the chief in this situation. All the bitches would be yours. You'd have, what is that thing where kings get to break in the newlyweds?
I introduced Prima Nocta in the year.
Yeah, Prima Nocta would be a thing under your society if you wanted it. I think you're underselling.
Can you imagine
anyone believe there was a
cave
reasonable
pussy
thought
smells
process
like?
behind that? That was a king like, I want to fuck that girl and she's married. She's married to that guy. I'm fucking her anyways. There's no way that was any other benefit from that.
Can you imagine leaders of tribes in the Stone Age? Grug, new king, hit with the rock in the back of the head. Now Grug, new king. Like you get like 3 days before you got fucked up.
Taylor, you're not. This is where you shine. You're not really vulnerable to hit in the head with rock. They'd hit you in the head
dozens of times,
and you'd be like, "That is not my weakness."
Maybe you're right. Maybe everything's coming up Taylor in the year 5000 BC.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
I'm king of the cave.
You have anti-concussion and pull day skill sets, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if I'm in charge, I send all the other males out to do the hunting while I fuck all the women.
So you asked about Prima Nocta. The point of Prima Nocta wasn't just to get your nobles laid, because that would be awfully self-serving and might lead to some revolts, as it did. A big part of it was to breed out a group of people that you didn't like, rather than fight them, and that's why England did that.
Would the king go back? Like what happened? Okay, I buy that for the first child. All right, king fucks her. You know, he's amazingly fertile. She's really fertile. That one night of intercourse, she's pregnant. Okay, we blocked out the competitor's sperm. What about baby number 2? Does he go back?
Well, again, we're talking about medieval Europe, so the firstborn is the only one that matters.
Oh, I see. Because you're thinking of like how it was passed, like lands passed on, etc. kind of deal.
Real?
You're just like number 2.
Yeah, absolutely, it's real. Yeah.
Oh, I always.
Sorry, Mel Gibson was so pissed.
You thought that was made up in
there
Braveheart?
are a couple things. Like I've seen torture devices that were things that they didn't do, and I for some reason I thought Prima Nocta wasn't. Yeah, I guess it was a lot.
You thought
more
it was
talk
like
than,
what do they call them?
Reality.
Pairs and the Iron Maidens and shit. You thought like Prima Nocta was an Iron Maiden?
That's what I thought it was.
Sure.
Like for a while. Because apparently Iron Maidens were like, they kind of just made this in like 1870, just made the spookiest thing they could make, and then went around to a bunch of rubes who were like, oh, look at this. This is who? King Henry the 16th. They don't know the kings. King Henry. He killed people in this. Give me a pence. A shilling, whatever it was back in the day. I guess probably still a dime or a dollar, right? Because we didn't change. We didn't change any of our currencies. Yeah, well, that's cool.
No, I'm not getting that far with Google that fast.
I'm looking for a silly video for us to watch. I'm watching 3 incredibly drunk guys fight in a McDonald's while this one guy just eats his burger.
Way I watch your videos is like a 2018 thing, though.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. Like,
It's not on YouTube. It was just like it's like a GIF on Reddit.
Oh, if it's a
I'm
gift,
so fucking tired of COVID lockdown. So insanely tired of it.
everybody is getting.
I love it.
I mean, I imagine you guys, no problem. Like, what's the acre? Do I ask? What's the acreage of your property?
14 and a half. 14.65, I think, something like that.
Okay. So you got like a small town in there.
It's mostly grass. I just have elbow space. Like there's no one makes noise that gets to my house. And
The real
conversely,
freedom
if
is
I
Woody
make
can take to the
noise-
skies whenever he likes.
Yeah. I flew
And his
2 days
flying
ago.
chair with balloons.
I flew-
Yeah,
Tuesday-
balloons
so-
would be a fun addition.
I don't know that I'm really locked. I'm a little locked down from COVID because for the past 2 years, I've wanted to have sort of a seasonal affect disorder break. I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to miss a week of the show and I'm going to go to Italy or something or Colombia and just, live my perfect life and come back and
What were your thoughts? Red wine or cocaine?
yeah, they're flying
cocaine.
sites and it's warm weather in the winter. So anyway, that's what I wanted to do. And it just seems like a couple things. Like if it was just me, if I was single, I think that I probably would have gotten COVID a while ago. Would have got it over with. I'd be a little bit inoculated. I think I used the term right. From having had it and be on the other side. Cool. But at this point, it's like I've gone this far, locked down. I don't remember the last time I've left my home. I have an errand to run. It's looming over me, Taylor. But
Get on it.
I don't remember the last time I've left my home. And it just seems like, shit, you're going to dodge whatever it is, 12 months of COVID, and contract it 2 months before the vaccine's available? That seems silly.
That's called sunk cost.
Getting it
Yep,
right to the
I'm with
finish
you.
line and then fumbling.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's not just a personal decision for me, right? If I come home with COVID and then give it to my wife and my kids and that baby we watch and her family and that whole thing, like...
Thank you.
You've got enough room, you can all quarantine in there. Everybody gets a different sunroom for 2 weeks or 10-day, whatever it is now.
We're getting polar vortex temperatures right now too. So this happened, I think, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, something like this. This is like the displacement of like the fucking polar temperatures that moves down. I think you're pretty close to me, Taylor. You're probably getting this too right now. Has your weather been insanely shitty right now? Like super cold, like really, really like consistently cold for the last couple of days?
Oh yeah,
Last
it's
week and
been
a half?
like it's been around 0, and for St. Louis, 0 is very fucking cold. So
yeah.
it's-
I'm in
and it's been
Iowa these days.
But it hasn't been enough. Iowa's real fucking cold, but there's been enough snow to ruin the roads a little bit, but not enough for it to look good at all.
Yeah, and I was doing, I mean, I go up and down on this COVID shit, but I was doing all right when I could get out. Like my wife and I are going, we're going for like hikes and shit and just exploring and like getting out of the house. And now it's like every morning we wake up, we look at the weather, it's like -6, feels like -25. And I'm like, guess I'm staying in again, And it's like, and there was something about it, right? Like the COVID already restricts your shit, right? And you're already pissed off about this. You're like, I want to go sit in a bar and have a fucking drink and have a chat with someone and just like shoot the shit and enjoy myself. I want to go to a restaurant and sit down there instead of have a takeout kind of deal, right? And then it's something particularly insulting about the fucking fact that now it's also so ridiculously cold outside that it's like going outside. I could do it out of spite, right? I could go out for this and be like, fuck it, I'm going out anyways. I'm going to go for a walk in this and I'm going to fucking enjoy it. But it's so fucking cold out there right now that it's just so miserable to do it. I know, right? It feels like I would imagine a significant portion of my fellow Iowans are not surviving this. But COVID's going
We
strong?
can survive this because we refused to lock down for 2 weeks a year ago.
We should have. Oh yeah, if we would have done 2 weeks, it would have got rid of it, right?
Yeah, like
You can't be that naive.
I mean, I just look at the countries that
plays
did
a
it and
character
how
on
they're having
PKA.
fucking football games full of people.
The countries that did it still had months and months and months of lockdowns.
And New Zealand knocked it right out.
New Zealand has 11 people, and it was only a few months ago that they fully opened back up, I think.
They've been every time they had like 4 cases, they were like, "Oh, back in the closet."
Half the
My
population.
dad has both vaccines now.
Say
And
that
he
again,
is-
Filthy? I didn't hear.
My
your
dad
words.
has had both vaccines now, so he's had both versions of the vaccine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cheater, pumpkin eater. Carry on.
How is he a cheater?
I can't get any vaccines, and he's just
70.
loading up on all of them.
He won the lottery, the COVID lottery, or however they're picking.
Oh, he's down in Florida, and he's in his
Why would
mid
he have
70s at this
both
point.
kinds?
So they're like 65 and up vaccinating right now. So anyways, he's had both shots of that, and you're still required after the second shot. I think it's 3 weeks before you're allowed to go out. And he's like counting down the days till he can go to his favorite pub in fucking St. Petersburg and have a beer outside. And he's been like, my dad's an active guy, like boating, etc. Like they're down in Florida. He's out all the fucking time, and this has been killing him. And I'm so excited for him, and I'm so jealous of like. I don't think you're supposed to be running around super much when you get it, but like at that point, like, I mean, you start looking at these, right? Like the percentage of you catching it is whatever, like you look at these numbers. I think it's 95% efficient, and they're a little bit not clear on that for the newer strains for that. But like, it's like, so now you're like, all right, I was already at X%, and now I've taken away 95% of that. So you multiply it by 0.05, and that's your now percentage of getting it. And you're just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go have a beer. And I wish to be in that situation. I'm ready for that situation. So
I want to
just
go.
get that.
I want to go to Las Vegas and play some poker, and I've been watching this poker vlogger, and they have these like plexiglass like cones of silence around each player when you sit down at the poker table now. Like everybody's like enclosed sitting around a table. I'm like, oh my god, it's so fucking lame. I'll be glad. I want to get. I really want to sit down and play some Texas Hold'em whenever I get vaccinated. That's. I think maybe I'll go to Colorado, do some vacationing for like a month, 2 months at least, right off the bat. And I want to go to the casino. I want to go play some fucking Hold'em. I want that vaccine as fast as possible.
You can even talk to people, like, because poker, like the social part of it's huge.
Yeah, a little bit. You can still talk. It's just rah, 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 rah.
Or I guess friends, like you wouldn't
It's
know.
easier to ignore it.
Yeah, I'm not
get
playing
tilted
friends.
as much from your.
Never mind. That I wouldn't.
My viewers have heard me talk about it. There are these paramotor events. They call it a fly-in, and there'll be hundreds of pilots and stuff. And I don't know how to say this without being an arrogant asshole, but me at a fly-in would be a little bit like Kyle at a gun show. Like strangers will come up and want to shake my hand or ask me about some video I made or something like that, and I need to be vaccinated. Like it just should be for it to be smart. And I know it's a smaller field, but whatever. Anyway, I didn't realize how much I missed it. I don't think a day goes by that I don't think about this thing. I've been getting fit. I'm like, I can't wait for them to see the new me. I flew the other day. I'm like, I gotta practice my skills. I'm gonna be evaluated. I don't know. I want to go. I want to see people. I want to see my friends. I've got friends that I talk to online every day. They're all gonna make it, and I want to make it.
Yeah.
My mom's just
Kudos
about
to
to
you,
get
by
a
the way.
vaccine. She's a teacher, so she's in the next round.
Yeah, my grandma
That's nice.
got one. I think she got her second one on Thursday or today.
Nice. And this is just a little bit of Woody bullshit, so
Yeah,
don't
real
put any
sick.
faith in it. But I have this idea that after the first shot, you're at least partially inoculated. Yeah, maybe 2/3 effective. And then the second shot bumps it up to 95, right? Doesn't that just pass the
I don't
sniff
know.
test?
I know that she got the first one last week, and she started feeling shitty, and she had to go to the hospital 18 hours after. She was vomiting a bunch. Yeah, and then
That sucks.
Complications or something
we gave her
unrelated?
they didn't know. They just said, I guess when they give you the vaccine, like if you start feeling shitty, just like stay in touch, so they can keep track of stuff and keep all the data. So she's feeling better now. Like it was like a day and a half where she's like, I couldn't even keep anything but like small sips of water down. I was vomiting and shitting constantly. It was horrible. I couldn't hardly get up out of bed. But she's
They
fine
tell you
now.
that's a good sign. I don't know if they're just trying to pat you on the back and say great, but apparently if your body reacts to the vaccine, that means your body is building the antibodies and doing and preparing you for actual battle.
And she should have real deal antibodies now.
It would seem so, yeah. Whereas if you
hopefully
get it and have no reaction to it, then we don't know. You might be one of the less effective people.
Yeah. And it could have been just totally unrelated. It was just weird that it happened just like hours afterward.
I'm jealous of the statement, Woody, that COVID has been like a call to fitness for you. Like all the things I do for fitness, like especially in the winter are hard, and then doubly so when I can't fucking go to like a gym. I want to go rock climbing. I finally moved to a location that has a rock climbing gym again, It's 20 minutes away, totally accessible. It's a great gym. I'm really happy to do it. I've been waiting on COVID the entire time I've been here. I'm just like, for fuck's sake, I spent 2 years where I couldn't get to one, and now there's one like down the road and I can't use it. It's
Are they
driving me nuts,
open?
man.
Are they open with the masks, like climbing? With masks?
Yeah, so it's University of Iowa, I think it is, has a you can get a public pass to their rec center essentially, and yeah, so they're open for that. There's like limited like hours and limited stuff, but
Just go and wear a
So
mask.
you're not
Like,
going out.
dude,
of
I'm trying
caution.
really hard not to be doing this for fucking 5 more years, right? I feel like socially obligated to do this shit, right? Like
Wait,
it's kind of like
I don't know what this is. I got lost. You're trying not to do this.
quarantining for COVID, right? Like trying not to be part of public spaces, et cetera. The second I get vaccinated, I'm going like, you know, if I cut my risk by 95%, I was already kind of on the border of like how risky I felt this was, you know, and I'm like, if that's happening, I'm going to fucking do that. But I feel like the more people, if I don't do this, if I'm just like, shit, I'm going to go wherever I want, do whatever I want, and I'll deal with COVID, and I'm probably young and it probably won't bother me, and it probably won't be a long hauler, and all that's probably statistically true, I'm still fucking it up for everyone else. If I can get vaccinated and do this, all right, my social obligation is done. I'm going to go do the fuck I want, and I've been waiting to do this for a long time. So this is killing me, like this end bit. I'm just like, fuck, let's go.
The last 2 times we talked to you, you're like, I just need to get back somewhere near a climbing gym and everything will work out. Just need that fucking climbing gym. And now you're there. And it's
I
like,
know, and I'm like looking at it. I'm like,
not having it. This is being
So,
able to
yeah.
live with a delicious cookie.
this
on the
is like,
counter.
It sounds like we have a
Exactly.
similar
This is the
mindset.
fucking, like
it's not even
ahead.
me. It's not even you. It's
Yeah.
that you don't want to infect people you care about or don't care about.
I don't even care about them. I don't give a fuck. I don't even like people. I just feel like it's just the shorter route to the solution,
You
right?
live in
It's
a
like,
society.
let's not be dumb about this. If I could get other people to fucking do this, I could be back already. You know, it's like, it's driving me nuts. So I am dealing with my COVID by drinking. So you're like, you know, I hope they see the new me. I'm like, let's bury the new me. Let's get them down a little bit. Like when we get out of this, I'm like, I'm happy with the new me now. I'm getting through it. But like,
You'll sip your way through this. You'll fancy
Yeah.
wine. I saw that photo you posted on Twitter. Maybe it was Twitter, or maybe you shared it here a while ago, where it was like, I went into the Costco or the liquor store and stocked up a bit, and it was like, had to be $520 of liquor and wines. It was
dude,
like
Iowa has like apparently like I didn't know this before I moved here. It's like 6th or 7th highest like alcohol like cost in the U.S. So every time we go back to visit my wife's parents in Illinois, I've been stocking up massively on alcohol. I'm just like, all right, we're doing a Benny's run. I'm buying like insane amounts of alcohol because I'm just like I'm not dealing with that. It seems so stupid. Like what kind of society taxes this shit? Like there's no way I should be paying like. It's like 30% markup on this shit. It's like insane. Anyways. Yeah, and like I don't know, like for those of you who don't drink it very often, maybe that's not a big deal, but I drink a lot and I'm like, this is a big savings. It would be financially irresponsible not to stock up when I go back to visit the in-laws.
Dave Ramsey would approve.
Like living in Missouri, I forget how cheap alcohol is here until I go somewhere else. Like flying through the Salt Lake City airport before you know that they serve nonsense pretend Mormon beer and spending $8 on a 3% Bud Light that tastes like somebody spit in it. You're just like, this should be illegal.
What's Bud Light normally?
So Bud Light is like 4 point something percent. Like it's whatever the normal amount, 4 point something percent, maybe 4.5% is like the baseline, like light beer percent. And because Mormons are like, can't do that shit, we're lame. You can only get like 3% beer, and they don't tell you that like when you're flying in. And so I ordered one once on a work trip, and I was just sitting there like on my layover, like, oh, I must have got like the last one out of the fucking thing. Like what a terrible beer. And then like I mentioned something about it to the guy next to me, and he was like, oh no, we're in Utah. You just spent $8 you just bought spicy water, basically. Like he was like, what you need to do is there's a workaround. So there's Utah breweries, and apparently if it's an artisan beer, it can be wild percentages of alcohol. And so it was like, you can have Michelob Ultra, Bud Light, Bud Select, Budweiser. Oh, those are all 2.53% bullshit beers. Or you can have the heavy-handed Mormon pastor brew, and it's 9% alcohol. And it's like, I see what you're doing here. You want everybody to buy these $10 specialty beers because we're trying to get drunk because we're killing time.
But even efficiently, what you just described is a 3% for $8 or a $10 for 13%.
I think I was being overly generous. It was probably an $18 beer or something. But when you're at the Salt Lake City airport, you can spend some cash. It's boring as shit. There's nothing to do.
Yeah, airports.
I literally got proselytized to there once, but from a Mormon. I worked when I worked.
Did you convert for a second?
No, I converted real quick to get him to leave, and then I renounced. I I was working at this rental car place when I lived in Idaho, and one of my, like, not my boss, but like one of the bigger upper area bosses was this hardcore fucking Mormon. And he like took me on this, and I knew he was a hardcore Mormon, and this was near the end of my time there. And he like wanted me to go on some lunch with him because he's like, hey, haven't noticed that you're not selling at all. Did you stop asking people? And I just wanted to, I was like, no, it's just the tide's not right for me, you know, ebbs and flows. In reality, it was like, do you have your own insurance? Yeah. Oh, don't buy this nonsense. Have a good one, man. Like that, like I was done. And he takes me out to this Mexican place and we're talking, and I don't want to talk about the fucking sales shit because I'm going to leave this job soon. I don't fucking care. And so, but I know he's really into Mormonism. And so I just started asking him like, hey, I'm not from Utah or Idaho, so I don't really know much about Mormonism. Tell me about Mormonism. And while I'm like sitting there like eating queso, like refilling queso, I was like, oh hell yeah, dude! Like yeah, that's tight. Like, and so we talked for a while, and he like explained Mormonism to me, and he's like my high level boss. And by the end of it, he's like, we didn't talk about sales at all. He's like loving me because I indulged him talking about Moroni and stuff. And it was like 2 weeks later, I was at the airport just fucking around. And he came up, he's like, hey, Taylor, can I talk to you real quick? And I'm like, oh, no, here comes. He's going to be mad at me because he realized I bamboozled him last time we talked. And then he like takes me aside and he's like, hey, I'm not technically supposed to do this, but, you know, I felt a calling and just take this home with you. And he gave me a Book of Mormon.
Oh, that's so cool, dude.
And I was like, and I was like.
And now you understand the power of a blowjob.
Dude, I appreciate. Look,
no, but the fact that he was such a nice guy, I can't understate that. He was a very nice guy, and like
they all are.
It wasn't. They all are really nice, and it wasn't like a hey, do this like you're a sinner. Like the way I took it was like this guy. He like in his head, he's doing a tremendously kind thing. Like he's like, you know, there's an in with this person. Like I'm going to help save their soul. So I took it like he was being a goofball, obviously, but I took it.
I'm
very
fortified
kind.
by bourbon here, but I want to point out that the people who charged the Capitol believed they were defending democracy.
This guy gave me a Book of Mormon, though.
Yeah, I know, but my point is that the intentions don't fucking matter, right? If they're not connected to reality.
Quickly on the Mormonism thing.
Nice.
I wish they were right. I wish they were right, and I wish I believed, because that seems like a pretty fucking good religion. Like I know they've got some, historical stuff. With I think there was an Indian massacre, and it's like, all right, who hasn't massacred the Indians? They had it coming. Fucking savages get savaged. That's what fucking happens.
Indians,
Those dirty fucking can't drink alcohol cannibals needed wiping out, and I'm glad. I wish we'd gotten them all. Look at the
Missouri Mormon War. It wasn't the Indians. They came in, they started fucking with the Missourians. The Missourians pushed them out. And so then they went to Utah.
Enjoy your fucking casinos,
to be fair,
Chief.
We
Can't
could use the same
smallpox.
Descriptors of Missourians, right?
What's that?
Cannibals, etc. Right? Like,
it was a bunch of no good nicks, a bunch of bad muffins. So
almost a lot of the Native American tribes were cannibalistic and very torturous and super rapey. Everybody always wants them to be the fucking tribe from Pocahontas or something. Like,
they were like, a lot of them were still like Stone Age tribes. Of course they did the shit.
Kind of like Stone Age Jews. You're saying
they were all Stone Age tribes, as far as I know, when we got here.
That's what I'm saying. Like Stone Age people did a bunch of that kind of stuff, like rape and torture, religion. And then once you get out of Stone Age, all that stops. No more.
Yep. Then you're good like us.
Chill forever.
No, if I could pick like, I wish that they were right, because what Taylor said, like that kind of warmed my heart a little bit, like because I can imagine that guy and how like he wasn't trying to recruit Taylor for some Amway, or this isn't one of those like housewives like, have you heard about Mary Kay? Like, no, he's like, this would save this young man's soul. He could be part of the people who have it right. He could be one of us, one of God's chosen people who knows the truth, and he's interested. Oh, that's so wonderful. I admire this young man, and I want the best for him now. You know, I think that's what was going through that guy's heart. And I think or his mind and his heart, I suppose. I don't know. I don't believe in especially their version of that mumbo jumbo at all. And, but I wish I did. I wish it were real. Do any of you feel that way, that you wish that you had religion?
This is ignorance is bliss. Except to the next level, because it goes
beyond ignorance is bliss, though.
No,
like,
our life has meaning.
Bliss,
We have a definition in a route to both happiness and a route to savior in the next world. Like, this is the way. Now we know. Now we can move forward in our life with that plan. Isn't that great?
I look at it a little differently. Bill Maher said something. Do you guys know who he is? The comedian, politically incorrect HBO. Now the viewers do too. And he drew this thing. He's like, Christians are the QAnon people. If you look at a Venn diagram, QAnon is just a circle inside of Christian. Why is that? It's because their mind is opened to bullshit silliness. There is a space in their mind and heart for absolute horseshit. And when they hear Q do his latest drop, they're like, tell me more about your absolute horseshit conspiracy theories with no evidence required whatsoever. Well, fuck. Christians have been flexing that muscle since their dad taught them to do it at 6 months old. So you guys are like, man, I wish I had my Christian muscles a little built up. I wish that was my belief system. I'm like, fuck that belief system. Fuck that belief system at this point, because it opens the door drives, right? To flat Earth bullshit.
No, but the first drive is like happiness, and the second is like accuracy, right? And my accuracy drive, which is pretty strong, my wife tells me, she gets annoyed with me about this, is that's insane. That's no evidence. That's fucking bullshit. Another part of me goes like, man, wouldn't it be nice if you believe that? Wouldn't it be easy if that was all solved
just to be
for
clear,
you?
what I'm saying
to do,
is,
how to do it, the route to get there. That's great. That's a fucking pretty sweet sale.
And what I wish isn't just that I believed like everyone else. I wish that we existed in a universe where God made himself evident, where he came down quarterly. And like where he came down quarterly, had a big meeting with the head of the Mormon church or the Pope or whoever. And, like cameras were flashing as God walks into the fucking Vatican. And we're like, oh, we can't wait to hear how this goes down. And you've got like the cameras aren't allowed. So we've got like those court drawings and stuff like that of God and the Pope. And they're like slapping each other on the back and stuff.
There's a trillion ghosts confirming what heaven and hell are like. That, that quarterly you get to talk to.
Just so you know, Christians don't believe that anyone has gone to heaven or hell yet, I'm pretty sure.
I don't.
They think they're all in purgatory.
That sounds really wrong, though.
Yeah, I think that I think a big part. Taylor can help me with this. I'll wait till he's got his headset on.
I can help you with what?
So Taylor, isn't the belief system in Christianity?
Let's go to our religious correspondent.
Senior correspondent.
Yeah, senior religious correspondent Taylor Merca.
You were once approached by a Mormon. Tell us what your thoughts.
Isn't it? Well, he grew up very religious. Isn't it true that like the Christian belief system proposes that no one has gone to heaven yet? That it's during the rapture when the horns get blown and everything, and everyone gets pulled up. That the souls of all of the dead Christians then rise from the grave and go to heaven.
Yeah, according to Revelation, it's all going to happen at once at the end.
So nobody's in heaven.
That's why
now.
The priests keep getting blown. They're like, if the horn gets blown, Revelation.
Because I have my own evidence to draw upon, which is a Morgan Freeman movie, and there's plenty of people in heaven already.
That's a Jim Carrey movie. Don't you
admissible to the other
good
evidence
name.
we've had.
Oh.
Yeah, it definitely.
Is it Morgan Freeman in it?
Morgan Freeman is God, but Bruce Almighty is played by Jim Carrey and Morgan Freeman. But I'm saying that Jim Carrey's the star.
I prefer.
And Will Ferrell is the standout that made his career. Not Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell. Steve Carell.
Well, okay.
In any case,
that's because you think all white people are the same
kind. I have frustration with people buying into silly theories right now and just choosing to believe whatever they want to believe in. And I have a hard time not drawing the line from religion to the other wackadoo things that people buy into with no evidence right now.
Agreed 100%. Yeah, I don't wish that I were blissfully ignorant and believed. I wish that
it was true.
I had evidence.
Do see the difference.
I wish it were true.
I don't see the difference. I'm not clear on that difference because I guess when I think about that, when I look at the distinction, I go, well, I don't wish it were true because I don't like these morality systems, but I do wish I would believe in it and actually adhere to it, because then I could just like give up any worries about like any existentialism like crisis of like, what am I doing with my life? What's my purpose? What am I here for? I could have all that solved.
So my guess is that you agree with the morality systems 80%. right? You know, the thou shalt not kill stuff. That seems
I'm not
pretty
big
on
on
target.
stoning
The
adulterers,
steal.
but yeah, it
Right,
depends.
right,
I
but
guess
what
I
if
don't know
God
about
came
80%,
down
but
quarterly?
in general, sure.
Sure. What if God came down quarterly and was like, you know what? I was misunderstood on that. You know?
Yeah.
That
You know?
would be good.
What if
We
he
could update
clarified
these fucking systems to actually reflect reality. That'd make them better systems.
You guys seem to think Christianity is mostly about hating gay people. That's really not the core of the message here, right? If
You know-
God
you know
could
what?
come out and clarify.
I don't even
Anything,
have
you know
to
what I
believe in that.
actually
If we
believe?
could just do that, that would be great.
Here's what I actually believe: if God and Satan exist, I think that Satan bamboozled man. If they do exist, I think that
Satan wrote the Bible.
I think that Satan wrote the Bible. I think that Satan is the person, the entity that we believe God is, and that God is the entity that we believe Satan is. I think that would make much more sense if you believe any of it. Just based on how awful God is, when you really boil it down and look at it. Have you ever looked into the Satanic church and what their 9 tenets are? Like, we all know the 10 Commandments, roughly speaking. I couldn't quote them, but we know.
It's like 4 of them about worshiping God.
There's like 4 of them about don't you fucking cheat on me. Don't you?
No idols. Do not take the Lord's name in vain. Honor your parents. Don't murder. Don't steal. Don't commit adultery. Something.
Maybe I hear
flexed
Peterson
on.
again with this. There's a lot of value in
All
these
right,
types
so here
of
with
things
the 10
societally.
double
We gotta
buys.
fucking update these.
So here are the 11 satanic rules of the earth.
Is this Levian Satanism?
Yes.
Because you know that's a meme, right? Like it's more just a joke, so they have debauched. They don't
Why
actually.
are you crushing my joke? Actually,
I'm sorry, tism fit. Go ahead.
I know.
Oh my bad.
I didn't know. I would have repeated it. as a
Although we have to be
reputable
slightly
source.
careful with that meme because
We're supposed to present it as a reputable source. That's what makes it funny.
But I would have
Hold on, but how do I engage with you, Kyle?
I want you to. I want them to as well. That's how you create misinformation.
We love that. We love creating misinformation
All
about
right,
things.
here are the 11 satanic rules of the earth. And just imagine, like I said, that we transpose God and Satan, and this is coming from our real God, the creator of the universe.
Yeah.
And maybe he's the real good guy, and these are the good tenets, and that other stuff is a bunch of selfish, self-serving, controlling gobbledygook. All right, the 11 satanic rules of the earth. Do not give opinions or advice unless you're asked.
That's pretty good.
Do not tell your troubles to others unless you are sure they want to hear them. Same thing. Not kind of weird.
Kind of redundant.
But it fits
Maybe
the
he's not all
bill
seeing.
for deities that we're aware of.
Could have been 8 though.
When in another's home, show them respect, or else do not go there. If a guest is in your home and annoys you, treat him cruelty and without mercy. Do not make sexual advances unless you are given the mating signal, which is phrased very oddly,
vague,
but I think it
yes.
just means don't be a rapey perv. Do not take that which does not belong.
This is
to
why
you.
there's like many different sects of sadism, right?
I
guess
suppose
Satanism.
so. Do not take that which does not belong to you unless it is a burden to the other person and they cry out to be relieved. Acknowledge the power of magic if you have employed it successfully to obtain your desires. If you deny the power of magic after having called upon it with success, you will lose all you have obtained.
I love that.
I like that one too.
Keeping people honest.
I mean, that's gonna
Do
be
not
on a
complain
set-to-set
about anything to
basis.
which you need not subject yourself.
What does that mean?
I think that means don't complain about something that you're a situation that you're choosing to be in. You don't like your job? I don't want to hear about it. Fucking get a new job.
Okay.
You're choosing to be an accountant. You know you want to be a software engineer. You're choosing to be a software engineer. You know you want to be a YouTuber.
Was that all 9?
No,
Oh,
I'm not done yet. Do not harm little children. That's number 9. There are 2 more.
should have led with that.
Love that one. Do not kill non-human animals unless you are attacked or they are for your food. Love that one too.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Doesn't that mean you can't? Is a mosquito attacking you when it bites you?
Absolutely.
Are you
Absolutely.
sure?
It's stealing my blood.
It's literally draining me of my
You
life
can
force and
leave-
potentially giving me
You can lose
diseases.
that blood with no harm to you.
No, you can't because it has diseases and germs. They can give me West Nile, and there's no way that you
That's
can.
not the
with a
loss of
study,
blood.
prove
All right,
that it
a
doesn't have West
non-disease
Nile.
mosquito, you can't slap it. I don't know
No.
about that one.
No.
When
I'm
walking,
not for that one.
when walking in open territory, bother no one. If someone bothers
Tremendous.
you, ask him to stop. If he does not stop, destroy him.
Shoot him.
That's a
What was
good.
left?
They're rounding out the list with the best ones. They should have started hot.
I really like this. The 9 satanic sins include stupidity, pretentiousness, solipsism. That's a new word for me. It's a vocabulary Thursday for Kyle.
I think solipsism means if you believe, like it's like believing that everything, like if you're a solipsist, you believe that everything is in your head and everything is a figment of your imagination. But I imagine what they mean by solipsism is like narcissism, right? Like
You're absolutely right. That is the most impressive vocabulary word you've ever pulled out of your hat, my friend. It is the philosophy idea that only one's mind is sure to exist. Beautiful. Yeah. Self-deceit, herd conformatory, lack of perspective, forgetfulness of past orthodoxies, counterproductive pride, and lack of aesthetics.
Lack of aesthetics? That's a good one. Ugly people. That's a sin. Fat and ugly, Satan has no time for you. You know what? Hell's going to be a lot hotter. Literally and figuratively. There'll be better looking people in hell. I don't know. Some of those pastors that, oh no, what am I talking about? Those beautiful manicured TV pastors, they're going to be in hell too. You know what are almost always hot though? If you ever go to like SuperWow or like one of those big like convention center church meetups, the two like 20-something-year-old actors they put on stage to put on the skits, you know, it's a guy and a girl always, because they're going to do like 5 abstinent skits and then like 5 more anti-drug skits and then a couple more about keeping the faith. I always wanted to nail that chick. Like, oh my God, they always pick like the cutest fucking like and talented because she's on. I went to SuperWow. I got roped into it. Like I didn't go to church past the age of maybe 10 or 11. You know, my mom would drag me. Lucky bastard. I know. But when I was about 12 or 13, it was when I was homeschooled, and I had like maintained friendships with like my 2 or 3 like best friends, but it was still kind of hard to maintain a friendship when you're in different worlds, right? And so there was another guy who was also homeschooled, who also like had a dad in like my dad's sphere of like influence, and they were church people. And so I kind of became friends with David, and he was a nice enough guy. And David's like, hey, you know, we're going to SuperWow down in Florida. It's great. We for SuperWow, for those who aren't listening, is like, it's probably an acronym. It's probably like Worship of the World or something, but it's a big meetup of like teen members from churches all throughout, probably the U.S., definitely the Southeast. Yeah. And they all go down to Florida. There's an enormous convention center. I don't know how many people were in there, thousands. And it's like we sing, we listen to some preaching, and we watch some like skits that were frankly well done. You know, it's stage acting. And but he sold it to me as like, look, we go to church every day for like 2 hours, but then we're in Florida, like at this nice rental house, guys in one house, girls in the other, and we go to the beach every day and swim. We go to the water park twice while we're there. We always like go to the mall and everybody gets a water gun, and we have water gun fights in the yard, and we have like cookouts every night. We watch wrestling when it's on TV because like so-and-so's uncle's a big wrestling fan. You like Goldberg, right? And I'm like, sure, this sounds great to me. This sounds like a fun vacation with a bunch of people my age. So I got roped into this shit, and it was really awful. They got mad at me because I took the water gun fight too seriously and squirted somebody's dad who like didn't want to be squirted. And it's like, do you know how much this Lacoste shirt costs? And I'm like, I don't know, $60? Like why are you fucking wearing something that's so valuable that you can't get it wet, dude?
Yeah, what shirt is ruined by water?
Exactly.
A terrible.
Well, he's like, it's hot water, it's going to shrink. And if you're cutting your size choice so close that a little warm water on a summer day is going to shrink the shirt on you, maybe lose a few.
Most of my shirts cost $8 and can easily withstand warm water.
Like, dude had a meltdown over a fucking Lacoste shirt. And look, I like Lacoste. This shirt's Lacoste.
I like you're annoyed by the fact that it challenges like the durability of your shirt. You're like, no, my shirts, even at $8, are much stronger and tougher. That was the thing that irritated.
That's like that moment from Guardians of the Galaxy where it's like, it cannot go over my head. My reflexes are too quick.
Yeah. I would catch it.
That's my favorite moment from any superhero.
Sorry, I don't mean to derail. Please continue. Just like fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it was a fucking disaster. I hated it. I honestly did. God, I hate to admit it, but I liked the songs. There's something kind of cool about singing the same song with 10,000 people. It's the same way that when you watch The Lord of the Rings and all the Uruk-hai are like, "Hoo, God, hoo." You're like, yeah, that's a powerful thing they're doing right there. When you and 10,000 other people are all singing the same song, I'm sure you get the same thing at a concert, right? Mm. But even more so when it's acoustic. You know, if you're at fucking, I don't know, like you're at a rap concert or something, like it's not like everybody's really singing along. Like they are, but you can't hear it. It's so goddamn loud. There's giant speakers. It's a stadium. When you're in like a giant, like amphitheater type place, and acoustic guitar is playing with no accompaniment, and everyone is just singing, "Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises." It's like, oh, it sounds so good, and you're like, I'm actually hitting some of these notes. I mean, all right, and it's just, you can feel it. It's a good feeling to like be part of like something that big, even if it's just you and a bunch of other kids singing the same song. I like that. I like the skits, but the rest of it was just a fucking nightmare. I gravely underestimated how much these people liked wrestling.
Can I just go before Vildy? The caveat to the group singing thing is children group singing. There is nothing more annoying. Children's choirs to me are the worst music. I'd rather listen to classical. I'd rather listen to jazz. I'd rather listen to death metal.
You have
children's choir is the worst form of music on earth.
They should only be.
Were either of your children in choir?
Yes.
Okay,
yes. This is a matter where I am a subject matter expert.
Filthy. I wish it hadn't been your turn to talk because I knew about his daughter singing in the choir, and I was like, did he forget?
Oh no! Oh no! It really.
Oh wait, no. Actually, he's basing his statement upon.
She learned to sing. She was the lead in her senior year play, but as a fourth grader. That shit. Like, none of these people have talent, and they think that it's hidden by having like 50 talentless people sing at the same time, but that's not what I'm hearing. So I hear it all.
So I don't have any kids. A serious question on a serious note. When Hope succeeds at something like that, is that a real moment of pride when you're like, she's the lead, and you're like watching her kill it?
You know, so I felt like it was a moment, like I took personal pride when she was little, right? Oh. When like, so Hope advanced really quickly through like those baby skills. She walked really fast at like 9 months old. I hope I'm not exaggerating, but if I remember it right, at like 9 months old, she could sing the alphabet. It was like fucking off the charts, and she was big. You know, they give you those percentiles. It's weight, height, and head circumference. Yeah. We looked at them like grades. If she didn't get top 90% and all, like one time she weighed like 85%. No, they give you separate scores. And I'm like, you're slipping to a B here. Feed this fucking kid. You know, she's a straight A kid.
I believe that early development like that, especially with language skills, really shows itself throughout life. I bet Taylor spoke very early too.
I did.
Yeah, same. I did too. Like I wasn't gonna be like, well, actually, at 7 months I was singing Frere Jacques. But it's like, I guarantee. As soon as you said that, I was like, yeah, that matters so much. Like when you've got a kid who's like at those super early, it's like, damn, this kid's 9 months ahead. Like that matters.
I taught her some tricks too that would like. Like, what's the square root of -9? Or no, the square root of 9, and she'd know it. And she didn't know how to do square. She just knew.
Of course not, but that's a nice little thing to throw out there.
Yeah.
Like, let me tell you the square root of 9, and then ask no more questions.
Well, there
Woot.
were like half a dozen of them, you know, like who was the 16th president? And she just like rattled them off. Don't ask her the 15th. I don't know that, but she does. Yeah, so I don't think it's Buckner.
I don't know who the
Buckner or
15th
something?
president
Yeah, I'm not
is.
sure. Well, thank you for joining
I
me.
knew in the 5th grade. I knew in the 5th grade when I memorized them, and then forgot the next day.
But to answer your question, when she became like a high school senior and like starred in that play, well, that wasn't about me. I was just hoping she was having a good day. I was hoping that like she was forming some sort of, what was that cartoon with the core memories? You know, you guys must, the viewers know this. No. It was like a Pixar film or something, and there was an angry guy.
Toy Story? I have no idea. I'm sorry.
This must be way after any of us were kids.
Yes, but Inside Out is the name of the movie. Anyway, I was like, I hope that she's getting her like core memory, that this is one that she hangs her hat on. I remember when I was the star and I stood up tall and the light shined on me, and you know, I had a moment.
Yeah, that's how I know. Like, I have no interest in having children, but the one part that I do find, the idea of the one idea about having children that I find appealing would be sharing in their successes and their wins. But if you really like psychoanalyze that, that's a selfish thing, and it goes to compound why I shouldn't have children, and it's my inherent selfishness, right? Because like what I want is like a little baseball star. But why do I want that, right? It's to say like, look, see, that's because of me. That's 'cause I taught him that pitch. I've been out there hitting grounders to him all week. That's why he's fucking scooping it up and throwing it. He's not flinching like Jerry's kid.
Yeah, that's why he's beating the shit out of your kid, loser.
Right? Like it's inherently selfish if you really psychoanalyze that, and it's. But I think that's a good thing, and I think that I don't think we should think of selfishness as a bad thing, because that's the end result is still a positive, is a net positive. It's a kid who's a winner, or it's a kid who's successful, or it's a kid who's happy. However you want to delineate that, whatever you want to look at it, whatever angle you want to take, it's a good thing. And I think that all parents share in that selfishness. So maybe I'm looking at it too harshly, because I think you need to be selfish as a parent. I think you need to be like, yeah, I want this for him or her, and because of how it's going to make me feel, and because their happiness means so much to me. It has to be a little bit of both, right? But I think that the drive is irrelevant. The end result is what's like paramount.
I feel you.
I like the ending on that. Yeah. Because I was never driven to make her the school star. Like I said, as she was older, it wasn't about me anymore. When she was 9 months old, it was, I guess. You know, and you're not supposed to compare kids to each other. But I'm like, they're so comparable. How do you not? they're so comparable. How do you like? Everyone's keeping score here, right? Like this is normal behavior.
Absolutely, they are. You know? And it's one of those things where like I use this example a lot. Everybody thinks their dad's tough, right? Mm-hmm. Every elementary school kid thinks their dad's fucking tough. Everybody thinks that like, their dad's good looking or their mom's good looking or whatever skills, that they have a little bit of, they just tower over little you so much that, of course, dad's fucking tough.
They're the only adult.
But some people actually have tough dads, right? There's a couple tough dads out there. There's like, yeah, my dad's tough. Really? Because my dad kicked his ass last week. My dad's tough. there's some of that going on too.
You want my dad?
I don't know my dad get in a fight, but I saw throughout my hockey career multiple in the stands fights between parents, like hockey dads getting furious at one another, like, is that your son number 17 just hit my boy? It's like, yeah, he has a clean hit. Just then you like look over and I'm like in goal 11. I just see like two adults fighting again, and it's like they're taking this, and they are exactly what you were saying earlier. Like they see their kid as like, I'm going to be the father of an NHL player. I couldn't make it because I suck. And my son sucks too. But if I just am overbearing and awful and I beat up this other guy's kid's dad. Yeah, there's a lot of aggressive football and hockey.
And sometimes it's the result of that can sometimes be incredible, right? You don't think Archie Manning was drilling Peyton and Eli from an early age? Who knows what happened to that third brother? What's he, a fucking real estate agent or something? I think it was actually an injury. I think he actually got blew out a knee or something like early.
Was he the eldest? The first?
I don't recall the specifics. I just looked into it like 10 years ago because I was like, wait, I think Peyton's got 2 Super Bowls and Eli's got 2 Super Bowls. Could be wrong about that. I know Eli's got 2 MVPs and definitely 2 Super Bowls. Anyway, and then there's that, and then their dad, NFL star, or at least NFL QB. And then there's the third brother,
Cooper, the TV show.
And then you look
host.
at the Williams sisters, right? With their dad. You don't think he was overbearing? You don't think he yelled? You don't think Tiger Woods' dad ever yelled at him?
They all did a lot, probably, and that's why they're so good.
They all did a lot, and they're fucking champions. So we talked a lot in the Discord about whether Tom Brady was the greatest athlete of all time, and maybe someone used the word athlete, and somebody else is not a grammar Nazi, but if they see a flaw in your argument, they're like, oh, he is not the greatest athlete. Here are 1,000 other, and it's like
someone was being pedantic. Yeah,
someone was being pedantic, and it's like, all right, look, I get it, not the greatest athlete of all time, but perhaps the most successful person in athletics of our generation. And they're Michael Phelps did this. Who are the
better athletes? Explain that for me for 2 seconds.
Oh, well, I mean, Michael Phelps is an infinitely better physical specimen and better at athletics in general, than Tom
based
Brady.
On what, like some sort of comparison of their muscle mass or something?
So the Olympic,
based on their
the Olympic decathlete winner is often considered the best athlete. This guy runs, this guy throws, this guy does heavy shit, and so
sure, yeah, someone who does all the things that we consider to be athletic, not necessarily the best at their position ever, but oh my God, he benches 550 pounds. He runs the 40 faster than everyone. He's got a vertical leap of 3 fucking feet. Oh, and by the way,
okay, so the best physical specimen kind of.
Yeah, he would be the best pure athlete. You would have to if we're going to get drilled down, I guess he'd be the best or one of the best members of a team athlete, a team member athlete. Like he and Gretzky are similar. And I mean, obviously Tom Brady's a more impressive physical specimen than Gretzky. Gretzky was an even further example of this. Gretzky never had the hardest shot, never the fastest, but he, like Brady, knew what his opponents were going to do in anticipation of what they thought he was about to do before they knew what was happening. And so he could know the exact flow of the play, the exact way that Tom Brady in the 0.0001 seconds knows. I can see the future for a second. I know what's going to happen. I should throw it there, even if that wouldn't be apparent to the average QB. They're both they have they call it hockey IQ in hockey. So I'm sure it's football IQ in football.
George
they have
St.
a tremendous knowledge of the game.
Is an
There's
MMA
even a test
fighter,
for it.
And he was talking about what steroids can do for you, and he's like, it's not just how strong you are, or even how fast you are. There's a cognitive improvement that they can do. He's like, and that's what it is. That's what being an athlete is. If you can process this stuff, or the difference between top athletes isn't usually bicep curls or something. There's something like that Gretzky or Brady seems to have in processing what's going down, and that matters a lot in a sport like fighting.
There's an X factor there.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's work ethic from what I've heard and what I've read is they talk about him being, in the practice room or whatever at 5 a.m., running over schemes and just really studying the game and smartening up everyone around him. And because he's got all those rings already, especially in this current scenario with Tampa Bay, if he says, look, we got to be here. You got to be here at 6 a.m. We got to hit these X's and O's. We're going to win the game on this fucking marker board long before we step out there and put pads on. I think when he says it, rather than some old white guy who maybe has never won a championship at any level, never coached to a championship even, you as like a young 24-year-old multimillionaire athlete, you might be like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna hit my bonuses this year. I'm gonna rush for 1,000 yards. Like
always
that's
crazy
what
to
I'm
imagine
concerned
that.
with.
Like how
I'm gonna
young
get
these
mine.
people are with that amount of success. Like,
But
who
when
the fuck
Tom
did they
Brady
listen
says it,
to?
it's like, yeah, all right, I'll be there at 7, boss. Yeah,
Yeah.
like you're
There's
gonna lead me to a ring like you did everyone else you've ever played with.
Do you know who Pat McAfee is?
No.
He was a kicker for the Indianapolis Colts, and he has a podcast now. Is very successful post football. Anyway, he was talking about the leaders on the team, and he's like, Peyton Manning led the team, and it was amazing because he was very successful and he had great leadership qualities. It's like, but sometimes you get one or the other. Sometimes you get a guy who's very good at his position but can't lead for shit. And there were times, I think, post Manning, where the leaders of the team were on the twilight side of their career, and their words just didn't have the same gravitas. They're some linebacker who's everything they're saying is right and smart, but you're 13 years into your career, you're washed, and no one gives a fuck what you say. So Brady's got both.
Who do you think?
Although,
Like
at some level, he shouldn't, right? Like he keeps performing, which is crazy, but he is at some level like on the twilight of his career, age-wise, right?
He's got to be age-wise. How much longer can he possibly play in the NFL?
I don't know.
So
He's
it's
fucking
weird.
doing
He
it
keeps
until he
getting
stops.
younger.
We don't know.
So it's weird,
He does
right?
look tremendous.
Like first of all, he looks tremendous.
He's amazing. He's amazing.
Where
guy.
I see him like slowing down is literally in his foot speed. Like he's never
I
been a
don't see
very
him
mobile
running as
quarterback,
much, right?
but he's just, it looks like he's gonna have to stay in that pocket, and like every year he's definitely losing a literal step. But like we talked about on PKN this week, he broke records in this last Super Bowl.
Well, some of these records
and
are
he
like
was holding some of them.
because he's so fucking old playing this, right? Like, aren't some of these
No.
total
I'm not
records?
talking about all-time records. I'm talking about records like consecutive completed passes.
I
Like
see.
like records that you got to do tonight.
And he's
Like
beating himself.
he's
Yeah.
beating himself, like
I do that.
so
It's like Wayne Gretzky.
do you guys see that?
The fastest player to get 1,000 points was Wayne Gretzky from 0 to 1,000 points. You know who the second fastest player was?
Wayne Gretzky
Wayne
again.
Gretzky from 1,001 to 2,000
Wow.
by a tremendous amount. It's not
That's
looking at it.
interesting.
No one can touch his records. It's absurd. Like
the
so-
game will have to change.
Oh,
What was his?
So who
I-
do you
his
think
record
the
will be
greatest-
very, very
when they
briefly. I
go
want to
to
bring this up here
2
because this is a
goals?
good spot for like. Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
I was saying they'll have to change the game for Gretzky's record. When they put 2 goals out there and the goalie has to guard them both.
Yeah.
Even then,
Scoring-
that's it.
Scoring will be revolutionary. Just shoot the one where there's no goalie, Taylor.
They like change they'll have to change the puck or
He
something.
should have gone for the 3-point goal.
What was
They
the,
would
what's
literally
the
have to make the
controversy
goal
currently?
bigger.
Like someone was throwing like the trophy across a boat or something. Did you
I
guys see
saw
that
it. They were
shit?
heaving it back and forth. So like for those
I
who
didn't
don't
see
know,
this,
like
so I don't know anything about it, but it sounds insane. Like,
Yeah, so
we're
the
talking like
Buccaneers-
the world's best super back, some fucking, oh my god, super back. Wow, wow.
it's a superback gorilla.
Anyways, you know what I mean. Like the world's best fucking thrower of a football ever, with one of the catchers who he won this with repeatedly, and they're worried about him tossing a trophy across water. That seems
Yeah.
insane to me.
He was
Am I
super
wrong?
drunk,
Like,
right?
did I
They're
miss
not
something here?
No, I thought it was really funny. And like the boat, so those who don't know, the Buccaneers had their like celebration party in Tampa Bay, in the bay, in their boats. Tom Brady rolls up in like a $3 million like James Bond yacht. it's like dark gray, and he's got his boys all on it. And there's a few lesser boats all around them. The whole team, everybody's on a boat, right? And they're heaving the trophy, the Super
Heisman,
Bowl
right?
trophy, from one boat to the other. And don't think 3 feet. Like they're throwing this thing like 20 feet or something like that. Like they're having to heave it. Like and these are professional athletes.
It's the
Heave-
Lombardi
tro-
trophy, I think.
It's
That's what I
it
read.
looks heavy.
Lombardi? Okay.
It looks like it's not made out of aluminum or something. Like it looks like it's heavy, and they're heaving it back and forth. And I was just like, that's awesome. Because A,
right?
I don't think they're going to drop it. And B, I bet if they did, one of these super athletes could dive to the bottom of the bay and bring it back
It's
up.
fucking Tom Brady. You know how much disposable money he has? If he really feels like he has to like get that out of there, I think we can manage it.
Yeah,
Is it really disrespectful
we'll get it back.
that the
Oh,
man
100%
who
we'll get
celebrated
it
for
back.
throwing a ball to another person is throwing a trophy to another
It
person?
depends.
Are we really
I
gonna
don't
get
know the
upset about
Lombardi
this?
Trophy history. If it were the Stanley Cup, but I think Taylor would agree, That's like not okay, right? This thing isn't just
Oh,
you.
come on. They drink beer out of that fucking thing.
Here's the thing. The Stanley Cup has all the players' names on it, and it goes back like 60 years.
So
like, you're
what?
not just fucking with your trophy. You're fucking with the hockey's trophy.
It does get damaged often.
It does, which is
so what?
fun and awesome, but it doesn't get lost.
Yeah, it never get. There was a time where they lost it. Like one team was
All
like, "Hey, I'm sorry."
My parents are down in. Okay, I don't know about Tampa. My parents are in St. Petersburg, which is across the fucking
close.
bay from Tampa. It's about 2 foot deep.
I got
for
a
the
friend down there
entire
right now.
bay. My dad's
is
got
it?
fucking 2 sailboats that I go out there with. You can't find, like, you have to work to find 20 foot of fucking water out there. If you really want to work it there, you got to
Yeah.
get into the channel for that.
That's how the
changes
St.
things.
Peter's
So
is.
you know what the downside of dropping the trophy is?
You get wet.
You got to step into the water and pull it out.
Yeah. It
No, I
wouldn't
mean,
be
I don't know.
big a
That
This
deal.
is
changes
a large
everything
yacht.
for
Maybe
me.
that's
Yeah.
separate, you know. But like, fuck, are we really?
That's how
upset
it was
about
where I
this?
had my boat, like in Jacksonville, I guess it is. What is that? Is that the St. Peter's River or something like that goes through there? It's
Can't
something
help you.
like that. All I know is like my boat had this like, I don't know what you call it when the boat like goes a long way into the water. I don't know the boat term for it. Like the bottom of the
It's
boat
called
is
sinking,
Like
yep.
it goes
Keel?
deep.
What do
don't
you
know.
mean the keel? He just described the position of the hull relative to the water, and you said the keel.
I don't know. I don't know the phraseology. But so it was a
what did I
racing
get
yacht.
wrong? You don't think it's?
Well, what do you
I don't know
mean,
that
what
you
do
did get wrong. I have no idea. It's irrelevant. In any
I think he
case.
was asking what the very lowest part of a sailboat is, right?
I'm talking about the very lowest part, the part that goes the deepest in the water.
Oh, then in which case I'm actually entirely wrong. My apologies, Woody. I
the
thought you
bottom-
literally said
bottom.
something different.
said it like that was the
keel.
dumbest
The keel is
person.
right. That's right. I thought he
called
said
the
something
foot.
entirely different. Anyways, all right.
No,
I was
I
just,
just-
I was just
I just
speaking to the
checked.
point
Sorry,
of like
Woody,
really
sorry.
shallow water there because like the bottom of this boat is a racing yacht, so it's meant to be like laid over really far to the side and to like keep from flipping over and like capsizing. It has like this tail that goes down from the bottom of the hull. It's not like
Yeah,
it's
called a
not like
keel.
shaped like this, like a smooth like a rowboat or something. It's like really long that protrudes
like
down.
like a dick that's hanging out of the boat.
Like a dick
It's
that's
keel.
hanging
Yeah.
down, and
Yeah.
it was super hard to like park that boat in the dock because it would start. You could feel it start digging into the mud down there, and it's like oh god, we're touching the bottom right now with this boat.
Did you
Like,
keep it in the
it's-
water all the time? Was it?
I kept it in the water all the time. Yeah, I kept it
So
in
they-
a slip.
They make a new Lombardi trophy every year.
Yeah,
So
that
it's
makes
like
it.
a
It's
one's
not.
awarded every year. So it's really not a big deal. Like, who cares? Let him do what they want. If he lost it, it'd be easier to just have him make a new one than send somebody to get it. If it was
Or
any
he
deeper.
could just, be like, hey, it's my responsibility.
Or just
I
bring
threw
back
it.
one of his others.
I'll go get it.
Everyone, $1 million to whoever gets this trophy.
Sure.
Like, oh, everybody just mass casualties in the
Gronk, what are you doing? You can't swim.
Did he have a good year, Gronk? Does anyone know? Does anyone follow
know.
football well enough?
I know
I feel
that
like
I know he broke another record with Brady with like receptions in Super Bowls. Like they have the record now,
Okay.
touchdown receptions in Super Bowls. What the most endearing thing about their whole celebration was their coach. I want to say their coach is the oldest coach in the NFL, late 60s, early 70s, or something like that. And his speech while holding a Bud Light was so endearing. I was watching it, but I couldn't hear it. I was seeing the text, and it was something like, "Everybody said we couldn't fucking do it, but here we are. We beat every fucking team they put across from us. God damn it! You put them across the field from us. What did we do? What did we do?" And like somebody, so they're pouring coolers of water on him, and he's not even. He's all soggy, and he's old, and he's drinking his Bud Light. And it was just this drunken rant about being a fucking champion and a winner. It was great. It was really
Yeah.
endearing.
They didn't
Good for
start.
him. My mother
super
makes a
hot.
joke,
Were they 2-2, maybe.
They weren't
I
great.
don't think they
didn't start
started
off
super
great.
hot. I remember listening. I listened to a decent amount of sports radio, and I remember this has probably been the beginning of the year. Like the guys that I listened to being really down on them and kind of feeling bad for Brady.
My brother, so I grew up in the Northeast, so I grew up in Maine, and my brother is a huge football fan, a huge Tom Brady fan, right? Like he's been a Patriots fan forever. And the joke in my family currently, because my parents retired to St. Petersburg, Florida, is that my mother convinced Tom Brady to move to Tampa to lure my brother into moving to that area. That's the current joke in my family.
Did it work?
So like, did it work? Not yet, but he was quite invested in that Super Bowl, and that turned out extremely well from that
Financially
perspective.
or emotionally?
Well, he is gambling on this shit, so I guess it's both.
A little bit of both.
Quite honestly. But like, I mean, on some level, like he's so fucking, like if you're an expert on something, you ought to be paid for that shit. And he's a fucking expert on football, that boy. That boy spends a lot of time thinking about that and gambling on that and working with that. And it's, I don't know, like it's kind of incredible. It's a kind of a big Brady moment to go to another team after this, what is it, 20 years in the Patriots, to come down there and to take a Super Bowl out of that. It's fucking wild. That man is so fucking good at that game. It's incredible.
It is. I remember, like, and I don't even follow football really, but I follow sports as a whole enough to remember all the comments when he left being like, all right, well, I think that what we're going to see here is going to reveal that Brady's been benefiting from the Belichick system for the past 2 decades. Right? And it's going to reveal him that, when he's no longer protected in the pocket, he's going to get blah, 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 blah. And it's like, it's almost like he heard that, and it was like that moment where Obama was like,
and he's too old for the game.
I actually will be a president. And it was like, nope, I'll be a president someday. The same day, like, Tom Brady was like, yeah, you know what, ESPN? Fuck all of you. I'm going to win with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I'm going to take my
put me on fucking Jacksonville.
Super Bowl?
No, don't put me on Jacksonville.
Go to Tampa.
Didn't Tampa Bay beat Green Bay in Green Bay? That's hard to do, right?
It must be. I know Green Bay are known for being like the most fanatic. Like,
am I right about that?
Yeah, this year's a little different with the fans, though, right?
It doesn't sound like any of us are particularly strong football fans.
The cold's no fun.
Yeah, I don't know what the weather was like, but
this is the first time I can ever remember a team having home advantage in a Super Bowl.
That's the first time
ever, right?
Yeah, it's never happened.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, like I remember, what year was it in Atlanta? One year the Super Bowl was going to be in Atlanta, and I remember being like, "Oh my God, they could do it. We could have home field advantage." I'm like, do I need to buy tickets now? Can we buy tickets now in case they get it? Or because like, if we wait and it's the Falcons, they're going to be impossible to get. Like, how does this work? How do you? It's been years and years ago. I don't even remember the teams involved. It may have been during the Mike Vick years where it was like, we could do it. We could do it. This could be the year. Vick was so fun to watch.
I take special pride that my Tom Brady versus some guy who'll probably be nervous in the big lights football analysis was on the money.
Was it when the Rams won in 2000? Looks like that's the last time it was
Oh, God.
Atlanta.
If it was, then I remember us losing to the Rams.
No, this is the last time it was in Atlanta.
Oh, okay. I just remember, but see, that makes sense to me because I believe I remember Vic being in a playoff game and losing to the Rams and it being like a real heartbreaker. But
they beat the Titans that year.
It probably would have been 2002, 2003.
Yeah, this is 2000.
Okay. Yeah. Forever ago. Yeah.
Well,
Vic was so fun to watch.
Brady's career.
Madden 2004. It was like, oh my God, just play Vic, just run the ball.
No, there were rules. You couldn't play with Michael Vick.
Yeah, I didn't play by those rules. I had my you plugged a phone cord into the back of a PlayStation 2 to play online, and I was always Michael Vick, and I always ran the ball, and everyone
because his
hated it.
stats would let you just outrun people. Like,
well, because his real world stats would just let him outrun people.
But in the game, all you had to do is, and what are they doing? He's going to run a sweep again, and he's gone. Like,
let me see what the fastest 40 time ever and Michael Vick's 40 time ever 40 time was, because I want to say he's like a couple tenths of a second off.
I'm not convinced we're gonna see football survive as a sport. Like,
really?
It's undeniably the most popular fucking sport in America, but I think on some level you're ethically opposed to it. Can we play this game without brain damage?
Who cares?
It doesn't seem
on some
like
level,
it.
who cares? But on another level, can we and are we going to allow this?
I'm with Filthy.
like
Let's transition to MMA.
Okay, Michael Vick's 40
no brain
time.
damage there, right?
Michael Vick's 40 time is 4.33 seconds.
I could do
Absurd. The
Me
fastest
too.
ever is 4.24.
that. Who did that?
Well, 9.
Chris Johnson, running back, 2008. I'm looking for anybody who, like, I'm not a football fan, so I don't recognize any of the other names. A 4.27 got ran this year by Henry Ruggs III, who's a wide receiver.
That's about the time it takes me to recognize my wife in the morning.
Exactly. Yeah.
4.27 seconds.
I
People are
like
running
now in a lot of
distances during
sports.
this.
I like now in a lot of sports, they're able to tell you how many miles per hour a player's running. That's a really cool stat.
Yeah.
Like when guys are like,
What are we hearing?
really,
Give me a ballpark. What are people running?
like 21, 22 miles per hour.
How fast can you run, Kyle?
Who fucking knows?
know?
Probably like I could run probably 8.
I could definitely hit.
No,
Shit, I don't see why I
faster
can't
than
hit 15 in a sprint.
15.
10
That's
years
like,
ago,
I would have gone 14.
I was on a treadmill that went 15, and I could do it briefly. So
Yeah, that's fast.
I don't know what I could
Could
do
you do
now.
that while people
I'll
were
check.
trying
I own
to
a
hit
treadmill.
you as hard as they
I'll
could?
fucking see how fast it goes. And like, I saw this girl do this the other day on Reddit. She had an adult accompanying her, but he has the treadmill on max speed. I think it was 17 miles per hour. And then she does this thing where she puts her hands on the side and she does like a kick, like winding up the gears. Like she's like kicking the the pad to like get her leg up, like I don't know, get the timing. And then she's clip, and then she jumps on and she's clip, and she's taking huge strides and she's fucking beaming 17 miles per hour. And the guy has his hands on in front of her stomach and behind her lower back so he can catch her, if she loses it. But she's holding it, not for 2 seconds or 3 seconds, for like the length of a GIF. She's just whop, 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 whop. It was so fucking cool.
That's fast as shit.
I don't
fast
think
as
anyone
shit.
could deny that Kyle has the most engagement with the internet.
No,
That
he
just
definitely-
sounds- it sounds incredible, but it doesn't sound like something I would actually have found on my own. So that's,
I
hearing
I just
that.
surf
I'm just
Reddit a
like,
lot. Let me see if I can find her.
I like what you're saying, like these new stats where they say how fast people are going. I think they're going to add it in baseball. Maybe they have it in baseball. I know the NHL this year, they put chips in the middle of the puck. So now, like, if someone takes a slap shot, they'll say, like, oh, that went 102 miles an hour. Or, like, they'll be like, oh, that person's skating. They're going 27 miles an hour right now. Or, like,
I like
little
it when they take a regular guy and like superimpose him against the other guys running the 40. There's a guy who's about as
they should do
athletic
it
as
with-
Kevin from The Office. And you see him running the 40.
Yeah, that's where I was going with this, Woody. They shouldn't. I mean, they're doing it toward the average guy, or maybe even like the high end of a non-athletic guy. They need to do it on the low end.
Yeah.
Like, this is some guy we paid $100 to run as fast as he could right now.
Do you
And
remember
this is him compared to Brady.
He thought
he
was here to prepare taxes, and then we surprised him with a 40-yard dash.
Do you guys remember that? This is like 30 seconds. I know we can't show it, but you can watch it on your own. It's this commercial, this Powerade commercial. This is talking about the running makes me think of this. This is one of the funniest. This is such a good commercial.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. It's really
And
funny.
it's got like everybody running, and then it shows the cameraman just keeping up sprinting
With a huge
with the camera.
like broadcast camera.
That was way ahead of everyone.
The runner is like, the fuck?
The runner's like, what the fuck? It's like this bald Kenyan guy who's looking at this like everyday white man wearing khaki shorts carrying a broadcast camera outrunning him.
That would be fun. I wonder if is that even possible? Right.
No.
Obviously, everyday white man can't outrun the Kenyan. But assuming the Kenyan has already run 23 miles.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely possible.
For
then.
sure.
And that's like the Bear Grylls, right? Like, now we're talking about like fucking Bear Grylls, like the whole like season, right? Which is the cameraman does everything Bear Grylls does, but he does it after, right?
Yeah, he's
So,
like the antithesis of Survivor Man.
Bear
He does
Grylls
it all on
is
his own.
fake.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did some like I went to the Grand Canyon a couple years ago with my wife, and we were like floating down a river, and they're talking about it, and the guide was like so down on Bear Grylls. He's like, yeah, there used to be a rope there, and Bear Grylls came down here and filmed something. He's like, get that fucking rope out of my picture as we're doing this, and I was like, oh, okay, so the scam continues down here, but because that was like showing like an easy like access route to the way that he was like, I don't know, who knows, free soloing down the rock face or something, but
Yeah.
It's like it's one guy at a public park where they're like, can you tell us more about the history of Yellowstone and another thing about Bear Grylls?
yeah, it was like that.
He
It was like
pretended
that.
to drink geyser water. It was Dasani. I saw it. I had to pick up the bottle. Fucking bitch leaves his trash.
Elephant took a shit? No, I
We
drank
really,
that.
could you tell us about Old Faithful, sir? I'll tell you who you can't have any faith in. Bear Grylls. Scam artist.
The only thing deeper than the Grand Canyon is Bear Grylls' duplicity and willingness to mislead the public about basic survival skills. Can you please just put us back on the donkeys? It's night and we're scared and get us back.
I'm with the guy. I'm upset with Bear Grylls. Always like it. He's obviously making a TV show, but he'd make the worst decisions. You know, like an appropriate thing to do here would be a little cliff jumping, and you know, it's like fucking.
There was one like survival show where it was
To be fair, better than the Survivor Man.
Woods. It was like called Two Guys in the Woods or something. And one was like a hippie guy and one was like an
The
ex-Marine.
hippie guy never wore shoes.
Yeah, the hippie guy never wore shoes. His feet were like hobbit feet, so hard.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one thing like that where the Marine guy or something got cut. And they're like, now, usually what we would do, like the very soft-spoken but jacked hippies, like, now, usually what we would do, we would just take our modern supplies and patch this up. But we're going to show you how you could seal a wound like this using nothing but gunpowder and fire. And, like, he, like, put something flammable in there and just did, like, a... And the guy's like, oh! And he's like, now, it is sealed. And I would not recommend that to anyone. Like,
Hurts, doesn't it, Dave?
Like,
It hurts so much.
But I don't remember what it was called,
Scars.
but Woody looked like he remembered it. That was a good
Cauterizing.
survival show.
Yeah.
Weren't they like the
yeah,
two?
the
Like
show.
I remember watching Bear Grylls, and the other one was like Bear Grylls stuff, and the other one was like Survivor Man.
Les
And the one
Stroud.
guy was like, he's like, look, you have to spend as little energy as you can. And he set up a camp, he set up a tent, he'd get out his guitar, and he would sit on his fucking ass playing his guitar until someone rescued him. He'd be like, this is the way you rescue him. I'm like, yeah, that's how I'd be rescued. And Bear Grylls would be like, all right, I'm gonna climb this unclimbable cliff with no fucking climbing shoes or any sort of way to protect myself. Then I'm gonna fight a bear on the other side, and then I'm gonna drink this fucking elephant dung. And then I'm gonna walk to safety.
Survival
And
situation.
I'm like, wow, I don't know.
need
Like
this
both of those are not appealing to me.
Yeah, you don't want that. But I know exactly what you're saying with Les Stroud, where he would even say, like, in a pinch, see these mushrooms right here? You can actually eat these. Now, I just got here 2 days ago, so there is no way in hell I'm eating these right now because it'll make me sick. But I can think about these later. And it's like, oh, this guy's doing it for real. I like the ones where he would set up his camera and he'd be like, finally leaving the tundra of Alaska. See you next time, viewers. And he like walks away. And then like the next clip is him walking back to the camera like, I have to pick up my own fucking camera. Like,
Yes. Dude, that added so much credibility to the show.
I hate having to get
Yeah,
my
I don't know.
own
Does that add credibility? Like,
Yes,
his
it
whole thing
does.
is like,
Dude,
goddamn, let's
walking
hope
into this
society will protect me from myself here. I've been camping and I'm really stupid and I got lost and I just have to wait till someone does it for me.
No,
Like a
I'm
part of
saying
me is like,
his-
fuck that.
His true credibility insofar as meaning like he's out there alone is bolstered because the fact that you see him walk 300 yards away and then come back and get his camera is like, yeah,
I watched
Bear
Casey
Grylls
Neistat do
Bear
that.
Grylls would have walked all the way over there and they would have been like, Steve, bring it all with you and get my Perrier. I'd love a Perrier
Yeah.
right now. Not that kind. I want lime.
Bear Grylls
You know,
stayed in
if you forget the
hotels
whole
at night.
Yeah, but Bear Grylls broke his back as part of like a special ops fucking
Yeah.
team jumping
He
out of
threw
a
it out
helicopter.
flying.
So part of me goes, there's probably some validity in what he has to say.
He climbed Mount Everest and he was in the SAS.
I haven't
Like,
seen any photos of him on top of Everest.
You know what Bear
So-
Grylls did? I know that you might not. I think he flew a paramotor over Mount Everest.
See,
I don't believe
the
that.
man has no
I
credibility.
think he did.
I don't believe that paramotor is capable of Okay, you'd know better than me. Can a paramotor fly 4 miles high?
No, not
Look,
safe.
a balloon is a very
In
versatile
cold
fucking
weather.
inflation device.
Is there enough lift to fly over 4 miles altitude?
Yeah, he did. The
Is it 4 miles?
It's 20,000 feet.
29,000 feet, according to this.
29,280.
30.
Yeah, here, I'll read the first line here. British explorer and mountaineer Edward Bear Grylls has set a new altitude record by piloting a powered paraglider above Mount Everest, reaching 29,494 feet.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
And this
Yeah.
is the thing
Oxygen?
that I have.
He
the
had
problem
oxygen, and his engine had oxygen.
Yeah. And this is the problem I have with
See, that
Bear
was
Grylls
part of what I was
criticism
like-
is that he might be faking some of this shit, but the man is still a badass. It's undeniable. the
Yeah,
things
he's
done
an
are
undeniable badass. But his show is just kind of nonsensical. It's like fluff.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
it's spice for the
It's still probably higher in my rating than Deep Space Nine, but it's still, I agree. It's not
He's
a
trolling
true
you, Kyle.
depiction of the fact. Look, he may not be a space Jew, but he's still questionable. That's all I'm
All
saying.
right, I'm on board with that.
I'm so hungry, but I know I shouldn't eat anything after this.
Are you out of calories or just trying to get the biggest deficit you can get?
I've got a few calories to play with.
How many?
But I've got like 300 to mess around with.
Are you counting? Doing this?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to just not be fat anymore. I'm tired of it. And watching Woody getting fit, and
It's pissed you off a little bit.
you know what? Yeah, it makes me fucking furious.
To be clear, would you continue your diet if you could sabotage Woody's?
Oh no. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm getting married this year at some point, and so I'm trying to get.
And what, you're trying to get into her wedding dress or what?
Just trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to get her. First, I got to get about a foot shorter. Yeah, I want to look real good.
Taller and thinner.
I want to be able to. I want to look great for my wedding, and then I'm gonna look unrecognizable like 3 months after that.
So you are going to
I did
enjoy
not
your
marry
wedding
this
cake.
man. You're gonna be like, I can confirm that.
Well, I've made sure that like I'm not a big sweets person, so like when she's like, "What about the cake? What about this? What about that? You would rather have cookies?" I'm like, "Yeah, whatever. Anything's fine." But I want an enormous amount of charcuterie boards.
Like you go to do that thing where like you both like mash cake into each other's mouths, but you're just like mashing it into your own mouth. And everyone just like, he's still going.
She's.
That should have stopped 20 minutes ago.
I thought it was cute at first, but she's fed him half a log of chorizo.
I'm fucking dying fitness wise for COVID. Like I'm just like all the things I do to survive COVID are not available to me right now. And it's like this winter drags on. I'm
Cycling
just like,
and indoor rock climbing are your
What's
things.
What's that
Yeah.
cycling thing that you've been watching Greg Doucette do? What's that called?
Zwift. It's
Zwift.
It's like Swift, but starts with a Z. You're probably familiar with it.
So I have an indoor trainer for the winters where I bring my bike in, pull the back tire off, plug it into this, and I can basically turn on. My bike got stolen biking to that office that we were talking about last time. At the end of last year. And
Heartbreaking.
COVID has fucked up the supply chain right now so
Do you have
much
any idea
that I
who
can't
stole it?
buy the bike that I want to buy right now.
The Ferrari.
I can't get it. in
Do you
this
remember?
area.
Do you remember that episode of The Sopranos when Meadows like, yeah, but I need a blah 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 for the bus, and he's like, what happened to your bike? And Carmela's like, some black guy in the neighborhood stole it, and Tony's like, oh really? Huh. That's weird, isn't it? You wouldn't think something like that would happen. And Meadows just like, what? What? He's like, well, you got to admit, it's kind of ironic, huh? Because she's got that black boyfriend, and he's been trying to tell her, stay with your own people.
Well, you gotta be over here with fucking Jamal Ginsburg all the
I hadn't
time.
thought of the racial aspect of
Filthy.
that.
Are you familiar with Zwift?
I'm not. I've never heard of it. Is this
like
where
a-
the fucking what is
Peloton,
Zwift?
right? Where you're
So-
racing against people.
It turns an indoor trainer into a video game. So
Yeah, it makes sense.
You enter in your stats, how much you weigh, all up. I think your bike is included, and then it calculates your power output. And drafting, just like in real cycling, is a major component of it. And then there are some video game elements too. You can earn power-ups. I'm not sure exactly how.
I think
And
I
if
watched
you're smart,
something about this. Were
you
some of
might
the
choose
like fucking Olympians doing this?
If you're
for
smart, you
training?
might. If you're smart, you might choose lightweight on an uphill section, right? But you might also save it and not get the next one. So there's a big strategy component to it, much like cycling. I think you would love it. And there's different
Yeah, I
talent
just
levels.
need my bike back, Woody.
That is a drawback. You can
Because
also
that is currently the challenge to the trainer.
that
It was an
idea.
expensive bike,
'Cause I-
wasn't it?
my
Are we
bike
talking
was
about a
fucking
fucking $1,200 bike?
Yeah.
1,200.
Yeah.
Okay. In the realm of bikes, that's not super high.
I know.
mean,
it's not
where
that
good
fucking
starts.
expensive.
Yeah.
It was in broad daylight in a location that has camera. It was literally a closed fucking corridor with cameras on either end. And it was stolen from that.
1,200, I would argue, is towards the low end of real bike. But less than
Right.
1,200, and you're in the
Exactly.
like.
I bought it while I was in
not
grad
even
school. I
thinking.
wanted a real fucking
Yeah.
bike. It was a lot of money for me at the time. And it
The
was
high end is like
stolen about $1,200.
15,000. Like Greg Doucette wants a $15,000 bike. It's 2 pounds lighter than his current one, and he's like, "That's why I'm working. That's why I know it's 2 pounds. I could lose 2 pounds, but I want a $15,000 bike.
I could lose 2 pounds and get the $15,000 bicycle. That's 4 pounds. It's easy math, people.
All you guys are bad at math, but me. Greg Doucette's hilarious.
I hate the voice. I wish he'd quit doing. I wish he'd just, because you go back to those videos from 4 years ago, and he's just like, "All right, everyone, I'm here to talk to you about TRT," and it's just like, yeah, okay. I believe you now. But when he screams at you about his cookbook, you're just like, Jesus Christ.
So I like the voice. When I watch the videos from 4 years ago, I'm like, oh, I can see why Chill Greg is not as viral as not Chill Greg. I get it. I feel like sometimes his videos are expressly for the purpose of helping Greg and not the viewer. And, I'll click on here's a reaction to someone reacting to my cookbook. And it's like, this one's a little transparent, Greg.
Oh, yeah. There's a big incestuous thing in in that community with people like Will Tennyson and stuff with hey, maybe we'll do a collab. I'll promote it that I'm coming on your channel to do a eating challenge. And then you'll make a video because we're eating, of course, from my cookbook and we'll just cross promote this thing and I'll sell more cookbooks and you'll get a few subs. And they try to keep that going as much as possible. Right,
but as a viewer, I'm like, you didn't have me in mind at all. This is I am the patsy in this scenario. I'm the you're playing me as a fool with a bunch of videos that I what you're doing is very transparent. This isn't about teaching me anything. This isn't about connecting with me. Right. So every as a social media guy, all of your interactions should do one of three things. It should connect, it should entertain, or it should educate. If you're not doing one of those three things, then you're probably putting out some bad, piece of content.
Do you ever watch Will Tennyson?
I'm not sure. Connect, entertain, or educate. When he does these, react to someone cooking from my cookbook, he does none of those things. It's for him. It's not
Will
for us.
Tennyson does. He's a young, good-looking guy and super in shape. And he does tons of videos about, it'll be I ate no sugar for a week and this is what happened. Or I went on Atkins diet for a week and this is what happens. I went on the carnivore diet for a month. This is what happens. And he'll also do 20,000 calorie cheat meal day. And he'll go and get a dozen Krispy Kreme donuts. And he's got the variety, all the best ones. There's an apple fritter and my mouth's watering. There's a couple of those Homer Simpson pink frosted donuts and all of your favorites crawlers and fucking ding dongs and shit, and he'll just eat them all. He'll do 20,000 calories that day, eating entire pizzas and stuff, and it's pretty cool. I don't know, I enjoy it.
We're having some work done, and the carpenter, nice guy, brought a dozen donuts. And it's oh, you fuck. How dare you? What am I I didn't have any. Jackie did. Everyone did but me. And then we gave them away. But it was you bring that evil into my house. This isn't easy. I've been in a caloric deficit
problem is
since
not bringing
October.
The evil. It's twice as much work for you. You're already saying no to this. And you said no by not fucking ordering a dozen donuts. And now you got to look at the dozen donuts and go, no.
It's killer.
That's so much fucking harder.
The same thing happened to me, Woody. Very recently, this was this week, that a family friend of ours gave us a bunch of cookies that they homemade, very delicious cookies. And I just put them on my counter in my kitchen, and I was like, maybe you'll have one later, a little treat. By the end of that night, I had devoured probably 5 or 6.
Oh my!
I immediately had to be like that night. I was like,
yeah, throw the rest out.
I was about to grab the bag and
one more and toss it.
But before it goes, just one more. And I was like, no! And I grabbed it and I went out and I threw it directly in my big trash can. So I put it in my kitchen trash can. Maybe I lay it in a way that I can go back and get.
Let me ask you this though.
With spaghetti sauce on top.
Oh, this is
so you don't go George Costanza.
Yeah.
Were they in a container?
They were in a Ziploc bag.
Okay. Did you drop the Ziploc bag in? Or did you go full committal mode and dump them naked into the garbage?
I did. I opened the Ziploc bag and then threw the Ziploc bag in open.
Yeah.
They weren't all dumped out in there, but at that point, it's in.
Because I'm going to tell you,
that's too
I
gross.
could totally see doing that, throwing a Ziploc bag full of cookies out into the dumpster outside, and then 3 or 4 a.m. you wake up to take a piss, and you're hungry, right? You're like actually like stomach rumbling hungry, and like that's like the weakest point ever.
Oh,
It's like, oh man,
middle of the night, you're sleepy, your guard is down. Like I guarantee
High levels of inebriation would
if
do
I
it for
would
me.
have just left that open, sitting there on top of my trash can in my kitchen, not touching any garbage, and I woke up hungry at like 3 a.m, there is a non-zero, we'll be honest, there's 100% chance I would have eaten a cookie or two
out of the garbage.
out of the garbage.
You ate trash.
Out of a sealed bag.
That's what separates man
Cooling
from bum.
itself in the garbage.
You are a bum.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
but I didn't eat
raccoon.
trash. I held strong.
Pisses me off because this is so self-evident to everyone having this conversation right now except my wife. My wife, who apparently regulates just by sheer willpower on these things, loves to buy things and I think her goal is to figure out how much food she can fit into the fucking pantry. Like I look at that, I'm like, what are we like surviving on like 10 weeks with no like ability to like access a grocery store? Do we really need the ability to build ourselves like 4 or 5 chocolate cakes from just this fucking
Woody showed me
position?
his temptation island in his cupboard the other day. There's a really like fancy jar, like a big jar, like it's probably a
Do you
gallon.
want me to get it? I kind of want to show everyone.
Sure, please do. I won't spoil
Please
what
do.
it says. Yeah.
Grab it.
This
is toxic to me. I'm like, I regulate by not buying this shit.
That's how I do it too.
I don't want to eat a bag of cookies, so I don't buy a bag of cookies. If I had the bag of cookies, I'll eat the fucking bag of cookies.
I'm like,
What's your favorite cookie? All right, you're buying store-bought cookies.
Ooh.
For me, let me go first because there's 2 options. Classic Oreo, maybe double stuff. Either one is fine for me. I like classic Oreos are just as good as double stuff to me. I dip them in milk.
Wrong, but okay.
I put them in milk. Sometimes I'll take a fork and do this thing where you stab the fork into the cream, and now you've got it, and you can.
Oh, that makes sense.
You can completely
Never
dunk
tried
it.
that, but I'm now interested.
It's perfect. Or like the Chips Ahoy chunky. No, never chewy. That's white trash. I'm sorry. That's some like 2nd grade. Have your little cup of like juice and your chewy
I feel bad for
fucking
you,
cookie.
Killer.
No, I'm a grown man. All right. I want. Look at this. This is Woody's like temptation island right here. The
That's
fact that he
fucked
has
up,
so
Woody.
much of it is so discouraging.
What is that big one? It's like it's almost as big as you.
That's the
haven't
important part.
had-
That's what he showed me.
I haven't had a single peanut or cashew since October. These are the refill supplies. I love these. I love these. This one's the monster, and I'm trying to show the right cameras here. And this one is the caramel cashew, which is even better.
So what are
They
the
get-
ingredients, if you don't mind? Would you read off like the entire ingredients? Because I know there's
Peanut,
M&Ms, cashews,
M&M.
almonds, but I think I might see
Raisins,
like
bet
maybe
you there's
raisins.
I'm doing my best here. If you look at the ingredients, it's not something that would help you like phosphate carrageenan or whatever.
Oh,
But,
I thought it might have like the content.
I'm looking at cashews, M&Ms, some sort of milk dud type thing, peanuts,
Milk duds?
and caramel, and then
It's a high candy ratio.
oh, dude, this is how I get fat.
Looks good.
And then we take it and we put it in this baby.
Woody's Tasty Nuts.
And
Is that her handwriting? Because
Yeah.
as a handwriting snob,
dude, my wife does this with all kinds. So I have a thing about handwriting. Like it is like a token that someone I love has been here. You know, when I have like a keychain that it says boat keys on it or something, I'll be like, Hope, would you write boat keys on this? And every time I see it, it's like Hope was here. Like, you know, she did this for me. And it's in the center console of my
Do
car.
you do the same thing with her boyfriends?
No, don't talk about Hope's boyfriend. So anyway, Jackie puts in the pantry, she'll label things like this or the sugar or whatever, and our pantry is filled with jars of that style, and I like it. It's like, Jackie, this is Jackie's impact on this. If she and the kids died in a horrific car accident, I would go through great lengths to preserve all these jars.
Yeah,
beautiful.
I mean, like, and the size of that jar is just what are you
Enormous.
What are you thinking?
Preposterous.
It is.
I like it though.
They're a
It looks
family
really
of
nice in his
4,
in his
it sounds like.
It does, but
5
like-
if you count Hope's boyfriend.
Like if you barely keep the fucking that could fool you because you could eat 3 handfuls and be like, the level's the same.
Yes.
I didn't eat any
Yeah.
amount of
Oh,
nuts.
you could scoop a
Yep.
bowl and take it to
Oh,
bed, hypothetically, and it'd be about the same tomorrow. I haven't had a peanut since October.
Like I'm Filthy was saying you regulate by not buying it. Like when I have Cheez-Its, like if I like close it back up at the end of the night and I put it in my cupboard, I'm like, look at Mr. Self-Control. Oh, there's gonna be some in there tomorrow. Because usually, like if I get one of those containers of goldfish, it's over. It's like that's a single serving. Especially
I like that with beef jerky. It doesn't matter what the size of the bag is. It's like my wife will bring me back a little bag. I'm like, I'll eat that. She brings back a larger bag. I'll eat that whole fucking bag. And
Kyle,
it's
you
like,
muted?
yeah,
It's hard to
Kyle.
eat too much beef jerky though. Like
Yeah,
to me, beef jerky is like first of all, you're gonna burn some calories just chewing it up as long as you've got like the real stuff.
Yeah.
Like, and it's all protein. The really, the downside is all the sodium that you're intaking. And if you don't have any sort of high blood pressure issues, then who fucking cares? Eat 10,000 milligrams of sodium a day. Whatever.
Yeah, but I
fuck
can
it.
eat. It doesn't matter if you eat enough healthy food. You're still in the same problem if you're not doing enough.
It's
And the problem
harder
is
to eat that much healthy
get
food
out
though.
and
Like
do shit right
Yeah.
now.
Like,
all right, so we mentioned the Krispy Kreme donuts before. How many calories? Just guess. How many calories do you think are in a Krispy Kreme glazed donut? The one
280.
Just a single.
so
400.
280 from Woody. Single one.
I'm gonna say
400.
175.
Filthy.
I did 400.
I'm sorry, it didn't quite hear.
Is my
100
fucking
No, you're fine. It was just two people
Okay.
were speaking at once. It
Okay,
didn't even
I'm
cut you
worried
off.
now. Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm. 190. Not nearly as many as we all think. I don't know about you, but I think of a Krispy Kreme donut as like the ultimate, like, oh,
Yeah.
you ate one of those? Well, just give up. It's all over, bro. But like, it's the same amount of calories as like a tiny container of Greek yogurt. I mean, obviously, you're not getting protein and healthy fats. You're getting
You get to eat a
carbs
fucking
and like,
Krispy
simple
Kreme donut though.
sugars.
You're pretty happy.
But like, if you were gonna like go for like a run and you wanted like some sort of like simple carbs before you went and did a run, you could have yourself a glazed donut, no problem. It's 190 calories. That's 25 minutes of running.
A snack I eat a ton of, especially just for a long time, are like cheese sticks, like pepper jack or Gouda or the mozzarella like string cheese. Any of those, like they're like 80, 90 calories a pop, and it is easy to overeat those because it's so good. I could eat nothing but cheese.
A cup of
cheese and
this, which is a good amount of food, but not a snack amount that I've never had before. A cup is 800 calories.
Well, but yeah, a cup of that.
Yeah, but you
good
can't have that
enough.
in the fucking house because you look at that and you go, that's not.
You want to hear
calories.
You want to
You
hear
don't
something
think that's
funny about
four
that?
Krispy Kremes worth of donuts?
Yeah.
A
Four
cup
Krispy
of
Kreme donuts.
sugar is less calories than a cup of that.
I didn't think that. That's the case.
A cup of sugar is about 760 calories.
You should just snack on a nice cup of sugar.
I'm just saying, for comparison's sake, just like
sugar.
next time you look at that, think this is literally more caloric than pure sugar.
That's why it's better.
Yeah, it is way better than pure sugar because you get the mix of the savory and the sweet. That's why
Yeah, I haven't. Hunger is not like what I've done with my diet. A lot of it is just food substitutes. Some stuff I gave up. Like I don't put butter on my food anymore. Turns out butter's a lot of calories, and for me, a little benefit. So the cost benefit wasn't there. But other stuff is just like I don't know. Swap out sugar with stevia in your coffee, and make sure
Yep.
the things you eat are worth it. And I try to get my protein. I'm lifting weights a lot, and I don't want that to be wasted. So I have protein macros I try to hit. But yeah, anyway,
How much protein do you try to eat per? Do you try to hit 200?
200 is exactly my target. I would say
Yeah.
I don't often. I probably average like 185, 195.
I think that's sufficient. I've read a bunch of studies about that, and the conflicting reports, and I think 0.8 is fine. 0.8 grams per pound is fine.
Since I'm cutting, I'm also aiming. I'm usually hanging out around 180 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I try to keep it under 5 glasses of bourbon a night. Pretty much the same idea.
Alcohol's
I
a
think.
tough one too. Out of indulgences, like bourbon's a good one because that's a lower calorie one. Vodka, tequila, whiskey.
I do a low carb thing these days. That's why I drink fucking straight bourbon most of the time or wine. I cut
It's still a
beer out.
lot. It's still how much an
know.
ounce? Probably 95 calories an ounce.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's like
fair
100
chunk.
calories for a shot worth of hard liquor because it's
Yeah.
it's dense.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's
But
fuel.
what is unconsciousness worth, really?
There you go.
I
There you
mean,
go.
I'm just saying, like,
Urban,
I
you
pay
won't
the
even
price if
realize
I have to.
Let me ask you
In
this:
case
would you
you-
have a difficult time? How often do you sleep at night? Do you like turn in for the night without having a couple drinks?
More often than I'd like. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
right.
Did you
It's
say that
so-
backwards, or
No,
so
I
you're
think
sober
I think
more
he
often
nailed
than
it.
you'd like?
No, I was
Or maybe I heard it.
responding
maybe
to
I rephrased.
Kyle's prompt for a joke, right? Like, how often do I sleep? I don't know. Like, I don't have a problem with alcohol. I'm fine with alcohol.
This
I
is
just
the intervention
like alcohol.
part of the
Always
show. We
liked
always do
alcohol.
this at the end.
Yeah, let's try that. I'm ready to be
40
intervened on. Tell me about how I, who enjoy alcohol and enjoy the effects of alcohol, I enjoy being inebriated. I use it literally as a social tool. So sometimes I'm like, hey, I'm on PKA tonight. I'd like to be a little bit more vocal than I might be otherwise. All right, I'll have some alcohol for this.
Yeah,
Or
that's
perhaps
literally one of
it's
the
a
AA
4-hour
definitions for
podcast.
alcoholism, and
Yeah.
I am defending you because
Go ahead.
I think that those
Silly.
Christian crutch crawling people are just doing exactly that. Look, I have to go to sleep sober every night, and I fucking despise it. It means that I have to wait until far long. Like I'll want to go to sleep at an hour, and it's like I can't. Like I would have to like I take sleeping pills, and it's like this is gonna like take 10% of the edge off. This is not good. But if I were allowed to have 4 shots of hard liquor, that would take 75% off, and I would drift away. If I were allowed to like get high, if I was allowed to smoke weed, it would take 95% of like any sort of like stressors or it would just inhibitions like right to sleep, comforting, like dream free, like
Alcohol is not great for sleep, though. It's the problem. So, like,
It's better
the
than
research
sober.
doesn't suggest that. It gets you to sleep fine, but you don't get good sleep out of it.
Yeah,
so I
like,
try not to actually do that.
Yeah, you're like
Can I-
quality of sleep is way worse if you're drunk while you're trying to sleep.
I'm a fool in this area.
Sure.
What if you just like have 2 drinks? Alcohol
Sure.
is gone at the beginning of the night. No, or is it still bad?
It's gone at the beginning of the night. What do you mean?
I mean,
That's what I
your
meant
body-
to say. Yeah. So if you just drink, like, if you get pass out drunk, let's not pretend that's gonna be a
Oh,
great
yeah,
night's
yeah,
sleep.
we're not
right?
talking that.
Right. But if I have 2 glasses of wine at 8 p.m. and then turn in at 10,
Yeah, you're good.
Then it's
that
gone.
shouldn't ruin a night's sleep. That
Yep,
should
yep.
it
just
won't ruin
Exactly.
the night's sleep.
because like your body metabolizes as a man like
Oh,
that.
and
Hour.
I would think this is
drink
one
an
of the defining characteristics of being an adult is your understanding of how substances interact with your body. So you go, okay, when I was 18, I drank till I pass out or something, right? When I'm 36, the responsible adult that I am, I drink till I feel the inebriation. And that's
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
And
exactly.
then we would go from there. It's great. We're good.
I haven't drank to sickness the only times I've drank to sickness within like the last decade are for this show, and it's like I'll know I should
That's
stop,
your craft.
but it's
This is a craft.
it's like all right, this is the part where I literally poison myself for entertainment value. Let's go. I'm like that episode with
Dick.
La Vagabond on. Dick wasn't as bad. I drank a fifth for Dick, but
Do you want to qualify that at all, or you're just good?
no, I'm
That
gonna leave it
statement
just like
stands
that.
alone.
Just
Okay.
lay it out there flat.
Sure.
I drank a fifth on that one at least.
they
but
weren't the
with-
guests though, right?
It was the previous one when Sailing Levac. Oh yeah, you're right.
You talked about them, but they weren't.
I
on the
talked
show.
about them. See, that's how drunk I was. I don't remember who the guest was. Was it Dick?
It was Dick, yeah. Because you and Dick in the last part of that show were like having a drink. He was eating chicken, and we were all wasted. But I remember you guys like talking about how much you drank and who won the episode. And like you held up one bottle, and like he held up an empty one, I think. And then like you showed you had started on a second one.
I had
And
started on a second bottle of hard
done some
liquor.
damage on it. And like the text the next morning, the next day, like with all of us, we're like, how is everybody feeling? And it's like, I just want to die. Like I just feel what he was like. I fell asleep and I felt the coldness of the tile on my bathroom floor. And glorious. Like,
I say a lot of things on the show, and I promise you, like, I say them because I want people to laugh. And a lot of times it's a lot more mean spirited than I would ever be in my day to day life. We were in the Discord the other night, and someone was like, you're really nice compared to like on the show. And I'm like, yeah, man, that's not me. I'm just being mean like that because Woody's such a nice guy, and Taylor's just making jokes. And I was like, somebody needs to be the asshole. That's just the role that I'm filling. So that there's 3 amigos rather than 3 clones. right? So like, but when I got drunk, I said things that I regretted. Like I said things that I forgot, and then I had to be told that I had said, and I truly felt bad. And that
Let
was
me
a
give you some
very.
advice. Just don't engage with that. You can't. You
I
can't
attacked.
deny it. You
I
did it.
attacked a man who had sustained a spinal injury.
It was funny.
and wasn't sure if he was going to gain full mobility again. And I think the line I took was that maybe his hot wife would like to be with a man who can walk.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Now, in my drunk state, that was slap your knee fucking hilarious. But even as I'm saying it now, it's embarrassingly mean and mean-spirited, and I feel terrible about it. I really do. I get that it's still kind of funny, but it's only funny because I stepped in so much shit in my drunken state. Like, I think I like went on a whole rant about her nipples, maybe.
Yeah, or something like that. But you're right. Like those drinking episodes, like you get to a point of drunk where it's just like, you know, you've lost the plot. Like you don't know what's funny anymore. You're like, if I'm just loud and mean, we can get through the end of this. I can't. All my improv.
So drunk.
I'm too drunk.
So drunk. As soon as I'm allowed, I think a smoking episode is in order. Unless Woody says no, and then I'll do a drinking episode instead, and I'll get so shit-housed that I say mean things again.
I'll do
But-
it.
How does the smoking episode work, Kyle?
What?
All the hosts and guests are in locations where smoking's legal, and you just do a smoking episode.
We could absolutely do that. Yeah, because like as soon as I'm free, I'm gonna go to Colorado on a very long trip, and eventually I'm gonna move there. But yeah, I was thinking like maybe get an Airbnb for a week or maybe 3 or 4 days, like the day of the show, and then like the three of us could maybe go there and hang out for a few days, make a maybe vacation of it. It could even get like a nice place and maybe like bring our families, even if
Magic cards.
no pressure or anything. I'm just saying, like, I know people don't like being away from their families, me not included, but but we could make a whole like vacation out of it with three of us and maybe find a guest like Mr. Filthy here, perhaps, who would like to get blitzed on a show, and it could be fun.
You know that
I would need just
you
a
found
little heads up so
podcasting-
I could go to a location where it was legal.
It'll be
But,
October.
I'd be up for that.
You found a podcasting location, and you gave us a link. I wonder if
Yeah.
something like that exists in a legal state too.
Absolutely, it does. Yeah, I found a way to rent like studio space, and it's just like the Joe Rogan setup, where you've got like the long board table with the mics and camera set up, and editing's all paid for and everything. So we'll be able to do IRL stuff.
Yeah, I have this fear. So probably what would happen if we didn't have that is the producing would come down to me, and it's like, Woody, get it right, new location, first try, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm not a betting man. We might lose.
We'll all just share the same mic. We'll sit really close.
Oh, that'd be so funny. Just like passing it back and forth.
I have joke too. Oh, you say?
No, that place is really sick. It's a professional fucking. It looks so much like Rogan's, like the studio that he used to use, with like the long wooden board table and like multiple like mic setups just like this, all the way around, and cameras already pre-set up, and I think that they do all your editing for you and everything. So it's gonna make IRL PKA super duper easy.
Yeah. Maybe we'll just knock out a
And
few.
it's yeah, absolutely, and it's cheap. It's not like crazy expensive. Well, I mean, it's not cheap. It's a couple
Dude,
$100 an hour.
There for
But
5 days, do 4 episodes, take a month off.
yeah, well, I mean, I apologize for my felonious nature, but it's got to be in Atlanta. So
That's okay.
Yeah,
enjoy your freaking flyer miles
until
How
October.
close to you, Kyle,
right?
to be in
Until October, and then I'm
October.
October at the longest.
free.
There's a chance he could. What's the term for getting let off early?
I don't know if there is a term, but like the
Forgotten.
situation is, I've explained it a few times, but basically once you've done half of your federal probation, whatever that is, in my case, it's 1 year of 2, you can appeal sort of to like, hey, I've been a good boy. Can we just call it quits? And the court system's so jammed up from COVID that I can't even get a hearing or like the court clerk to like process my stuff. So I'm stuck in this limbo because of COVID, which is the worst part of COVID for me personally. But as of right now, October 3rd is the day I was released from prison. I was actually going through an old phone today, early this morning, and I found that old picture of me like coming out all like grizzly with my nasty beard and just being like, hey. And it's like, I'm like, October 3rd. Okay. I think that would be the day. If not, then it's like 5 days later when like I signed all my like paperwork for probation. But something like that. Early October.
All right. Yeah, it's 8 months
Not
from
long,
now.
man.
It's
Not long.
gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
Sooner than later. You guys want to call it a show?
Yeah.
All right. Filthy Robot on Twitch. and
Gentlemen, thanks for having me on again. Good seeing you all. Glad
Always.
you're doing well.
Yep. Check out Filthy Robot on Twitch. Also check out Taylor Merca on Twitch. Follow me.
Check him out. Check me out in case I ever stream again. PKA 530.
Have a good night, guys.